Xiao Lian was wearing a white knitted top today, making her look refreshed and full of life. Her delicate features were glowing with radiance, making her look very attractive and hard to miss in a crowd. Everyone stared wide-eyed, finding hard to believe that Forget Chuan, who was rumored to be so ugly that she did not want to make public appearances, was in fact the person standing before them now. Even Purple Fairy was shocked beyond words. She stared at Xiao Lian's face in astonishment, and after a moment, a look of envy flashed across her expression. She bit her lip. In the esports live streams, Forget Chuan always had pearls of wisdom to share, and could always predict the other player's position. Hence on the internet, people would often compare the two of them, labeling Purple Fairy a pretty ornament. For a long time, Purple Fairy had harbored ill feelings towards Forget Chuan. The only thought she could use to comfort herself was that Forget Chuan was an ugly woman. After all, they were women and looks mattered. But now, the real Forget Chuan was standing before her. She could no longer lie to herself. Xiao Lian was an obvious and radiant beauty, comparable to top celebrities. If Purple Fairy was considered a beauty, then compared to the person standing before her, the latter would win hands down, leaving the former barely passable. Purple Fairy clenched her fists tightly. The smile which had been on her face now looked taut and strained. She shook Xiao Lian's hand and said, "So you are Forget Chuan?" Xiao Lian raised an eyebrow, but withdrew her hand before Purple Fairy's hand could even make contact. "Indeed, I seldom make an appearance. But I certainly do things with transparency, unlike others, who use underhanded means. What about you, Purple Fairy?" She was, of course, making a reference to how they had stolen information of CQ Team's gaming strategy. Purple Fairy smirked and replied, "I know what you're talking about." Then she turned to Su Penghao and said, "Zombie leader, I've already explained the misunderstanding to you. Perhaps when you have some time, you can update Forget Chuan, just in case it results in further misunderstandings." After saying this, she turned to her team members, who quickly took their eyes off Xiao Lian and immediately looked somber. She hung her head and said, "Let's go back to our own lounge." The moment the King team members got back to their lounge, they gathered and excitedly discussed Forget Chuan. "My God, she is beautiful like a celebrity. She has a great voice too, and such a big presence." Purple Fairy scowled as she heard these remarks. She angrily called the captain and through gritted teeth instructed him, "We must win today's match. Get rid of CQ." The captain sighed and said, "I've carefully observed the coordination among CQ team members, and actually, they have great teamwork. I don't have full confidence that we can get rid of them." Purple Fairy frowned, her eyes flashing with an evil glint. "Don't you worry. I have a plan. Just go all out when you get on that battlefield. And also, do not tell Mr. Sun that Forget Chuan is Xiao Lian, who he is intending to buy over." The captain did not completely understand what was going on, but he nodded. Purple Fairy then said a few words to encourage the team, before walking out of the lounge. In CQ's lounge, the lounge had a size of about 10 square meters, with 2 rows of sofas where a few could sit to discuss strategy. Su Penghao spoke with Xiao Lian in a corner of the lounge. Hence, Purple Fairy did not steal the information. It was their boss and captain who did it. When Xiao Lian heard this, she thought it was laughable. Xiao Lian looked at Su Penghao questioningly. "Zombie leader, you yourself have a notable background. Do you really believe her words?" Her remark took Su Penghao by surprise and he frowned. "Do you really think that a coach would not know which champion the team should ban?"
Su Penghao kept silent.
Xiao Lian sighed. "Zombie leader, you believe in Purple Fairy so much?" Su Penghao lifted his head and looked at her steadily. "It's not her that I believe in Xiao Qiao. Xiao Qiao and Zichuan were both impressive and well-regarded people back in the days. And even though 8 years have passed since then, I believe that she still would not use underhanded means." Xiao Lian was stunned when she heard this. She felt a sudden warmth in her heart. She and Zichuan had disappeared from the gaming world for 8 years. But they were still remembered. Xiao Lian pursed her lips. She eventually did not utter the rebuking words that had come to mind, but instead said, Do your best later. Then she added, Best Actor Shin is here tonight, so the boss is watching you guys play. Make sure you show your stuff.
Supengao nodded impatiently.
Having heard Xiao Lian mention Best Actor Shun, he looked up again with curiosity. After a pause, he asked her, Do you know Best Actor Shin very well? Although the two of them had never admitted to any sort of relationship, Su Pinghao had noticed that there was something quite special between them. Not that he cared whether she was Mrs. Shun. Xiao Lian was puzzled by his question. Why? Su Pinghao paused and looked hesitant. Just when Xiao Lian thought that he wasn't going to say anything, he suddenly spoke. Best Actor Shun, is he? Zikuan. Xiao Lian looked up at him in disbelief after this remark. Shin Liangchuan was Zichuan? How would this be possible? She felt like laughing and crying at the same time, and a dull ache gnawed at her heart. After all, Zichuan was someone she had liked 8 years ago, and Shen Liangchuan was the man she loved now. She shook her head and said, No, he's not. Su Pinghao frowned and said, How could it be? The last time I had a one-on-one fight with him. His maneuvering. At this point, the lounge door was flung open. His was interrupted mid-sentence. Everyone in the lounge looked at the doorway instantaneously and saw that it was Purple Fairy. She was carrying a few packages of milk tea. The nasty things that our team members said just then. I thought about it and I'm concerned that Forget Chuan may hold it against us. I'm really sorry. This tea is on me. Consider it a little token of apology. As she said this, she walked straight into the room. Xiao Lian immediately stopped her. Stand right there. Purple Fairy halted. Xiao Lian walked to the doorway and stopped in front of her, preventing her from advancing. Looking intently at Purple Fairy with a frown, she said after a pause, How careless do you think we'd be, eating something given by the opponent team right before a match? Purple Fairy froze and put on a hurt and pitiful expression. She looked at Su Pinghao. Are you suspecting that I've put something into the milk tea? Xiao Lian threw a glance at Su Pinghao and said, It's better to be safe than sorry. We will not accept this milk tea. Purple Fairy's expression turned cold and then, looking quite angry, she picked up one of the cups and tore off the lid. If you think that I've altered the milk tea, I'll drink it right now before your eyes. This act made Xiao Lian want to laugh and cry at the same time. Who forces milk tea on other people? As she thought this, someone walked by behind Purple Fairy. When the person brushed past, it appeared that Purple Fairy was shoved and she stumbled forward. The box with boiling hot milk teas came flying straight at Xiao Lian's face. The heat of the hot drinks could be felt as the lids fell off. Everyone gasped in shock. Xiao Lian could already feel the steam against her face. Right at this moment, a firm grip tightened around her arm as she was yanked out of the way. And then, a hiss. Arg! Cries of alarm were heard. Startled, she turned her head at once and saw that Su Pinghao's hands had been scorched by the hot liquid. And the godfather and the deputy godfather, too, had bright red burn marks on the back of their hands. The lounge was tiny to begin with. CQ team members had all gathered behind Xiao Lian in support of their coach, as she stood face to face with Purple Fairy. When the hot milk tea came flying over, Su Pinghao had instinctively pulled Xiao Lian aside to safety while taking the hit. The godfather and the deputy godfather, on the other hand, understood very well that Su Pinghao was critical to the team, and when they saw him taking the hit of the burning hot liquid, they instinctively acted to shield him too. It was just human reflex to extend the hand. Hence, Purple Fairy's boiling hot milk tea had landed on the hands of 3 people. The godfather and the deputy godfather suffered more serious burns, but even Su Pinghao felt as though his 10 fingers were on fire. For one moment, everyone in the room was shocked. Ancestor Whitebones lunged forward and looked at the 3 pairs of injured hands. With burning anger, she glared at Purple Fairy. Purple Fairy stood there with her hand over her mouth, staring at the scorched skin on the hands, and gave a cry of alarm. She looked as though she was in greater agony than the 3 injured team members. Xiao Lian was livid. She glared at Purple Fairy fiercely, tightly clenching her fists with anger. She also felt a wave of warmth wash over her. Even Su Pinghao, who hated her and often went against her, had reflexively protected her at a critical moment. If he hadn't done that, there was a high chance that the milk tea would have landed on her face. As she glared at Purple Fairy, she saw Lonely Peerless clenching his fists and stepping forward. Lonely Peerless had always been quiet, but among all the team members, he was the one who perhaps had the deepest understanding of what was going on. Reaching his hand out, he grabbed Purple Fairy by her shirt and was about to deliver a punch when Xiao Lian quickly intervened. "Stop!" She pulled Lonely Peerless away and in a low voice reminded him, "If you get into a fight before the match, you'll be disqualified from the competition." Lonely Peerless was a person of few words. He stared at the Purple Fairy for a moment, then took a step back. Xiao Lian looked at her nemesis straight in the eye. She was determined to make Purple Fairy pay for this. But not now. There would be plenty of time for that after the competition. Pointing at the doorway, she said to Purple Fairy, "Please leave right now." Purple Fairy sighed and tried to explain, "I didn't do this on purpose." As she spoke, she looked up and her gaze met 5 pairs of bloodshot, angry eyes. She immediately looked at Su Penghao and saw that he had his fists clenched, trembling with fury. Even if she had actually been shoved and fallen holding the milk tea, most people would have spilled the liquid downwards instinctively, and not splash it upwards. Besides, the temperature of this milk tea. Who the freaking H*LL buys tea at that temperature? After ensuring that Purple Fairy had left, Xiao Lian turned around and made an assessment of their injuries. She frowned at once. The injuries were more serious than she thought. She wanted to take a closer look when the Godfather and the Deputy Godfather quickly shoved their hands into their pockets and said, "It's okay, they are minor injuries. We can take it." CQ team hadn't recruited any reserve players, so now there were only 5 members. Gritting her teeth and looking at them, she asked, "You are really okay?" "Really, we're okay." Even if they weren't, they had to be. The Godfather and the Deputy Godfather exchanged looks and did not say another word. Su Penghao hung his head and looked at his hands. His expression was frighteningly gloomy. He had never thought that the Xiao Qiao he had known 8 years ago would become the horrible person she was today. Perhaps he could give her the benefit of the doubt once, but what had happened today? He wasn't a fool. Xiao Lian looked at Su Penghao with great concern. "Can you do it?" Su Penghao looked down again. "I can. If they didn't take part in the match today, it would be automatically considered a withdrawal." Xiao Lian was worried about the team members, but before she could take care of the burn wounds, the organizing staff came shouting for them. "It's your turn." The semifinals were an elimination round. 2 out of the 4 teams would enter the finals. Today, 1 team would be eliminated. The 4 remaining would be playing in 2 concurrent matches. The winner would get more points, the 2 losers would continue to play, and the ultimate loser would be eliminated. In the first match, CQ team was set to play against King team. The match began and both parties shook hands. Xiao Lian went on stage, coming face to face with Purple Fairy. It was obvious that Purple Fairy was pretending to be concerned. "How are Zombie Leader and the team members?" Xiao Lian scowled and replied, "Let's stop with the pretense." Purple Fairy raised her eyebrow. They were all part of the entertainment industry. She hadn't thought that Xiao Lian would be such a straightforward person. She lowered her voice and smirked. "Huh, forget Chuan. I'll make sure your team will be devastatingly defeated today. You'd be daydreaming if you think you can get into the finals." Xiao Lian narrowed her eyes. "Let's wait and see. Do you think this time you can steal our strategy?" Purple Fairy laughed derisively. "You are stubborn." On this note, she turned and walked away. The match started. 3 games would be played to select 2 winners. Thus the first game began. After all the time they had spent in training, CQ team members were really well coordinated and had good chemistry. Everyone felt great at the beginning of the match. They were able to fight to a mini climax. Xiao Lian heaved a sigh of relief. It appeared that the milk tea incident wasn't affecting the team's performance. But as this thought appeared, she realized the Godfather had suddenly made a wrong move. As a consequence of this wrong move, he was slain by the opponent. Following this, the Deputy Godfather made another wrong move. Their consecutive errors directly resulted in a shift in the situation. Initially, CQ team was poised to win the game, but now, the situation had reversed. In less than 2 minutes, they were beaten to a pulp by the opponent. Xiao Lian sprang up from her seat, only to see that their central tower had fallen to the enemies and subsequently toppled over. CQ team had lost the first match. Xiao Lian could not believe her eyes. Clearly, the situation had been in their favor. How did that suddenly change? And now the second installment of the match began. From the start of the event, the Godfather and the Deputy Godfather, and even Zombie Leader, made mistaken moves in their maneuvering. It was no surprise that CQ team flatly lost the game. Xiao Lian sighed, knowing that the players' hands would be hurting like crazy. The second team had now started their match. Taking this opportunity, Xiao Lian and Shen Liangchuan headed off to the lounge to visit the team. As they entered the lounge, they saw Ancestor White Bones. She was normally a calm and steady person, but at that moment her eyes were bloodshot. Xiao Lian paused for a moment and looked around. She noticed at once that the Godfather and the Deputy Godfather both had tiny blisters on their scorched hands. There was no way they could continue taking part in the competition. Xiao Lian clenched her fingers into a tight fist with fury. Her eyes reddened as well. This purple fairy was downright evil. She took a deep breath and said immediately, "We can't continue with the competition. The Godfather and the Deputy Godfather, you have to go to the hospital immediately to get your injuries treated. Any more delay may result in an infection, and that could possibly affect the finger joints." She immediately looked at Su Penghao. The back of his hands were red, but at least there was no blistering, although for sure he would have been in great pain. The Godfather and the Deputy Godfather were in so much agony that their faces had turned pale. The moment they heard Xiao Lian's words, they quickly protested. But the match coming up. After this, they would be fighting the other team that lost in the first round, and if they lost the game again, they would be eliminated. At this point, Xiao Lian clenched her fists tightly. They must not lose. This was only an urban district tournament. There was the national tournament and then the international tournament. They had only just begun. How could they stop here? But now they were 2 players down. And Su Penghao's hands were injured too, which would affect his playing. It meant that for the rest of the match, Su Penghao could no longer use the critical champions. Xiao Lian bit her lip and after a moment she said, "I'll play." Upon hearing this, the team members simultaneously turned to look at her. They wanted to speak, but at this point of time, there wasn't much left to be said. Once that decision had been made, Xiao Lian felt relieved. She said as she warmed up her wrists with a little exercise, "I've watched you guys play often enough to understand your style. I'll try my best to fit in," Lonely Peerless said. "But we're still missing one player." Xiao Lian frowned. That's right, they needed one more player. As she was trying to figure out a solution for this, Su Penghao spoke. "Best Actor Shen, can you play?" On this note, everyone turned simultaneously to look at Shen Liangchuan. Although Shen Liangchuan had not yet recovered from his injury, his fingers' mobility hadn't been affected. He narrowed his eyes on hearing Su Penghao's suggestion. He had come a long way to resolve the problems caused by Song Yuanxi, so he thought that from then on, he could bury the incident from 8 years ago forever. He thought that those worries were now behind him. But if he were to play in this match, what if Xiao Qiao discovered he was Zichuan? He turned to look at all these earnest faces in the room. The Godfather and the Deputy Godfather had persisted in playing despite their injuries and pain. And so many sports fans. They all took him back to a time 8 years ago, when he himself had been a passionate youth. They must not be eliminated, because this team carried the hopes and dreams that both he and Xiao Qiao had had. He hung his head and nodded. Okay. The number of players was confirmed, so the Godfather and the Deputy Godfather then left for the hospital. The next round of matches had begun. All players were in their position. Xiao Lian looked at her own hands as she practiced high-speed moves. Although she had previously played with Shen Liangchuan on a mobile game, this time it was on the computer and it was very different. She wondered about Shen Liangquan's playing style. As this thought crossed her mind, she shifted the screen display to Shen Liangquan's champion. While doing this, she saw one of the enemy's champions was about to descend from the tower to attack, and he was aggressive. She had initially thought that Shen Liangquan would be killed, but unexpectedly, there was a dramatic flash. He avoided the attack and immediately he turned around to counterattack. Shen Liangquan scored a kill. Xiao Lian's hands froze and her pupils shrank immediately. That playing style. It was Zichuan. Shen Liangquan. Ziquan. All of a sudden her mind went blank. Xiao Lian stared blankly at the screen, as though her soul had suddenly left. Her champion stood motionless on the screen. How did Shen Liangquan know Zichuan's moves? Zichuan's moves had always required high speed and dexterity. They were always elegant, light as clouds and fluid like water. These movements were like rhythm and motion to watch, but in reality the technical execution was extremely difficult. Besides, he had never liked to make conventional moves. Regardless of the champion he took, he would inevitably adopt an offensive approach. Just like the champion he was using right now. Clearly, it was a defensive champion and anyone would have thought that after the flash escape, he would have retreated. Nobody would have thought that he would instead launch an attack. Was this a coincidence? Or was something strange going on here? Xiao Lian frowned. Was Shen Liangquan merely imitating Zichuan's moves? That was a possibility. After all, during those years, both Zichuan and Xiao Qiao had set a benchmark in the gaming world. Scores of gamers had tried to copy their moves. Wasn't Purple Fairy one example of doing that, and had even been mistaken to be Xiao Qiao? But, even if it was an imitation, it wouldn't be so adept to the point that she could have sworn it was him. As she contemplated this, she noticed that he hesitated and seemed a little out of place. Xiao Lian shook her head as if trying to clear it, then thought she must be overthinking things. And right at this point, Su Pinghao's voice came across. Xiao Lian, what on earth are you doing? Upon hearing this, Xiao Lian snapped out of her thoughts and realized they were in the middle of a game. Because she had moved screen to Shen Liangquan, she hadn't noticed that an opponent had crept up on her and was preparing to attack. By the time Xiao Lian responded and tried to escape, it was too late. The opponent threw a stun spell, freezing her in place. If he threw an ultimate attack at her, she could easily die. This time there was no escape and no alternatives. She bit her lip and just as she thought that was the end of her, a familiar figure suddenly appeared next to her. Immediately, Shen Liangquan threw a mystic ultimate attack to confuse the opponent. And Xiao Lian thus took the opportunity to escape. But she was not feeling elated at having cheated death. Instead, she was shocked and greatly astonished. That style, and how the mystifying function had been played. The playing style was exactly the same as Zichuan's. Xiao Lian's pupils shrank. She looked up, startled, and stared at Shen Liangquan with an expression of disbelief. Shen Liangquan frowned. He could sense Xiao Lian's gaze on him. He looked up and glanced at her. Immediately he frowned slightly. He did not want to reveal his identity as Zichuan to her. Hence at the start of the match, when he had acted reflexively, he had purposely erred to cover his tracks, so that she wouldn't suspect. But when he saw her in danger, he couldn't help but rush over to save her. The moves he had used, did she recognize them? After all, 8 years had passed. How many people would still remember him? At this point, he looked up pretending to be calm and composed, and glanced once at Xiao Lian. Then came Su Pinghao's voice again, now with a hint of anger. Xiao Lian, do you really know how to play? He continued. If you don't know how to play, you'll have to take instructions. And even if you can't keep up with the playing, I'm sure you know the strategy. After being chided, Xiao Lian snapped out of her shock and astonishment. She looked up and took in the atmosphere of the venue. There were thousands among the audience. The venue was throbbing with loud music, which added to the excitement of the event. All of this and all of a sudden she came to full realization. They were in a match. How could she be thinking of other things during a match and not focusing on the game at hand? Xiao Lian took a deep breath and spoke after a moment. Okay. I get it. Then she channeled her full attention on the computer screen and placed her hands on the keyboard and mouse. She had thought that she would be unfamiliar with the settings and fall behind the other team members, after 8 years of not playing computer games seriously. However, the moment her finger touched the mouse, an old feeling of familiarity took root within her. She stared at her fingers. They felt like they were on fire. And it was a fire that raged all the way from the tips of her fingers, right to the core of her heart. Xiaolian took another deep breath and concentrated intently on the computer screen. Then she began to maneuver. Computer games were different from mobile games. Mobile games were easy to pick up and get good at. Computer games, however, required a lot more training. Hence, Xiaolian was a little nervous to start off. But as her spirit made connection with the keyboard and the mouse, they slowly integrated, until they became one. It took 5 minutes before her maneuvering stabilized and she started to gain full control. Just as she was getting into the flow of things, the enemy team suddenly called for a break. Surprised, everyone looked up with a puzzled expression. They saw that the enemy team members were also staring blankly, confused. Only the coach got up and left. After he left, a familiar figure got up from among the audience and followed the coach. That was Purple Fairy. Xiaolian narrowed her eyes. She stood up and said, "I'm going to the washroom." Then she strode off in their direction. Walking out of the competition venue, Xiaolian could see at once that Purple Fairy and the coach of the enemy team were talking in low voices. Xiaolian looked around. There was a flower terrace by the side, and there was a space beyond the terrace where she could hide. Quietly, she sneaked over to the hiding spot. There she was able to hear what the two were saying. Purple Fairy spoke. "Coach Lee, actually it's not hard for you to win this match. I can give you a piece of advice." Coach Lee was surprised by her suggestion. What sort of advice? After all, whoever lost this match was going to be eliminated. Purple Fairy smiled and said, "If I gave you a tip, what would you offer in return?" Coach Lee paused for a moment and then asked, "What do you want?" "Well, if we happen to play against each other in the next match, I hope you will give us a one-round advantage." Coach Lee's expression darkened when he heard this and gave a cold laugh immediately. "I'm sorry, we are here to have a fair match. If Coach Purple Fairy wishes to exchange technical knowledge, I'm more than happy. But if it's what you've mentioned, then I have no wish to pursue it. It's okay if our team loses." After these words he turned away. Purple Fairy looked most offended and hurriedly stopped him. "You okay? Fine. I'll tell you. 2 key players from CQ team are not competing today, and they've been replaced at last minute's notice. One of them is a female player named Forgetchuan. She's not a professional gamer. She was likely forced to be a backup. If you want to break through the team's defenses, then you can probably start with her." Coach Lee gave Purple Fairy one look, then turned and walked back to the competition arena. Purple Fairy frowned as Coach Lee disappeared from her sight. At this point she suddenly heard a sneer. Tisk tisk. Surprised, Purple Fairy spun around. The moment Purple Fairy turned around, she saw Xiaolian standing up and coming out of the flower terrace. She looked at Purple Fairy with plain contempt on her face. "Purple Fairy, it seems like you're spending every bit of effort to deal with our competitive team." Purple Fairy narrowed her eyes. "There's a saying that goes, it doesn't matter if a cat is black or white, as long as it catches rats, it's a good cat. So the same goes for me. As long as I win in the end, do I care?" Xiaolian looked at her steadily. "So you can ignore all boundaries and even throw out basic human decency?" Purple Fairy turned icy. "You." And Xiaolian continued, "There is something that I've wanted to say for a long time. You should stop using Xiao Qiao's name to sell yourself." Purple Fairy tensed up and narrowed her eyes more. "I'm selling my own name, what has it got to do with you?" Seeing that she was so reluctant to admit the lie, Xiaolian suddenly smiled. She walked up to Purple Fairy slowly and said deliberately, "If you're fake, you're fake. No matter how much you try to imitate her, you'll never capture the essence of Xiao Qiao's style." "You." Purple Fairy wanted to retort, but Xiaolian had already walked right past her and back into the competition venue. She loosened up her wrists and took a deep breath. As someone who had uncomfortably suppressed her passion for so many years, today was her chance to go all out. She went back up the stage and took her seat. The match continued. Indeed, the opponent had started to target her. Realizing this was the situation, she laughed icily in her heart. She would have them know that targeting her was a huge mistake. However, she wasn't going to show her hand just yet. She would beat them at their own game. She pretended that she wasn't a very good gamer by using the displacement spell to haphazardly relocate herself. Every time she did this, there would have few HP left, making herself a tempting bait to the opponent. As expected, they chased her. But of course, she eluded them in every instance. And now, having become a popular target, the enemy team selected 3 people to trail her. This was turning out to be an amazing scene. The 3 enemy champions who had been chasing Qiao Lian for a whole minute were ultimately not able to capture her. And within that 1 minute without combat between Qiao Lian and those 3, her team members gained enough time. Before the enemy team could realize what was happening, the disparity in strength between the 2 sides had hit a high. Hence, CQ took this opportunity to wipe out their opponent. That was the first round of the match. CQ won. Su Pinghao jumped up with joy as the match ended. He looked at Qiao Lian and said, "You don't need many playing skills to just run around, and it's easy for you to do that. Perhaps you could continue doing this in the next round." Qiao Lian rolled her eyes. The opponent was no fool. Why would they still send 3 players on a wild goose chase in the next round? Very soon, the second round of the match began. Having learnt their lesson from the first round, the enemy team now came directly up against CQ. Su Pinghao shot Qiao Lian a look. Although by looking at the 2 teams it appeared to be a 5 against 5 match, reality was that they were only 4 against 5. Given the present situation, there were no alternatives. Su Pinghao gritted his teeth and cried, "Let's fight!" Then he turned and warned Qiao Lian, "Don't you go charging ahead. Stay behind us and help. When we go into a battle, we won't be able to afford the effort to protect you." Before he could even finish his sentence, a glance at the screen showed him that Qiao Lian had already gotten herself right in the center of the opponent's battle formation. Stupefied for a moment, anger took over as Su Pinghao yelled, "Good grief, are you trying to get killed?" Putting herself right in the midst of the enemy players was equivalent to a death wish. Was this Qiao Lian a pig-headed teammate or something? Then the next moment he was shocked once again. Using the displacement spell, Qiao Lian infiltrated the enemy's formation. With a stroke, she sent the 5 opponents' champion up in the air for about half a second. Within that tight time frame, how could any of them could rush over to render assistance? On the other hand, if they were to wait for the enemy champions to unfreeze, she would be killed by them. Before this thought even had time to form, Qiao Lian very quickly activated her ultimate displacement attack, pushing an enemy in the opposite direction. Su Pinghao was nerve-wracked and cried, "You need to push him in this direction. You're pushing him in a direction where it's impossible for us to save you." As soon as he had said this, however, he saw that Shan Liangchuan had executed his ultimate attack to round up the other 4 enemy champions. Su Pinghao was stunned, and in that short time, Qiao Lian managed to slay 1 enemy. Seeing that Shan Liangchuan was now surrounded by enemy champions, she shouted angrily, "Move your butt! What are you waiting for?" Although her tone was disapproving when she said it, there was a compelling force. Su Pinghao, Ancestor Whitebones and Lonely Peerless all charged towards the opposing champions. At this point, Qiao Lian flipped around. 5 against 4. If everything went well, it would be an easy wipeout exercise for them. Su Pinghao was now at full force, maneuvering at lightning speed. But suddenly, the mouse made contact with the injury on his hand. His face turned white with pain. His finger fumbled and he made a maneuvering error. In such critical moments of a chaotic battle, a maneuvering error could cause a string of events, not necessarily good. Indeed, the next moment he was stunned by someone. That was the end of him. He feared he was going to die right here. As this thought crossed his mind, a figure stood in his direct path, blocking the few attacks that followed. Now Qiao Lian was low on HP. One more blow from the opponent and she would be killed. But at this point, Shen Liangchuan came to the rescue. In a perfectly coordinated move with Qiao Lian, he deployed the stun spell, and then they began to lash out at the enemy champions. The next moment, 2 words appeared on the screen. Enemies destroyed. Su Pinghao was stunned, as was Ancestor Whitebones, and Lonely Peerless as well. The 3 of them turned simultaneously to look at Qiao Lian, who was staring straight at her screen with a serious expression. Gather now. The 3 of them, instinctively and in unison, obeyed immediately. Her judgment of the game was sharper than Su Penghao's, and her understanding of the game data was more thorough than Su Penghao's. She led them to the opponent's central tower for total destruction. Victory! The huge word appeared on their screens. They couldn't believe their eyes. It was a beautiful win. The audience was dead silent before suddenly erupting into a huge round of wild applause. Even the game commentator was elated and shouting, "Perfect! The match we just saw was perfect." Especially the coordination between the Godfather and the Deputy Godfather, completely seamless. Shen Liangchuan and Qiao Lian both did not have gaming account and had used the original players' identities. The commentator continued, "Let's now watch that exciting playback once more." Following his words, Qiao Lian and Su Pinghao turned simultaneously to look at the huge venue's screen. All the players' moves during the team battle were clearly displayed when projected onto the big screen. Su Pinghao's gaze was fixed on Qiao Lian's figurine, observing her fluid playing and her seamless coordination with Shen Liangchuan. He widened his eyes in astonishment and turned to stare at Qiao Lian. And Qiao Lian, on the other hand, looked even more astonished than Su Pinghao. While she had been playing, she had felt a strange and familiar ease in coordinating with Shen Liangchuan. She had even forgotten that the person she was partnering up with was actually Shen Liangchuan. It was almost like an illusion, as though she had been transported back in time to 8 years ago, when she used to game with Zichuan. While they were playing in the match, her attention had not been fully focused on Shen Liangchuan's playing. But now, looking at the moves on the big screen, the familiarity was too overwhelming. This was Zichuan's style. These were Zichuan's unique moves. And this clearly was their signature coordination. 8 years ago, how many late nights had the 2 of them spent together to practice and train so that their coordination became perfectly seamless? Coordination like this was completely impossible without connection and chemistry backed by time. And just then, her initial plan had been to exchange her life for an enemy's. That was the reason she had charged ahead. But not even in her wildest imagination would she have thought that Shen Liangchuan would step in to fill the gap perfectly. Qiao Lian clenched her fists tightly as she stared at the big screen in disbelief. Then she turned to look at Shen Liangchuan. He had removed his sunglasses for the match and now wore only his mask and baseball cap. At that moment, his head was tilted upwards, staring expressionlessly at the screen. His face was lit by the arena's lighting. The baseball cap cast a shadow on one side of his face. For some unknown reason in that moment, Qiao Lian suddenly felt like Shen Liangchuan was a complete stranger. She no longer knew him. For the first time she felt like she had never really met this man. Compared to the cold tombstone at the cemetery, and even to that faded photograph on the tombstone, she was more inclined to believe that this man in front of her was Zichuan. She gulped. But then after a moment, she narrowed her eyes as a thought crossed her mind. If Shen Liangchuan was Zichuan, then who was the person on the tombstone? Purple Fairy was as astonished as Qiao Lian and Su Penghao, sitting amongst the audience. Now she stared at the big screen with wide eyes, unwilling to believe that what she was seeing was a set of movements executed by Forget Chuan. Wasn't that Xiao Qiao? How could that be Forget Chuan? Then she suddenly remembered what Qiao Lian had said to her. If you're fake, you're fake. No matter how much you try to imitate her, you'll never capture the essence of Xiao Qiao's style. Then she had not quite understood what Qiao Lian meant. All these years impersonating Xiao Qiao, she had worked hard to imitate Xiao Qiao's playing style. However, there was a certain stiffness in her movements and she lacked the fighting spirit. And it was at this moment, when she witnessed for herself the ease and fluidity of those movements, that she realized the meaning of that remark. So forget Chuan was the real deal. Shocked, she fell into her seat as her legs gave way while Smiling Tiger, who was their team's reserve player, was also frozen in disbelief as he watched the replay on the screen. Suddenly he felt like a complete fool. He thought of how he had left CQ Team as a main player for King Team to be a reserve player. All because Purple Fairy was Xiao Qiao. Or so he had thought. But now everything seemed like a cruel joke. At this point, Xiao Lian could not be bothered with what Purple Fairy and Smiling Tiger thought or felt. After the match as a coach, she needed to shake hands with the opposing team's coach. After she went on the stage to do this and upon her return, she realized that Shen Liangchuan was gone. Stunned, she asked, "Where's Shen Liangchuan?" Su Penghao, still in a state of shock, seemed distracted as he said in a suddenly respectful tone. He said he had something to attend to and had to leave first. Had to leave first? Xiao Lian narrowed her eyes and immediately headed to the exit to catch him. Then she suddenly felt a hand grab her wrist. She frowned and turned around. It was Su Penghao who asked hesitantly, You are Xiao Qiao, aren't you?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Lian paused. But she thought that if she could recognize Zichuan's moves, then Su Penghao as well could recognize hers. It was no big deal. Xiao Lian nodded. "That's right, I'm Xiao Qiao." Su Penghao was stunned by her admission and his jaw dropped. Xiao Lian, however, had no time for this and only wanted to leave to catch Shen Liangchuan. She wanted to ask him if he was Zichuan. And if he wasn't, then how had he managed to master those signature moves? But by the time she rushed to the car park, she realized that Shen Liangchuan's car was gone. Xiao Lian stood there in a daze. Suddenly she felt like both laughing and crying at the same time. She could not say how she was feeling. It was a complex mix of emotions. She was glad to think that perhaps Zichuan was still alive, that he was not dead. She was sad to think that if Shen Liangchuan was really Zichuan, then did Shen Liangchuan know that she was Xiao Qiao? She thought of Song Yuanxi, Shen Liangchuan's first love. She clenched her fist tightly. A surge of anger rose within her. If Shen Liangchuan was Zichuan, then when she had been with him 8 years ago, had he already been seeing this other unforgettable first love? Was he two-timing her? Or had he never taken their online relationship seriously at all, and had just been stringing her along? Xiao Lian took a deep breath. She needed to find Shen Liangchuan and she wanted a clear explanation from him. Xiao Lian turned to head out, then realized that Su Penghao was right behind her. When he saw her turn around, he immediately had a meek expression on his face, a look she had never seen on him. Where are you going?" I can give you a lift." Xiao Lian shot him a look and said, "There's no need." Su Penghao had driven the rest of the team members to the competition venue, so of course, he had to take them back. However, Su Penghao insisted with a hand wave. "No, wait here. I'll drive the car over right now." As he turned and ran towards his car, he saw that the other team members were already there waiting for him. Su Penghao said to them, "Could you guys hail a cab? I have to give someone a lift." Then, like a groveling starstruck fan, he walked up to the driver's seat and got in. He drove the car to Xiao Lian. Ancestor Whitebones and Lonely Peerless exchanged a look before the latter made a remark. "How is it that I suddenly feel like our captain is sucking up to her?" When Su Penghao's car arrived at the spot where he had left Xiao Lian, he found that she was no longer there. He was stunned. He was finished. Xiao Qiao was angry. Xiao Lian walked out of the underground car park and hailed a cab, asking to be taken back home to the villa. When she arrived at the villa, she found that Shen Liangchuan was not there. As she stood there in the living room, her gaze fell on the 3rd floor. She thought of the possibility of her guess and bit her lip. Since the last time she had tried entering that room and got caught by Auntie Li, she had not made another attempt. But now, clenching her fists and gathering her courage, she dashed upstairs to the 3rd floor. Auntie Li had gone to the market, so she wasn't home. None of the other housekeepers were allowed on the 3rd floor. Hence, she now easily unlocked the door with the security passcode. She wanted to see for herself who this first love who was willing to die for Shan Liangchuan was exactly. What did she look like? But upon seeing the things that were in the room, she was completely shocked. These things before her eyes, didn't they belong to Zichuan and her? The room was very clean. It was obvious that it was frequently tidied up. She thought of what Auntie Li had said. This room was cleaned by Shan Liangchuan. It showed how important these objects and their related pasts were to him. There were only 2 shelves in the room, and there were very few objects on the shelves. Xiao Lian saw the steel figure of Xiao Qiao. She almost could not believe her eyes as she stared at it. With a trembling hand she reached out and picked it up. Then, turning it upside down, she saw the inscription Xiao Qiao. Knowing that she was holding a unique object in her hand, she felt like a loud thunder had broken right in her ear. She was absolutely shocked. Gripping the figurine tightly in her hand, she looked around again and saw that in a corner there was a limited edition miniature of a weapon. She walked over to pick it up. It was a broadsword, which sent her into yet another shockwave. This object immediately took her back to a time 8 years ago. Although at that time she had steadily improved in her skills after gaming with Zichuan, there was a point when she hit a plateau and found herself unable to break through. During the fights, Zichuan would inevitably pair up with high-skilled players, while she, an unqualified and inept player among them, never did very much in these fighting matches. At the time, she was still not very adept at maneuvering Xiao Qiao. Xiao Qiao was very much an offensive character, so the character was balanced by having a notably low amount of HP. In other words, it could be easily killed by assassin-type opponents. Those days, she had not yet mastered the displacement spell to defend herself. Hence, every time she fought in a match, she would be easily killed. Xiao Lian was very young and happy-go-lucky at that time. Every time she met Zichuan online for a game, she would post a message to all the players before each game. Big Brother experts out there, please do not kill me. And every time she posted this message, someone would tease her. All along, Zichuan would not make any comments until one time, there was a skilled expert online who fell for it. He replied to her message. Are you a sister? If so, I won't kill you. Xiao Lian immediately kissed up to him saying, I'm a cute sister expert, please spare me. Zhao Yun replied. Okay. Xiao Lian initially thought that he was just teasing her. But unexpectedly, during a battle where she had very few HP left, Zhao Yun walked up to her to take a look, and then turned and moved away. He did this when he could have easily killed her in one attack. Xiao Lian was immediately stunned. Zhao Yun was super adorable. She went back to base to recharge and posted a cheeky message to the other party. Brother Zilong, thank you. Zhao Yun replied. Don't mention it. Add me as a friend after the game. I'll be your protector. So it was him. Even though she wasn't keen on adding him as a friend, Xiao Lian immediately typed back. Brother Zilong is so dashing. After recharging, she went back into the map to locate Zhao Yun. However, glancing through the terrain, she discovered that Zhao Yun had died. Died? Zhao Yun was a considerably skilled player. How had he died? Xiao Lian immediately looked around and saw that Zichuan was nearby. So it was him. Following this episode, the rest of the game was explosive to say the least. After Zhao Yun resurrected and as he got ready to fight once more, he was captured again by the watching Zichuan. Stun spell and slayed. Zhao Yun was dead. Again. Since the first time had caught him by surprise, Zhao Yun had been particularly cautious the second time. One Zhao Yun is a historical character in Romance of the Three Kingdoms. His nickname was Zhao Zilong. After being captured by Zhou Yu, he was left with the last bit of HP to run for his life. But Zhou Yu was relentless and chased him. Eventually, Zhao Yun was killed at his own doorstep. Greatly angered, Zhao Yun posted something to ask. Zhou Yu, what have you got against me that you're so bent on killing me? Xiao Lian too was completely stumped by the air of hostility between the two of them. After a brief pause, Zichuan, who had always been silent during the gaming sessions, unhurriedly typed out, You're trying to steal my wife. Xiao Lian did not say a word. Zhao Yun was left speechless. No one ventured another comment. Everyone was astonished. After a while, the initially heart-stopping game had become really awkward. After Zichuan's explanation, Zhao Yun was killed over 10 times and every time it was Zhou Yu who killed him. Indeed, after the game ended, Zhao Yun added her as a friend and the friendship request said, "Are you and Zhou Yu dating?" Xiao Lian did not say a word. At that time, she and Zichuan had never talked about a relationship. It was only that her gaming champion was always following his around, and she was often teased by her team members. However, whenever she thought of his remark about being his wife, her face would inevitably turn bright red. It was a sweet feeling and it reverberated through her heart, making her blush uncontrollably and giggle sometimes. But after this, she discovered that she had gotten in trouble, because Zichuan no longer played games with her. Every time she tried to ask him for a game, he would claim to be busy. Until one day she suddenly realized that the reason he was being so awkward with her could be because he was jealous? When that thought came to her, her heart went crazy and excited. But Zichuan was angry, so what could she do? Coincidentally, at that time there was a network station event, and they had launched a limited edition model of Zhou Yu's broadsword. She immediately ordered it and during the game, gifted it to Zichuan. And that broadsword was most likely the one she was holding in her hand now. Xiao Lian looked at the broadsword model in her hand. Her lips slightly turned upwards at these memories of the distant past. Although it had been 8 years, she realized that thinking of those times still made her heart beat. Even the ripples that swept through her heart by his remark about being his wife had never quite gone away. The polished model broadsword sat nicely in her tiny palm and as she looked at it, more memories came back to her. That was his first gift to him, and he had given her something in return too. Very shortly after she gave him the broadsword, it was Valentine's Day. When she logged into the game that day, she received a private message from Shen Liangchuan. "A new skin as a gift for you." Xiao Lian went to her mailbox and saw that Shen Liangchuan had given her a Valentine's Day edition skin. It was a red wedding dress. She immediately put it on Xiao Qiao in the game. It was simply stunning. She knew that Shen Liangchuan was no longer angry at her, so she ventured to ask if he would continue to play. This time he agreed. And when she entered the game, she had a surprise. Shen Liangchuan was wearing a red wedding robe. When they both appeared like this, the other players in the game all cried out in surprise. "Damn, that lover skin set is really expensive. Look at the two local rich kids. They must be a couple. This is making me feel bad for being single. I'm envious to death." How had she felt then? Surprise, shyness, and some sort of anticipation. Her heart had been almost bursting. Then she had known she was completely conquered by this guy. But even then, she hadn't thought that she would fall so hopelessly deeply in love. It had been 8 years. Xiao Lian looked at the object in her hand. What else was there to understand? She smiled, but her eyes were wet with tears. Zichuan. Shen Liangchuan was her Zichuan. A skin is used to change the appearance of a game character. Xiao Lian sat in the room on the 3rd floor for 2 hours. There were very few things in the room, but it was full of memories. After the happiness, the questions remained. If Shen Liangchuan was Zichuan, why hadn't he told her? And Song Yuanqi had kept saying that his first love was her sister. What was this about? Apart from this, who was the person buried in the cemetery then? Why did those team members think that it was Zichuan? As she thought about these things, she lowered her head. As the feelings of joy and happiness from this discovery ebbed, she still drew a blank. Her thoughts were interrupted by the sound of her cell phone ringing. She looked at the number and recognized it. Lot's Beijing official number. She quickly picked it up. The voice on the other end said, "Hi, this is Lot Conquest. May I know if you're CQ team's coach, Xiao?" Xiao Lian nodded. "Yes." The voice continued. "We are doing a promotion of all the teams that made it to the semifinals. It's for the advertisement of the grand final coming up. Will you be able to bring your team members in for a photo shoot? We've made arrangements with our top makeup artist and photographer." Esports were going in the direction of making celebrities out of star gamers. Hence, it was usual to get photoshoot requests and such. Xiao Lian contemplated it for a moment and agreed. Although they weren't completing to gain fame, There was a certain obligation to meet such official requests. Shin Liangchuan was not home yet. After some thought, she decided to call him. However, after attempting it, she realized that he had turned off his cell phone. Qiao Lian then called Song Chung. When he picked up the call, she noticed he was talking very softly. "Miss Qiao, what's up?" Qiao Lian bit her lip and asked, "Is Shin Liangchuan with you?" Song Chung replied, "He is here next to me, but something came up at the filming location and he's now talking to the director. He can't come to the phone right now." Qiao Lian heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing these words. After the match had ended, he had left in a great hurry. She was worried that it had something to do with his identity as Zichuan being discovered. Just like how they had been supposed to meet 8 years ago and he never showed up. Now knowing that he wasn't trying to avoid her, she was relieved. "Okay, I'll talk to him later tonight then." After she hung up, she made another call to the team's villa to speak with zombie leader. Su Pinghao had always been quite arrogant. He had never liked doing things like publicity events. Before today, their club had kept such a low profile that no one knew they existed. To the extent that during the match, there was only a small handful of fans supporting them. When she got through the line, Qiao Lian started to explain. "Zombie leader, the situation is this. The organizer would like us to go for a photo shoot. Could you check your schedule and see if you have time? Actually, since we are playing these games." She was trying to convince him when he interrupted her midway and said decisively, "Sure, when?" Qiao Lian was caught off guard by the unexpected response. She looked at her cell phone. Was this the same zombie leader who would disagree and argue with her about every little matter? Was the guy feeling unwell? She coughed once. "It's in an hour. Could you guys get ready to be on your way? I'll go there directly." "Sure, see you in a bit." After he hung up, Qiao Lian was in a slight daze. It had gone so smoothly that it was unbelievable. She slapped herself lightly on the face to wake herself up, trying hard not to think too much about Zichuan. Then she left the house, hailed a cab and headed to the organizer's venue. Just as she arrived, she saw a car parked outside by the front entrance. Purple Fairy emerged from the car. The moment she saw Qiao Lian, she halted. The two women stood about 10 meters apart, and across this distance, they exchanged a glance. Purple Fairy, guilty, inevitably averted her eyes. On the other hand, she was indignant. She had never said she was Xiao Qiao. That was only what everyone had assumed. She had merely kept quiet. Hence, she had no reason to feel guilty. At this thought, she looked up and continued to glare fiercely at Qiao Lian. Alas! To her dismay, Qiao Lian had already looked away and had her attention on CQ team. That was coming from the other direction. It looked like Qiao Lian had totally disregarded the other woman. Purple Fairy was furious and had to take a few deep breaths before she could calm down. It was true, Qiao Lian had no regard for Purple Fairy. Instead, her gaze fell on the injured hands of the godfather and the deputy godfather. Because it was a burn injury, it was covered with a light gauze. She was full of concern. "How is it?" The godfather and the deputy godfather exchanged a look and with disappointment written all over their faces said, "The injuries are not all that serious, but we just need to rest for a week or two." Qiao Lian nodded, feeling a little gloomy about the situation too. It was such an important match, so being down by 2 people was a sad situation. She pursed her lips and then heard a voice say, "How are your injuries doing? Are you able to play in tomorrow's match?" Qiao Lian turned around and saw that Purple Fairy had walked over to them, pretending to be worried. The godfather and the deputy godfather were infuriated by the sight of her. The godfather was a hot-tempered person, so he immediately said, "We don't need your fake kindness here." Purple Fairy quickly put on a hurt expression. "Don't be like that. I didn't do it on purpose." At this point, a small group of organizing staff came out and seeing what was happening then, they thought that CQ team members were bullying Purple Fairy. Hence, they said immediately, "What are you doing? You're a man and you shouldn't be talking to a sweet, delicate lady like that." The godfather was livid. Before he could say anything, Purple Fairy hung her head and interrupted. "This was all my fault, please don't blame them." His hand is injured, so it's understandable that he's in a bad mood. Her words only served to confirm what the organizing staff had thought. See, there was even a good reason for his behavior. The godfather was injured and therefore in a bad mood, and that was why he had taken it out on her. One of the workers' expression darkened. In a gaming competition, friendship comes first, competition is secondary. As a man, surely you can't be seeking revenge for every single grievance. That would be so petty. The godfather was speechless with anger. Seeing the situation unfold, Su Penghao took a step forward and began. Before he could go on, Qiao Lian stopped him. She gave the organizing staff a huge smile. It's just a small matter. Let's not take it out of proportion. Okay. Hurry up and get your pictures taken. As Su Penghao and the team members heard this, they looked at Qiao Lian strangely, wondering why she was being so afraid. However, now all the team members were obedient with her, so they didn't say another word. Smiling, the organizer took the team members through to the photo shoot. After the photo shoot, the team left the building. Su Penghao looked around for Qiao Lian and saw that she was walking towards them, carrying 6 packages of milk tea. She ran clumsily straight at Purple Fairy. And then, without much effort, she aimed the hot milk tea at Purple Fairy and released the packages so that their contents splashed right on her. Ah! Purple Fairy shrieked sharply as the hot milk tea drenched her. The 6 packages of freshly brewed milk tea rained on her, drenching her trousers. The heat from the drinks made her cry out sharply in pain. She took a step back, trying to shake off the hot tea. However, because it was winter, even if she wasn't wearing much, the clothes were still rather thick and heavy, making the spilled liquid even hotter than normal. Purple Fairy turned white and beads of perspiration formed on her forehead. It was good that Qiao Lian had not bought ridiculously scalding milk tea. Otherwise Purple Fairy's thighs would have needed a skin graft. But even then, this milk tea had probably taken off a layer of her skin. Qiao Lian squinted as she looked at Purple Fairy. After a while, she put on a panic-stricken expression as she walked up to her. Oh dear! You were scalded.
I'm sorry.
Then she hurriedly bent over, pretending to take a look at Purple Fairy's thighs. At his point, the pain had made Purple Fairy so exasperated that she extended her arm and harshly shoved Qiao Lian. Of course, Qiao Lian was able to withstand the force. But noticing that the organizer was walking towards them, Qiao Lian, in the blink of an eye, dropped her butt right onto the ground. Ouch! She cried out in fake agony. The organizer came up to them and asked, "What's going on?" Purple Fairy was obviously livid and pointed a finger at Qiao Lian. But before she could say a word, Qiao Lian interrupted her and said, "Coach Purple Fairy, I'm really sorry. I was carrying 6 cups of milk tea and wasn't paying attention while walking. I wasn't in time to get out of your way." With that, she made it seem like Purple Fairy had been running around and had gotten into Qiao Lian's path. When it came to appearance, of course, Qiao Lian looked way better than Purple Fairy. In addition, Purple Fairy had thick makeup on, while Qiao Lian was fresh-faced and pretty. In comparison, Purple Fairy looked rougher than her. Seeing that Qiao Lian was apologizing so meekly, the organizer couldn't help feeling sorry for her and said to Purple Fairy, "Alright, she didn't do it on purpose. Just be more careful when you're walking around." Purple Fairy was mad with rage. She did it on purpose. She ran towards me without looking. Also, this milk tea is burning hot. Qiao Lian sighed. The nearest cafe is a kilometer away. I bought the tea and carried it over. They should have cooled by now. How about you take off your trousers? Let's have a look at your injury. We are in the public, Purple Fairy retorted. How am I supposed to take off my trousers? The organizer frowned. That's true. One usually drinks tea freshly brewed, so the temperature is supposed to be just right for that. Even if it was a little hot, it wouldn't burn you to that extent. Having said this, he turned to Qiao Lian and muttered, "Girls nowadays, they are getting more and more delicate and squeamish." Purple Fairy turned purple. The organizer cleared his throat. "Okay, all's fine now, off you go." Purple Fairy was going to say more, but not wishing to make a bad impression on the organizer, She could only grit her teeth and hold back her words. She glared at Xiao Lian, eyes bulging with anger. Then raising her finger and pointing at Xiao Lian, she said after a pause, "Great. This is great. I'll remember this." She strode off with her trembling legs, hurrying to the hospital to get some ointment for burns applied. Xiao Lian watched her as she got into her car and drove away. Then she dusted off her hands. This was something she had wanted to do before the match this morning. But she knew that if they got involved in any scuffles in the midst of the competition, they would have been disqualified. After the competition, she had hurried to look for Shen Liangchuan and had forgotten all about Purple Fairy. And now it was just a convenient time for payback. Since Purple Fairy had injured 6 hands, then Xiao Lian had returned the deed with 6 cups of milk tea. After all of this, she turned around and saw that CQ team members were all standing nearby, looking at her in great astonishment. CQ team members were all hot-blooded youths. When they witnessed unjust situations, their natural reaction was to fight back. To be honest, when Xiao Lian had stopped them earlier on and expected them to tolerate, Su Pinghao, the godfather and the rest hadn't taken it very well. But knowing that they should keep things in perspective, they complied. Because of this matter, they looked a little cheerless, and even during the photo shoot, their smiles were lacking real joy. But what had they just witnessed? They were clearly walking out of the building from the left, and that was the same side Xiao Lian had first come from. But she had gone straight to Purple Fairy, who was walking from the opposite direction. Could her intention have been any more obvious? They observed her again. Even if she was still as eager to please as ever, she indeed did know how to get back at someone. Purple Fairy herself was left quite speechless. The way Xiao Lian had executed her payback strategy far surpassed the team's method of direct attack by 100 times, in terms of satisfaction gained. Besides, they could tell by the way Purple Fairy was limping that she had been scalded considerably badly. The godfather, the deputy godfather, and even Su Pinghao looked down at their hands. It was as though all at once their injuries were no longer that painful. When they raised their heads to look at Xiao Lian again, it was as though they were seeing her with new eyes. They had always felt that Xiao Lian was just a decorative vase. When they had fought in competitions, they would never play according to the strategy she had proposed. But at today's competition, her fine solo performance had been a real eye-opener. And now they had also seen her personal way of handling matters. Before anyone even realized it, she had conquered the hearts of all her team members. As the team members were staring blankly and trying to get over what had just happened, Xiao Lian waved before their faces. "Hey, what's going on?" Had she frightened them with what she had done to Purple Fairy? She grimaced. Actually, I didn't do it on purpose." The team members were close to rolling their eyes. "Don't be frightened. I'm really quite kind. I wouldn't injure someone else on purpose. It was all an accident." The team members were close to rolling their eyes again. Seeing that she said, the more they didn't believe her words, she sighed. "Okay, fine. Let's go back to the villa." At this point, Su Pinghao stepped forward. "Coach Xiao." Xiao Lian halted and turned around. "Did you just call me?" It was too strange. Su Pinghao had always used her name. Since when had he become this respectful? He took a step towards her and said, "Well, isn't the grand final in a week? I wanted to ask you what our training program should be like during this period." It was possible that in a week, the godfather and the deputy godfather would have recovered from their injuries and could play. Xiao Lian frowned. Then, she took them through the details of the drills and arrangements of other related matters before they walked off together. She had barely taken 2 steps when Smiling Tiger suddenly appeared before her. He looked quite different from before. His expression was gloomy. He even looked a little depressed. He looked at Xiao Lian, hung his head and walked up to her slowly. "Forget Chuan." Xiao Lian looked back at him. With his eyes still to the ground, he said, "May I come back CQ team?" Xiao Lian raised an eyebrow. "Why?" Smiling Tiger explained. "I left CQ team because Purple Fairy claimed she was Xiao Qiao. I was fooled and believed it. Now I've realized she's not. Besides, ever since he had played that match with Unforgettable Love, He had realized that Purple Fairy was not Xiao Qiao. Thus, knowing that her cover had been blown, Purple Fairy had started to suppress him. He was no longer allowed to play in competitions and was merely a reserve player. Smiling Tiger looked at Xiao Lian with a hopeful expression. Xiao Lian suddenly burst out laughing when she saw how sorry he looked. She recalled how terrible she had felt when he was poached. And at that time, his decisiveness had cut her like a knife. Now it seemed they had reversed their roles. Xiao Lian looked at him and asked, "Who's going to pay for the breach of contract fee if you left now?" Upon hearing this, Smiling Tiger immediately answered, "The penalty is actually only 100,000. It wouldn't be too much for CQ to pay." Xiao Lian raised an eyebrow. 100,000? But why would CQ pay the penalty for a person who once betrayed our team? Smiling Tiger was stumped by her question. Xiao Lian continued, "Now that you've realized Purple Fairy is not Xiao Qiao, you wish to return. So in the future, if some other team's coach happens to be your idol, will you run away and join them too?" Smiling Tiger froze. Xiao Lian pointed at the team behind her and said, "You see these people here? At that time, Purple Fairy not only poached you, she tried to poach them too. But no one left except you." She looked at him intently. What CQ wants is a united team, and not someone who is easily persuaded to leave. Seeing that Xiao Lian was firm and decisive, Smiling Tiger turned to glance at the Godfather and the Deputy Godfather, and their injured hands. After a pause, he said, "But aren't you afraid of losing the match next week, if their hands have not recovered by then?" Xiao Lian pursed her lips and shook her head after a short pause. "We would rather lose than have a team member who doesn't qualify. Even if we lose, we always have the opportunity to start again from scratch." On this note, she turned and started to walk away. At this point, she heard Smiling Tiger shouting, "Ancestor Whitebones, aren't you going to help me?" Xiao Lian paused and looked at Ancestor Whitebones. Ancestor Whitebones used to look quite haggard. However, during the time with the team, Xiao Lian had put a stop to bad practices like staying until late at night. Hence, she had also somewhat plumped. Ancestor Whitebones turned to Smiling Tiger at this question and replied, "The moment you left the fighting team, I decided I'd no longer speak up for you." Smiling Tiger bit his lip, obviously upset. "Whitebones, don't you want us to be together every day?" Ancestor Whitebones shook her head and said resolutely, "We already broke up." The implication of that remark surprised Xiao Lian greatly. She looked at Ancestor Whitebones questioningly. You two were together?" Ancestor Whitebones glanced at Xiao Lian and nodded in confirmation. Xiao Lian was stunned by this discovery. "But not anymore. We broke up." Xiao Lian nodded to show she understood. The six of them got in line and into the car. The car then drove away, leaving Smiling Tiger behind by himself. He clenched his fists tightly. After a pause, he took in a deep breath and said, "One day you will come begging me to join your competitive team." As though suddenly recalling something, he picked up his cell phone and dialed a number. Xiao Lian took the team members to the villa, before asking the driver to drive her back to the villa. She looked at the time and guessed that Shen Liangchuan should be home by now. However, upon arrival, she realized he was not back yet. And even Xia Yehua was not home. Raising an eyebrow in slight surprise, she asked Auntie Li, "Where are Sir and Senior Madam?" Auntie Li answered, "Sir said he has a meeting and won't be back tonight. Senior Madam has gone to see Miss Song." Xiao Lian was slightly surprised and asked after a pause, "Which rehab home is Song Yuanqi in?" Auntie Li provided the information. "She's in the Ida Fei rehab home in the suburbs." Xiao Lian nodded to show she understood. Then she headed upstairs. At the same time, in a hospital elsewhere, Purple Fairy was looking in dismay at her thighs, that had been scalded and turned bright red. She was full of anger. The scorching pain would at the most be temporarily relieved by the application of some ointment, but that wouldn't get rid of the sting completely. Ouch! Apart from the pain, she could feel nothing else in her legs. The burns on her thighs also meant that whenever she had clothes on, they would make contact with her skin and it would be inevitably agonizing and torturous. Forget Chuan. The infuriated purple fairy was determined to make her pay for this. Her thoughts were interrupted by the sudden ringing of her cell phone. She picked it up and saw it was Sun Linen. She immediately answered in her sweetest voice. "How are you, Mr. Sun?" Sun Linen's voice came through the line. "How was the match today?" "We didn't have a problem. We made it to the grand final." Sun Linen nodded on the other end of the line and added, "Okay, great. I will be there at the grand final. Your team must win this competition no matter what. Do you understand?" Purple Fairy gave him her word. "Don't you worry. We won't have a problem." Alone in the bedroom, Xiao Lian felt that unbidden sense of loneliness engulf her once again. She pursed her lips. After hesitating for a moment, she dialed Shen Liangchuan's number. 2 rings. Someone picked up the line. Shen Liangchuan's resonant voice was heard saying, "Hello." Xiao Lian pursed her lips and said after a short pause, "It's me. I know." His deep voice was very different from before, from the croaking voice he had as an adolescent going through puberty. It was like a person who had undergone rebirth to become resplendent and radiant. 8 years ago, Xiao Lian would laugh at him every time she heard his voice coming through the cell phone. Boys going through puberty never liked to talk very much because of how they sounded just before their voices broke. Little had this boy known that whenever Xiao Lian heard his voice, she had felt a certain sense of comfort and security. At that time, she had often wondered how Shen Liangchuan would sound after his voice broke, and whether it would take away that sense of familiarity she had with him. And later on, she did hear his manly voice. Mellow, rich, and so fascinating. It was an attractive voice that she had fallen in love with. So this was how Zichuan was after he had grown up. Before she knew it, her eyes began to sting as tears formed. Her vision blurred a little. Xiao Lian immediately drew a tissue from the box to dry her eyes. She was becoming quite awkward. Obviously, she had questions for him, but why was it that the moment she heard his voice, her heart stung? She bit her lip and said after a short pause, "When are you coming home?" "I can't be sure yet." His words came with some hesitation. Xiao Lian tightened her grip on the phone. A pause. "I wanted to ask you something." Silence. The silence was deafening. She was sure she would be able to hear a needle drop. The silence at the other end of the line caused her heart to pound in her ears. After what seemed like an eternity, but also as fast a thought, in the blink of an eye, the man spoke. "Ask." Xiao Lian froze. What was she going to ask? "Are you Zichuan?" The memorabilia on the 3rd floor and the moves at the competition this morning were proof of his identity. Did this question still make sense? But since they had come to this point, Xiao Lian clenched her fists tightly. She said after taking a deep breath, "I am Xiao Qiao." Xiao Lian had no idea why she had said that, but now that she had said it, she could only wait for a response. Silence. The line had gone silent again. Xiao Lian stared straight ahead, as though she was looking into the night. But she wasn't looking at anything. Her mind was a tangled mess. Did Shen Liangchuan know it was her? She recalled something. When she had been at the end of the rope, he had come out of nowhere and, like a savior, had suggested a contractual marriage. She recalled again. When they had just gotten married, he had been cold towards her, and there was always a sense of unexplainable animosity. She had eventually thought that he treated her that way because of his first love. But now she found out that wasn't the case. And if that wasn't the case, then what exactly was the case? Could it be that he did not know she was Xiao Qiao? This thought hung in midair, all tangled and complicated. Xiao Lian felt like her brain was overloaded and about to explode. She continued to stare straight ahead. She might as well not think about anything, she would just wait for his answer. Second by second, time slipped away. The room was absolutely silent. Then he finally spoke. "I know." Like it was nothing. It wrung her heart. How could he be so unperturbed? She thought about the moment she had realized he was Zichuan. Those raging emotions, and yet listening to him now. Xiao Lian was even confident that Shen Liangchuan had known she was Xiao Qiao for a long time. But if he had known all along she was Xiao Qiao, why had he treated her like this? Xiao Lian had too many questions that needed clarification. However, the moment she opened her mouth, she realized she no longer knew what to ask. She sat there stunned. The both of them fell silent, as though they didn't quite know what to say next. After what seemed like a long time, Xiao Lian snapped out of the hypnotic silence. The one thing she really wanted to know was, why did he not turn up 8 years ago when they were supposed to have met? Gathering her courage, she was just about to ask the question when she heard Song Cheng's voice in the background, saying, "Brother Shan, the director is waiting for you." Xiao Lian paused and held back the words that she was about to speak. Instead, she said with understanding, "You go take care of it, we'll speak again when you have time." Shen Liangchuan replied, "Okay, you take good care of yourself." Okowo. After the phone call, Xiao Lian lay on the bed staring at the silent night sky. So Shen Liangchuan was really busy, not avoiding her. But little did she know. In an office building in Beijing City, Shen Liangchuan stood by the full-length window, quietly looking out into the distance. The cell phone was still in his hand, frozen in the same position as when he hung up. Song Cheng was standing behind him. Everyone else had gone home after work. Only the two of them were in the office. Song Cheng cleared his throat. "Brother Shen, should we really be lying to Miss Chow?" The icy stare from Shen Liangchuan that followed was enough to shut him up for good. Shen Liangchuan continued to look into the distance. Underneath his usual calmness, he was at a loss. Although he had tried his best to cover up his moves during the game, it seemed like Xiao Lian had managed to spot something suspicious. And hence the call. She said she had a question. He didn't have to think very hard to figure out what she was going to ask. But to revisit what had happened 8 years ago would only hurt the both of them. He would rather bear the burden alone than let her know the truth. Xiao Lian had no idea when she fell asleep. When she awoke, the skies were lit by the morning sun. She looked at the time. 7 a.m. By the time she got out of bed, washed up and got everything ready, Xia Yihua was already in the dining room having breakfast. Xiao Lian walked over to her. Xia Yihua reached for her hand. "You guys must have been awfully busy. I haven't seen neither of you all day." Smiling reassuringly, Xiao Lian said, "I have nothing planned for today, I'll keep you company." Xia Yihua nodded. Xiao Lian thought for a bit and finally decided to ask, "Mom, are you visiting Yuanqi again today?" The mention of Song Yuanqi caused Xia Yihua to feel a complex mix of emotions. She had watched the girl grow up and treated the girl like her own daughter. On the one hand, she had done a great deal of damage and harm to the family. On the other hand, she had now lost her sanity. Xia Yihua both resented and missed the girl. She was quiet for a moment before answering Xiao Lian's question. "No, I won't go today. The rehab home allows 2 visits a week and they are strict about it. I'll just go once a week and that will be good enough." Once a week. Before this, when Song Yuanqi was hospitalized, Xia Yihua had visited her every day. It looked like Xia Yihua was ultimately upset and angry at the girl. But who could blame her for feeling that way? In the end, Song Yuanqi had used her car to return to the villa, and had even injured Shen Liangchuan. It must have made her heart ache. It wasn't hard to understand Xia Yihua's position. Xiao Lian had leisure time that morning after breakfast. Seeing that both Xia Yihua and Auntie Li were busy gardening, she sneaked out. She hailed a cab and asked to be taken to the rehab home. Now, after discovering that Zichuan was Liangchuan, and that the room on the 3rd floor had nothing to do with this supposed first love sister, mentioned by Song Yuanqi, the mystery deepened as to why Song Yuanqi hated her so much. Xiao Lian felt that there must be a reason why Song Yuanqi had such deep hatred towards her. And the reason, she was sure, had something to do with Shen Liangchuan. She took a deep breath. This matter was endless and complex. As she was struggling with her thoughts, the cell phone rang. She looked down at the screen. It was Sun Linen. She picked up the line. Sun Linen's voice came through from the other end. "Xiao Lian, are you free in 2 weeks?" Xiao Lian frowned. "What's up?" Did you know that Lot is hosting a competition in Beijing? Let's go watch the competition. I have tickets." Xiao Lian rolled her eyes. Would she need to watch the competition? She was one of the competitors. Xiao Lian grimaced and said, "No, it's okay." Sun Linen was surprised. "Didn't you used to like esports? Why don't you want to go?" Xiao Lian tried to put an end to the conversation and said, "I have tickets." "Oh, you frightened me. I thought you were no longer interested in it." Sun Linen seemed to be getting more excited as he spoke. He could finally unveil the big surprise he had been planning for so long for Xiao Lian. When Xiao Lian finally found out that the champion team, King Team, was his team, she would change her perspective of him completely. And he would gift the team to her right there and then as his surprise present for her. Xiao Lian had always wanted to establish a team and now, he was making her dreams come true. Thinking of this made Sun Linen all the more excited. In a week. You have to be there." Xiao Lian answered. "For sure, I'll be there." Xiao Lian felt after hanging up the phone that Sun Linen's excitement was a little odd. It was a gut feeling, she couldn't really put a finger on it. She and Sun Si had used to hang out together before she got hooked on gaming. When that happened, Sun Si would go on endlessly about gaming not being a productive activity. And now he was showing interest? Xiao Lian shook her head and pushed Sun Linen to the back of her mind. Soon they arrived at the rehab home. As she got out of the cab, Xiao Lian surveyed the lavish buildings and generous surroundings. Obviously, it was a private rehab home, since only the wealthy could afford the fees that such a facility would charge. She walked up to the entrance and at this point the guard stopped her. Xiao Lian said to him, "I'm here to visit my sister-in-law. Please, could you help me sign in?" The guard executed his duty strictly. "No, I can't. We only allow visitors on Tuesdays and Fridays. The rest of the time the rehab home does not allow visitors." Xiao Lian was unconvinced. "But I really do have serious matters at hand and I have to see the patient. Can you not make an exception?" The guard shook his head and apologized. "Sorry, miss, these are our regulations. Because the patients here are special, if we let strangers in on a normal day, it may cause panic. I hope you understand. After all, you have a relative in here. I'm sure you'd like your own family member to receive the best treatment, wouldn't you?" Xiao Lian nodded in agreement. The reasoning was acceptable, and the rehab home was strict in implementing its regulations. It looked like the rehab home had been dutiful when it came to ensuring their safety. There was no fear of the patients escaping. But if she was unable to gain entry, then how would she be able to see Song Yuanqi and find out the truth behind this supposed first love? As she was contemplating her dilemma, she saw a young lady walking out of the rehab home. She looked very pretty and very delicate. Her expression was kind and gentle. The saying tender and soft as silk would exactly describe her. She wore a smile on her face and anyone who saw her would be inclined to think that she was a good-natured girl. But why did she look so familiar? As Xiao Lian tried to jog her own memory, the girl looked as though she had seen a stranger and cast Xiao Lian a glance. Immediately, her eyes lit up and she came running up to Xiao Lian. "It's you. Why are you here?" Xiao Lian froze. This girl knew her? Perhaps she saw Xiao Lian's puzzled expression, so the girl quickly said, "At Glitter Club. Have you forgotten?" Glitter Club. Suddenly it came back to Xiao Lian. Wasn't this girl the one who had been beaten and then rescued by Shen Zihao? Clearly, this female worker was feeling very grateful to her. She shook Xiao Lian's hand and introduced herself. "My name's Xianuanyuan. About the other day. I really have to thank you guys. If it weren't for you." Her eyes turned red and misty at this point. Xiao Lian was immediately sympathetic and comforted her. "It's okay, it was nothing, don't think too much of it." Although Xianuanyuan looked delicate, she had great inner strength. While she was being beaten the other day, she did not say one word. It told Xiao Lian a lot about her character. Hence Xiao Lian quite liked her. Besides seeing her again now, Xiao Lian felt a sense of familiarity. Xianuanyuan asked, May I know, who was the gentleman who saved me the other day?" At this point she started to blush deeply. Xiao Lian was puzzled. "You don't know him? Didn't he carry you away from that place?" Xianuanyuan bit her lip and hung her head. "I was scared to death at that time. He sent me to the hospital and left after they treated my injuries. His shirt is still with me. I was wondering if could have the chance to return it to him and thank him personally. Xiao Lian smiled. His name is Shan Zihao, and I'm quite sure you'll have the chance to see each other again. Xia Nuanyuan nodded. Looking at the building, she asked Xiao Lian, "What are you here for?" Xiao Lian answered, "I'm here to see a friend, but the guard wouldn't let me in." Xia Nuanyuan nodded, apparently familiar with the rules. "That's right. The rehab home has strict regulations. I now work here as a caregiver." She paused for a moment and then said, "I can get you in." Xiao Lian widened her eyes. "What?" Once she was in the elegant compounds of the rehab home, Xiao Lian realized that they had accessed the facility through the back door, in all sense of the word. Xia Nuanyuan even gave her a brief background explanation of Song Yuanxi's condition. Actually, Miss Song's condition is unstable. Sometimes she's okay, sometimes she's not. She must have been triggered by something. For cases such as hers, there's actually no need to send them to a rehab home. After all, the patient still has the desire to be with their family and loved ones. Having said this, she turned to glance at Xiao Lian. Xiao Lian pursed her lips and did not comment. Xia Yehua had been constantly worried about Song Yuanxi. Although it was understandable why they had had to leave Song Yuanxi in a facility like this, she still felt terrible doing it. Song Yuanxi had done Xiao Lian so much damage, and had even injured Shen Liangchuan. And Xiao Lian also did not have a good relationship with Song Yuanxi to speak of. But now, hearing what Xia Nuanyuan had just said, Xiao Lian understood better. No matter how good the rehab home sounded, or how luxurious its facilities were, it made little difference. Perhaps the only thing better about this place when compared to a prison was its environment. Without the freedom to come and go as one wished, and being watched over all the time, these were in fact the greatest punishments for Song Yuanxi. As Xiao Lian had not spoken a word, Xia Nuanyuan immediately understood that it must be a personal matter she did not wish to reveal. Being a kind and sensitive girl, she did not broach the topic again. Instead, she said, "Miss Song usually stays in her room alone and hardly speaks. She stares into space a lot. Sometimes she cries. We ask her to join the activities but she refuses." Xia Nuanyuan showed Xiao Lian the way to the residential block. "Miss Song lives here." She pointed to one of the units. The buildings of the home were all very bright and airy. Every unit had a room, a living area and a bathroom. It was a truly comfortable place to live in, even better than most five-star hotels. Xia Nuanyuan pushed open the door to Song Yuanxi's unit for Xiao Lian to enter. The sound of the door opening did not seem to catch Song Yuanxi's attention at all, as though the sounds of the mortal world no longer moved her in any way. She sat on the sofa in the living area, staring intently at a corner of the room. Following her gaze, Xiao Lian found that she was staring at a blank wall. She stood at a cautious distance from Song Yuanxi and asked, "What are you looking at?" Song Yuanxi was staring at the blank wall with widened eyes, in her patient's gown. When she heard Xiao Lian's question, she turned around and threw her an empty glance before saying, "I'm looking at the memories of brother Liangchuan and I." Xiao Lian was surprised. There was a clarity in Song Yuanxi's expression that made her look normal. In fact, she did not look sick at all. Xiao Lian frowned. Song Yuanxi stood up and turned to her. "Why are you here? What do you want?" There was really nothing abnormal about her. Xiao Lian frowned and asked, "I've come to ask you a few questions." "Go on then." "Song Yuanxi, why are you so against me?" On this note, a sudden change came over the girl. It was as though she had become another person. "Because I hate you," she spat. "You caused the death of..." Song Yuanxi suddenly lowered her voice so that those last words were inaudible. Xiao Lian's pupils shrank at once. She leaned forward and grabbed Song Yuanxi's wrist. "What did you say? Say it so that I can hear." "You hate me because I caused the death of..." Just as she suspected, it had always puzzled her. If Song Yuanxi's sister was really Shen Liangchuan's first love, then it was understandable that she didn't want the two of them to be together. However, Song Yuanxi's intense hatred towards her was so personal that it was odd. Switching the birth control drug so that she would suffer permanent infertility was not something done out of a mere dislike for another person. And now, hearing that she was the direct cause of something, she finally understood. So it was personal vengeance. She clenched her fists tightly. Suddenly, she recalled that Shan Liangchuan had once mentioned Song Yuanqi was an old friend's sister. Old friend. This old friend would have had to be someone very important to Shan Liangchuan. Could it be that it was also for the same reason that Shan Liangchuan had hated her? And could it also be why he did not turn up to that meeting 8 years ago? 8 years later they met again. And even though he knew she was Xiao Qiao, he did not acknowledge it. To the extent that at the time they had just gotten married, he had treated her with disdain. When she put all these together, everything began to make sense and it felt like a fog was clearing in her mind. But whose death exactly had she caused? 8 years ago she had been but an 18-year-old girl. She had done nothing as far as she was aware. How could it be possible she had caused someone's death? She needed to know. But Song Yuanqi seemed to be spent. She jumped when Xiao Lian grabbed her wrist, as though she was frightened by something, and shrieked, "Ah! Let me go, let me go! Ah, there's so much blood! Brother Liangchuan, I didn't do it on purpose. Ah! Brother Liangchuan, do you hate me so much? Blood! Go away! Don't come near me!" After these words she suddenly shoved Xiao Lian out of the way and dashed to the bathroom. Turning on the tap at full blast, she washed her hands vigorously. "Blood, I have to wash it clean, wash it clean. This is not Brother Liangchuan's blood." Song Yuanqi continued absent-mindedly and vigorously washing her hands, while Xiao Lian stood in the living room watching her. She was shaken. The Song Yuanqi she was looking at was not the detestable Song Yuanqi that she once knew. Her pathetic state now was lamentable. Xia Nuanyuan heard the shrieking and had dashed into the unit. Then she saw what was happening. She quickly rushed into the bathroom asking, "Miss Song, what's the matter?" "Blood. So much blood." Song Yuanqi was now getting a bit rough with the washing. And at this point, Xiao Lian noticed that the skin on her hands was raw, perhaps from frequent washing. Xia Nuanyuan immediately extended her hands and said gently, "Don't worry here, let me help you wash." Upon hearing this, Song Yuanqi looked at her in the eyes and began to calm down. Finally, after calming down Song Yuanqi, Xia Nuanyuan accompanied Xiao Lian to the door. She sighed. "Miss Song has been like this. She may look normal most of the time, but she washes her hands many times a day. And her hands have become infected with the excessive washing. It must be because she had never intended to hurt Shan Liangchuan that she was now so affected by this matter." Xiao Lian sighed. Her cell phone suddenly started ringing. It was from the villa, and Su Penghao sounded very anxious. "Coach Qiao, can you come over immediately?" Xiao Lian's pupils shrank immediately when she heard this. Something had gone wrong at the villa again? She looked at Xia Nuanyuan anxiously and said, "We have to talk another day. Something urgent has come up and I have to leave now." Xia Nuanyuan nodded and drew out a piece of memo paper. She wrote her contact number on it and gave it to Xiao Lian. "I'm working here now, I'm no longer at the nightclub. Feel free to call me any time." However, she did not ask for Xiao Lian's number. Those who could afford to come to this rehab home weren't just rich, they were rich and respectable people. She only wanted an opportunity to return the favor. There was nothing she wanted from Xiao Lian and would never dream of troubling her. Her thoughtfulness made Xiao Lian like her all the more. She was neither servile nor overbearing. Her manners were extremely charming. Xiao Lian reached for the memo and immediately picked up her cell phone to save Xia Nuanyuan's number. Then she dialed it. Xia Nuanyuan jumped when her cell phone rang. Xiao Lian explained, "My name's Xiao Lian. Feel free to call me too if you need anything. After all, we're friends now." Xia Nuanyuan broke into a warm and cheerful smile, tender and soft as silk. Xiao Lian waved goodbye as she left the rehab home. Then she hailed a cab to head over to the villa. Along the way, all she could think of were Song Yuanqi's words. She had caused the death of... who exactly? Xiao Lian's heart slowly sank. If she had really caused the death of Song Yuanqi's family member, Then it was understandable how Song Yuanqi had treated her. No wonder that after Shen Liangchuan had found out the truth, he had covered up for her and had even told her, "If you want revenge, take it out on me." At that time she had thought that it had nothing to do with her. Of course she had to take it out on Shen Liangchuan. She was innocent. But now, suddenly, she felt a stinging pain in her heart. She was beginning to see that all this time, Shen Liangchuan might actually have been carrying a burden on her behalf. And as for being the cause of someone's death, she bit her lip and hung her head. The only time in her life she had been anywhere close to being involved in anyone's death was that incident, when her parents' building had collapsed and 17 workers had died. Those 17 workers, her parents had visited each and every one of their families. She didn't recall Song Yuanqi being related to any of those families. Now that Song Yuanqi had lost her sanity, there was no way she could find out the truth. It looked like she could only ask Shen Liangchuan now. She would wait then. She didn't believe that he wouldn't come home. For the moment, Xiao Lian stowed this whole matter away at the back of her mind. The cab neared the villa and before it had even arrived, she could hear a commotion in the background. Xiao Lian paused for a moment. As she neared the crowd, she saw that a car had pulled up and stopped at the entrance of the clubhouse. The commotion was coming from inside the villa. She quickened her footsteps and hurried over. There she saw a middle-aged woman. The woman was twisting Ancestor Whitebone's ear and dragging her out of the villa. "You little tramp. The Ling family has taken care of you for so long, and you run away without a word. You think we can't track you down? Come home with us right now." Ancestor Whitebone's expression was stern and serious, but her scrawny body could not withstand the woman's rough tugging and pushing. The godfather, the deputy godfather, Lonely Peerless and Su Penghao all wanted to help her, but the moment they went anywhere near her, the middle-aged woman would shout wildly, "What are you doing? You're harassing me. How can you men be hitting a woman?" Then, grabbing Ancestor Whitebone's hair, she yanked and dragged her to the car. Xiao Lian's expression darkened as she watched this scene unfold. Without a word she stepped forward. She grabbed the middle-aged woman and yelled, "Let her go!" Xiao Lian's angry shout was quite intimidating and, coupled with her serious expression, the woman was compelled to stop for a moment. But she immediately demanded, "Who are you? I'm her coach. Who are you? Coming here like this and trying to take someone away? Have you asked for my permission?" Turning to look at the security officer who was walking in, she berated him. "Since when did we start allowing strangers into the villa grounds? Are you guys doing your job?" Xiao Lian's sharp reprimand silenced everyone present. The security officer hung his head at once and tried to explain. "Miss Qiao, I tried to stop her, but..." The middle-aged woman didn't take long to start yelling again. "You mean I cannot come and look for my daughter? What sort of logic is that? Daughter?" Xiao Lian gave Ancestor Whitebones a questioning look. Ancestor Whitebones' real name was Ling Xiao. She was a scrawny girl and her thin features made her look somewhat mean and unkind. But if one were to look at her closely, one would see that she was actually quite pretty. This middle-aged woman, on the other hand, was plump and fair. With one look, one could tell that she was well-fed and got enough sleep. The two women looked like they came from different worlds. It was hard to believe they were mother and daughter. The woman dragged Ancestor Whitebones and then pushed her towards Xiao Lian, saying, "Go tell her who you are." Ancestor Whitebones' face tensed up, looking quite terrible now. "Still," she muttered, "she's my mother." The middle-aged woman immediately looked up smugly at Xiao Lian. "You heard that? I'm here to look for my daughter. What's wrong with that?" At that point, she grabbed Ancestor Whitebones' hair again. "Good for nothing. We've taken care of you for so long and now you think you can go your own way? Come home with me right now. I found work for you, so stop coming here to play some rubbish game." Upon hearing these words, Su Penghao immediately spoke up. "Auntie, we are not playing games. We are fighting in a competition." "Rubbish." The woman looked at Su Penghao and spat at him. It was a good thing that Su Penghao was quick at dodging, otherwise. Full W current novels on NOVLB. In.com. However, he was now looking very much displeased. The middle-aged woman stood there with arms akimbo. She raised a hand and pointed at Su Pinghao and the team. You 4 men abducted my daughter and brought her to this place. Don't think I don't know what you men are up to. At this, Ancestor Whitebone's face turned red and retorted, Mom, it's not like that. We're not what you think. The woman gave a cold snort and snapped, You shut up. You ran away from work. So you think you're so capable. Gaming. Gaming is not proper work and saps you of your will. These things are for wealthy science and hedonistic kids of the filthy rich. You're just a regular person, so what are you trying to prove? Let me tell you, you come home with me right now. And get back to work. Ancestor Whitebones bit her lip. Mom, I like it here. Like my ass. Can gaming fill your stomach and give you a shelter over your head? Can it earn you money for your brother's wedding? Your brother is getting married very soon, and we don't have enough money for the bride's dowry. So how dare you even quit your job? Ancestor Whitebones bit her lip and kept quiet. It was impossible to talk to such a mother. However, Xiao Lian heard the critical element in their conversation and immediately said, Who said that we don't get paid for gaming? The middle-aged woman paused for a moment and sneered. Who are you trying to fool? A bunch of people getting together to play games will get paid. Xiao Lian took a step forward and held Ancestor Whitebones by her arm. Then she looked at the middle-aged woman. So if she has a salary from gaming, you'll let her PLA. The middle-aged woman twitched her mouth and said, It depends on how much. Xiao Lian immediately said, 10,000 a month, and that doesn't include competition incentives. Is that enough? The moment the woman heard this, she looked up with a jolt and her eyes lit up. Enough! It's enough! Then she immediately stretched her hand out to Ancestor Whitebones, palm faced up and said, Where's the money? Ancestor Whitebones was bewildered. She had run away from home and had had just enough money to purchase a bus ticket. After arriving at the villa, she had never had to pay for anything else. Where was she going to get this money from? Xiao Lian took out her wallet and drew out 5,000. Placing this in Ancestor Whitebones' hand, she said, This is your salary for half a month. The words had barely left her mouth before the banknote disappeared from her hand and reappeared in the middle-aged woman's hand. The woman looked down at the money in her hands with a huge disgusting smile and pocketed the notes after counting and ensuring that the amount was correct. She smiled at Xiao Lian as though trying to curry favor and said with feigned politeness, Oh, you just mentioned that you are her coach? I'll hand my child over to you then. If she is not doing enough, feel free to give her a good beating or a good lecture. You don't have to hold back. Xiao Lian could hardly believe her ears. Now turning to Ancestor Whitebones, the woman said sternly, And you, Ling Xiao, let me warn you, focus on your gaming. And in half a month, I'll come for the next 5,000. Xiao Lian was flabbergasted at the quick change in the woman's attitude. After the middle-aged woman had said all of this, she turned to go. Ling Xiao seemed to have calmed down by now, but the godfather was still annoyed and said to the woman, Aren't you going to even give her some of that money? The woman immediately turned around and fiercely replied, What has this got to do with you? She doesn't have to worry about her meals or accommodation. Why would she need to spend money? This money is for her brother to buy a house and take a wife. Following this, she turned around and strode away quickly. On this note, everyone thought this would be the end of the drama. Unexpectedly, after the woman left, the team members started asking Ancestor Whitebones questions. From the few things she had said, everyone thought that her family followed especially rigorously the traditional practice of placing more importance on sons than daughters. Ancestor Whitebones was around 20 years old this year, and normally at this age, she should be in school. However, when she got to junior high school, she had been forced to leave her studies and start working so that she could pay for her brother's nuptial home. From a young age, all the eggs in the meals were for her brother only. They lived in a small 2-room apartment. While her brother had a room to himself, the sofa was her makeshift bed every night. Her brother was like a blood-sucking vampire that took everything from her. Xiao Lian was shocked upon hearing her story. This was the 21st century. She didn't think that things like this still happened. She took a deep breath and patted Ancestor Whitebone's shoulder to comfort her. Xiao Lian then got up to leave after telling the team to train hard. She had not even taken a couple of steps when Su Pinghao suddenly rushed towards her, saying, "Coach Qiao, let me drive you home." Xiao Lian paused and looked at Su Pinghao. She noticed that his eyes were exceptionally bright with enthusiasm, and sensed that he was trying hard to please her. She thought about what Su Pinghao had said before, that he trusted Xiao Qiao. Xiao Lian smiled and said, "Sure." On the way back to the villa, Su Pinghao kept sneaking looks at her through the mirror. But when her eyes would meet his, he would quickly look away again. Xiao Lian twitched her lips and finally said, "Hey, what's the matter with you? Why are you behaving so coyly like a girl?" Su Pinghao was a little hurt. Wasn't it obvious he was afraid that she would still be mad at him for the things that had happened before? Nevertheless, he cleared his throat and said, "Anyway, there's something I'd like to discuss with you." Xiao Lian said, "Go ahead." Will you go buy Ancestor Whitebones a new set of clothes?" Xiao Lian was stunned by his strange request. Su Pinghao cleared his throat again. "She only brought one set of clothes and she's penniless. She washes her clothes every night and puts them back on the next morning, even if they haven't dried out. It's probably very uncomfortable for her. But I'm a guy after all, and I don't know what sort of clothes to buy her." Xiao Lian looked at him strangely. She had not expected that Su Pinghao, who was usually casual and carefree, would be so meticulous as to notice these details. She nodded immediately and said, "Sure." When they arrived at the villa, Su Pinghao was once again behaving awkwardly. Xiao Lian looked at him questioningly and asked, "Is there something that you want to say?"
Su Pinghao coughed softly.
Then he said, "Why didn't you tell me?" "Tell him what?" Xiao Lian was puzzled for a moment, and then suddenly she understood. He must be referring to the matter about Xiao Qiao. Xiao Lian looked at him half laughing and remarked, "You were so smitten by Purple Fairy, would you have believed me?"
Su Pinghao kept silent.
Xiao Lian grinned. With light-hearted steps, she turned and walked into the house. However, she was completely unaware that her every action and expression was being observed right now. In the bedroom, Xia Yehua was picking up her cell phone to call Shun Liangchuan. The line went through. Xia Yehua immediately said, "Liangchuan, it's been a few days. Are you going to continue staying outside? You're going to lose your pretty little wife. I just saw a handsome young man taking Xiao Qiao home." Shun Liangchuan listened without speaking. Xiao Lian had no idea that Xia Yehua was trying to coax her son to come home. She was lying on the bed in her bedroom. After pushing everything out of her mind, she finally fell asleep. In the days that followed, Shun Liangchuan did not return home. Although Xiao Lian was troubled with Zichuan's matter, she knew there were other priorities. The grand final was just around the corner and she was busy going to the team's villa, involved in the training and preparation process. Ever since she had played that match and the team members had seen her capabilities, there was a newfound respect for her. They no longer disobeyed her, and the training sessions were now going extremely well. The godfather and the deputy godfather's burns finally formed a scab on the 5th day, and they were able to start playing. In other words, this meant that they probably would have enough players for the grand final. It was a great relief for Xiao Lian. Tomorrow was the day of the grand final. Before she left the clubhouse, Xiao Lian reminded the team members to go to bed early. For some reason, her guts told her that something bad was about to happen. Just as the cab arrived at her doorstep, she got a call from Su Pinghao. "Coach Qiao, something has happened." Xiao Lian's heart sank. She asked the cab driver to turn around and return to the clubhouse. At the clubhouse, Xiao Lian glanced at the 5,000 on the table and looked at the team members. Su Pinghao frowned and said, "She brought 3 or 4 relatives with her so that they could hold us back. Then they took her away. We couldn't even react." Xiao Lian took a deep breath. "What is going on here?" The godfather anxiously said, "Shortly after you left, Ancestor Whitebone's mother came charging in with a group of people. She threw the 5,000 on the table, saying that she did not need your money, since she had lots of money now." "She had lots of money now?" A few days ago she had been lamenting about not having enough money, so how was it possible that she had so much money all of a sudden? Furthermore, this had happened just a night before the grand final. Even if she were to try to find a replacement, it would be difficult because of how soon it was. So what can we do now? We're short on players for the grand final again. The Godfather was now feeling rather anxious. It still remained to be seen if their recovery rate would allow them to play in the competition. They were short of a player again. Would they be able to take part in the match? The Deputy Godfather was fuming. How coincidental is this? Could it be a scheme? On this note, Su Penghao gritted his teeth and said angrily, "I'm sure it's Purple Fairy again." Stunned by this assumption, everyone turned simultaneously to look at him. Su Penghao explained, "Not many people know where our villa is located. The first time Ancestor Whitebone's mother turned up, I was surprised. Then I found out from her that she had previously given her address to Smiling Tiger. Therefore, the only person who knew that she was here and could tell her family would be Smiling Tiger. But this time, I'm quite sure it is Purple Fairy." Hearing this, Lonely Peerless couldn't contain his frustration and lamented, "Are we ever going to be able to have a proper competition?" All of a sudden, the atmosphere in the room was depressing. Sensing this, Qiao Lian quickly tried to encourage them. "Chin up, everyone. Let's not lose the battle before we even fight it."
Su Penghao nodded.
"We have Coach Qiao, what are we afraid of?" On this note, everyone seemed to have found an anchor. They turned to look at her. The expressions on their faces were passionate and full of hope. Even Qiao Lian was stunned. Su Penghao said to her, "Coach Qiao, why don't you play for the grand final too?" Qiao Lian looked at the earnest faces before her. She bit her lip and smiled after a pause. "Sure." The smile on her face vanished after she walked out of the clubhouse. On her way home in the cab, she looked down at her right hand. It was something she hadn't noticed during the competition. And after the competition, her mind had been too preoccupied with the matter concerning Zichuan. Hence, it was only then that she realized her right hand had been shaking uncontrollably for a few days. In all probability, she had strained it at the competition. How was she going to play like this? But this was not something she could tell the team, because they believed in her so much and had placed all their hopes on her. She bit her lip and forcefully clenched her fists in the hope of stopping her hand from trembling. But she realized that by doing that, the trembling worsened. After trying for a while, she finally exhaled and gave up. She looked out the car window. She could only hope that it wouldn't give her any trouble tomorrow. Upon returning to the villa, she went up to her bedroom and lay down. Tossing and turning, she couldn't fall asleep. She picked up her cell phone and hesitated for a moment. Finally, she decided to call Shen Liangchuan. He picked up the line quickly. She heard his deep and resonant voice on the other end. "Hello." It had only been a week without seeing him, but hearing his voice made her feel as though they were worlds apart. But it also felt like Zichuan had never left her. She said, "It's me." "I know." The two of them fell silent again. They had not spoken to each other since the time she had realized he was Zichuan and she had called to tell him she was Xiao Qiao. Qiao Lian could not help but feel at a loss as to what she should say or do. As she stared blankly ahead, lost momentarily in her thoughts, he finally spoke. "Did something happen at the clubhouse?" Qiao Lian immediately asked, "How did you know?" A short pause. "Tomorrow is the grand final." Qiao Lian thought for a moment and then told him briefly the matter regarding Ancestor Whitebones. "We don't know where Ancestor Whitebones lives and it's going to be hard. Even if we wanted to look for her now. If she doesn't turn up at the match tomorrow, I'll have to play." Qiao Lian paused and asked him, "Will you be coming tomorrow?" Then she anxiously waited to hear his answer. It was just like how whenever she fought in team battles 8 years ago, she would ask him, "Are you coming?" With him around, she always felt a bit braver, a bit more confident. Because whenever he was there, no matter how badly she fared, things would always turn around. Now, a pause. Shen Liangchuan said, "I'm in Hengdian near Hangzhou." "Hangzhou?" Qiao Lian was surprised. Shen Liangchuan continued, "I had to start filming 5 days ago." Xiao Lian bit her lip, but no matter how hard she tried, the disappointment in her voice was unmistakable. I see. Okay, I understand. Shen Liangchuan was now Best Actor Shun. He had ceased being Zichuan a long time ago. Of course his priority was filming now. Perhaps he could tell how down she was, so he tried to comfort her. You! She interrupted him before he could say anything. Don't you worry. Even without you around, I'll play my best. I'm here, there's nothing to fear. She solemnly vowed this, but her eyes were on her slightly trembling right hand. Hengdian. Shen Liangchuan, now in his hotel room, hung up the phone. He looked through the window. The weather in Hangzhou was quite different from Beijing. It was extremely humid. The only similarity, unfortunately, was the thick haze. Shen Liangchuan thought for a while, then turned around and called Song Cheng. Book me an air ticket for the next flight to Beijing. Song Cheng was taken aback. But Brother Shun, didn't Director Wang say that he was taking you to see the investor firm tomorrow? It's an important banquet. Especially since we've only just established our entertainment company. We need this sort of investors. You booked the ticket. His tone was final, there was no point negotiating. Song Cheng could only say, okay. The next day came too soon. Xiao Lian left from home, as it was nearer to the competition venue. When she arrived at the venue, the rest of the team were still on their way. She waited for them by the main entrance. Behind her, Purple Fairy and her King team members stood respectfully, apparently waiting for someone. After a while, a black nanny van pulled up slowly. Dashingly opening the door from inside the car, there was none other than Sun Linen. He got out, bringing with him a thick air of classy elegance. Purple Fairy immediately walked up to him. Mr. Sun, you're here. I've got you the best seat of venue, so that you can see the match clearly later. Sun Linen nodded. Yes. No matter what, the team has to win today. Purple Fairy nodded obediently. I know. But yesterday we spent another 100,000 yet again. Sun Linen raised his palm. We'll spend where we have to, I don't mind. All I want is for the team to come out tops. Purple Fairy stood tall and straight, assuring him. Mr. Sun, don't you worry about that. Satisfied with her assurance, he turned to look around. Suddenly he saw Xiao Lian's back not too far off. His eyes lit up and he told Purple Fairy with a dismissive wave. You guys go in there, don't mind me. Please excuse me for a moment. Xiao Lian was waiting for the team when she suddenly heard a familiar voice calling out. Xiao Lian. Turning around, she saw Sun Linen enthusiastically running up to her. His eyes lit up at the sight of her. Why are you standing here? Aren't you going in? Xiao Lian laughed and said, Yes. Just waiting for a few friends. Immediately alert, Sun Linen asked. Who are you waiting for? What sort of friends? Xiao Lian raised an eyebrow as she looked at him. Aren't you being a little nosy? Sun Linen immediately took heed and said, Fine, I won't ask. He looked at the crowd and the competition venue. Xiao Lian, since you're here to watch the grand final, you must have followed the tournament, I'm sure. Which team do you like? Before she could speak, Sun Linen continued. I think King Team has the most potential. They have almost never been utterly defeated. They've been on a killing spree since the beginning. Xiao Lian did not say a word. This guy was truly an annoying fool. She tried to hide her grimace and asked, What about CQ Team? Immediately, Sun Linen twitched his mouth and gave his assessment. CQ hasn't been performing consistently. This shows that the quality of their players is quite low. I'm sure they won't make it. Xiao Lian was most offended upon hearing this. How infuriating could this moron get? Her expression darkened as she said, The competition has not even ended. How would you know they won't make it? Sun Linen detected some animosity and wondered why Xiao Lian seemed displeased. But he was merely stating the facts. He scratched his head and said, I have tickets for the best seats in the venue. Would you like to sit with me? You'll have a good view. Xiao Lian replied, There's no need. Sun Linen was keen to indulge in more talk, but Xiao Lian, finding him a bother, quickly walked into the competition venue to avoid him. Sun Linen, however, quickly tailed her, refusing to be shaken off. "Where is your seat?" Xiao Lian did not say a word. She turned around to look at him. "Hey Sunsi, can't you just behave for a while? I'm really busy." Sun Linen protested. "But I am behaving." Xiao Lian did not say a word. Deciding to end the conversation with him, she stopped talking altogether and walked out of the venue. When Sun Linen persisted and followed her, she turned around to tell him, "I'm off to the restroom." Sun Linen flatly refused to leave. "I'm going to the restroom too." Xiao Lian pointed to the other side of the building and said, "The ladies' restroom is on this side, but the men's is on the other side." Glancing in the direction Xiao Lian was pointing at, he was fuming. "What sort of rubbish venue is this? Shouldn't the toilets be together?" Xiao Lian did not say a word. At last, she got rid of Sun Linen. As Xiao Lian walked out of the competition venue, she spotted the CQ team members in their uniform. They came up to her. Xiao Lian looked at the team and then behind them. There was no Ancestor White Bones. Disappointed, she asked, "So Ancestor White Bones did not come back?" Su Pinghao shook his head. Sigh. If Ancestor White Bones wasn't playing in the match, then she would have to. The Godfather and the Deputy Godfather were still in the process of recovering, so they weren't able to keep up with the agility required when maneuvering. Hence, the outcome of this match fell heavily on the shoulders of Su Pinghao and Xiao Lian. Right at this point, Sun Linen's voice was heard coming from behind. "Xiao Lian, weren't you going to the bathroom? Why are you here?" In a flash, he was right next to her. It was then that he noticed the group of young men around her. Su Pinghao was surprised and asked immediately, "Xiao Lian, are these your friends? The people you were waiting for just then?" Fortunately, it was just a group of young men. They were no threat. Xiao Lian nodded in response to Sun Linen's question. Su Pinghao looked at Sun Linen with a puzzled expression. "This gentleman is?" "Reluctant," Xiao Lian responded. "Let me introduce the both of you." As she said this, she pointed to Sun Linen and said to the group, "Sun Linen." Then, introducing the group to Sun Linen, she said, "They are all CQ." Before she could finish her sentence, a signal sounded from within the competition hall to indicate that the match was starting. Xiao Lian paused and didn't continue with what she was saying. Instead, her attention was on the match. "Let's go watch the match now." Today, 3 teams would be vying for the first place. In the semifinals, because of the errors that the Godfather and the Deputy Godfather had made as a result of their injuries, Xiao Lian and Shen Liangchuan had taken over and turned the situation around. But even then, they had only managed to clinch the 3rd place and scrape into the grand final. Hence, today's first match was between the top teams, King Team and the second-placed veteran P Team. The team that lost the first match would then play against CQ Team in a second match. The losing team in the second match would be eliminated. If they won the second match, they would then come up against the winner of the first match to vie for the first place. Now King Team and P Team were up against each other. Because CQ would be playing against one of these teams in the second match, they sat among the audience analyzing their battle strategies. The first match started. Xiao Lian and Su Pinghao observed the game intently. Su Pinghao asked Xiao Lian, "Who do you think will win?" Before Xiao Lian could speak, Sun Linen interjected, "Of course, King Fighting Team." Xiao Lian did not respond to his remark.
Su Pinghao.
They both looked at Sun Linen gloomily. Sun Linen immediately cleared his throat. He couldn't possibly tell Xiao Lian now that the King Team belonged to him. He had to wait until they won the first place. Hence, trying to gloss over it, he said, "Just look at the name of that team. King. How majestic. To think that he was the one who had come up with the name." Xiao Lian and Su Pinghao by now had chosen to ignore him completely. He continued to chatter by himself. Furthermore, even if King lost this round and fought against CQ Team, it wouldn't be a problem. After all, they beat CQ Team just last week. So there is a high chance. I'm sure that King will emerge as the fully deserving winner. Shut up. Xiao Lian snapped at him angrily. Why does Xiao Lian look so terrible? Sun Linen thought to himself. Did I say something I shouldn't have? He was at a total loss. Xiao Lian turned to Su Pinghao on the other side and said, I feel that King will win too. Sun Linen said indignantly, See? See? Xiao Lian, we think alike. Xiao Lian did not respond to his remark. Ignoring him, she continued. Although P is a veteran team, their style is too conservative. King team, on the other hand, has brought together many excellent players and has been putting in a good performance. Su Pinghao nodded and concluded. Hence, our first opponent will be P team. Xiao Lian nodded. That's right. Sun Linen was puzzled by their conversation. Your opponent? What do you mean? The two of them continued to ignore him as they focused on the match. It progressed at an aggressive tempo. The fans on both sides were cheering wildly. The roar of the crowd was thunderous. But it was clear that the King team had more supporters and they were a lot louder. Throughout the whole arena, the people were chanting that King team would conquer. Sun Linen glanced at the approximately 100 people nearby who were cheering for King team until their voices were hoarse. He nodded satisfactorily. Of course, King had to have the loudest cheers. After all, he had paid good money to those 100 people to be shouting there. He had to make King team appear extremely popular so that when he could finally gift the team to Xiao Lian, it would look twice as good. Picturing this scenario put Sun Linen in high spirits at once. Very quickly, the first match was over. Of course, the King fighting team won. The next match was between Xiao Lian's CQ team and the veteran P team. Xiao Lian stood up and followed Su Pinghao as they headed for the backstage. Sun Linen was surprised when he saw them leaving their seats. Where are you guys going? Xiao Lian's answer was a casual, something's come up. She couldn't be bothered to explain to this fool. Sun Linen immediately stood up and, nosy as usual, wanted to follow them. Xiao Lian said sharply, You stay where you are. Behave and watch the match. Intimidated by her tone and sharp voice, he stood rooted to the ground as he watched them walk away. Xiao Lian. He called after her desperately. Xiao Lian turned and looked at him questioningly, raising an eyebrow. Please come back after the match has ended. I have a big surprise for you. There was unmistakable hope and anticipation reflected on his face. Exasperated, Xiao Lian said, Okay. Only then was Sun Linen satisfied. He smiled and sat back down. As Xiao Lian and her team entered the backstage area, King team, who had just finished their game, was leaving. The two teams came face to face. Purple Fairy narrowed her eyes and looked at the opposing team sharply. The scalding incident immediately came to her mind. It had burned off a layer of her skin, and even now, every step she took was painful when the fabric of her trousers chafed her skin. The past few days had been even more torturous for her. She hadn't been able to sleep well, and the itch had been so bad that she couldn't stop scratching. Her once pretty thighs were now scarred by unsightly scratch marks. She had Xiao Lian to thank for all of these. But now that these people were evidently on guard, it wasn't easy to go near them. A considerable distance separated the two parties. They looked at one another from afar, fearful that the other party would employ underhanded means. Purple Fairy suddenly gave a cold snort. Losers! I do hope that you win the next round, so that we can crush you all over again. But, her gaze fell on the team. It seems like you're short of players yet again. Without doubt, Xiao Lian would have to play today. In the previous match, Xiao Lian had stolen all the limelight. Hence, Purple Fairy had not taken notice of Shun Liangchuan's coordination. Purple Fairy saw that the Godfather and the Deputy Godfather had not recovered from their injuries. Now, without Ancestor Whitebones, they were practically without one of their main strengths. She pursed her lips and laughed gleefully. Suddenly, she lowered her voice and said, It only took 50,000, and those mercenaries immediately took Ancestor Whitebones away. TSK. When he heard this, Su Pinghao was livid. How could you do this? Purple Fairy gave him a sinister look. What did I do? But Zombie Leader, actually our King team still welcomes you. If you guys lose the match, you can come join us after the competition ends. After all, our team will be able to continue taking part in the national and international competitions. How arrogant was that? She was trying to poach him right in front of Qiao Lian. Su Pinghao sneered and went on to say, "First of all, our team will not lose. Second of all, you are the sort of person that disgusts me the most." Straight to the point, Purple Fairy's expression immediately changed. With a trembling finger, she raised her arm and pointed at Su Pinghao. "Just you wait. I'll make sure you regret it." Then she turned and stomped away angrily. Qiao Lian and Su Pinghao exchanged a look as all the players streamed into the resting area. Ancestor Whitebones was still not there. Qiao Lian looked down at her slightly trembling hand. Could she really do this? 2 rounds would take at least 2 hours. Could her hand hold out? She lifted her head and saw the look of trust and hope on all their faces. Suddenly, she felt the weight of the entire burden resting heavily on her shoulders. She wanted to speak but decided not to in the end. Telling them that there was something wrong with her hand would only serve to worry them. The match started. At the event's venue, both teams played from their respective rooms. The live audience, quite a distance away, was not be able to see the players clearly. As the players had already been introduced in the earlier phases of the competition, there was no introduction of players at the grand final. Qiao Lian was a replacement for Ancestor Whitebones. At this point, no one knew that CQ's coach was now one of the players. Much less Sun Linen, who had never taken any interest in the competition up until now. As it was not King Team's turn, he felt bored sitting amongst the audience. After a short while, Purple Fairy walked up to him. "Mr. Sun." Sun Linen nodded and commented on the earlier game. "That was quite a well-played match." Purple Fairy nodded immediately and smiled in a good-natured way. "That's because of Mr. Sun. You had given good guidance." Sun Linen continued, "I'm expecting the team to deliver a sterling performance for the final match. Do you understand?" What, Purple Fairy thought. Did he mean by a sterling performance? As if he could read her thoughts, Sun Linen said, "Perfect maneuvering, perfect coordination. And use good-looking champions, not ones that are too ugly." Purple Fairy kept silent. "In any case, whether it's P or CQ, they've all been defeated by our team. The first place is ours for sure." Purple Fairy especially agreed with this point. "That's right, we'll come in first for sure. And so the 1 million that you promised. As long as the team clinches the top spot, the money is yours." Sun Linen gave his word. Purple Fairy's eyes lit up with his assurance, and she quickly said, "No problem." Then with a big grin she looked at the stage. Sun Linen, however, was still worried. "Is there a possibility that our team may lose the competition?" Purple Fairy had full confidence and assured him, "No. The fact that P could come this far was only because when they fought against CQ last week, 2 of CQ's players were injured. So P had been lucky in that sense. As for CQ, hey, remember I told you about the 100,000 we spent today? It's like this." She narrated how they had dangled money in front of Ancestor Whitebones' mother, and how they had taken Ancestor Whitebones away. Then she continued, "Mr. Sun, you did say we should do whatever it takes to win." Although Sun Linen thought that the approach they had taken was somewhat unethical, this became insignificant when compared to the thought of having a champion team to present to Qiao Lian as a gift. He was a businessman after all, and businessmen focus on results, not the process. Hence, Sun Linen frowned and said, "Although it's not authentic, well, what's done is done." Purple Fairy kept silent. Her gaze now fell on the match's situation. The match had just begun, but it was evident who was in the lead. CQ was a very strong team. Too strong, in fact. With a team like that, they would give King Team a run for their money for sure. Furthermore, it was under a circumstance where they had 2 key players down. Watching the game was nerve-wracking, especially watching Qiao Lian, who had replaced Ancestor Whitebones. Her playing style looked effortless and fluid, and all her moves were beautifully executed. Just she alone could lead the team to victory. Such strength. Such great moves. Purple Fairy's heart pounded. Suddenly, her confidence in securing a win was shaken. She bit her lip. A team had to win at least 2 of the 3 games in order to get through to the grand final. The first round had been a clear, undisputable win for CQ. When the word victory appeared on the screen, Su Penghao and the team members were excited and emotional. They had skillfully crushed and defeated their opponents. Under Qiao Lian's lead, the team was united like never before, especially since Qiao Lian had been the one leading throughout the whole match. When they looked at her with enthusiasm and burning passion, she felt the heat and the pressure, as though she was teetering on the edge of a wok with boiling hot oil. She lowered her gaze and looked at her right hand. That numbing sensation was getting worse, and even the slight trembling was becoming a lot more obvious. Hang in there. Qiao Lian, you have to hang in there. Perseverance will bring success. Qiao Lian took a deep breath and cheered herself. But even then, by the time they won the second round, her right hand was already shaking uncontrollably. She frowned. She knew that her condition was getting serious. Her right hand had never fully recovered. She had never been able to play for more than half an hour at a time. The last match had left her feeling quite exhausted, and this week she had not had enough time to rest and recover, so now this situation. Qiao Lian bit her lip. Looking at the team members all excited and in high spirits, she stood up and placed her fingers into her long sleeves. She mumbled, "I'm going to the restroom." In the restroom, Qiao Lian extended her right hand. It was shaking involuntarily. She tried hard to control it without success. There was no way she could continue to play like this. Her heart sank and a sense of depression appeared. Angrily, she slammed her fist against the countertop. And at this point, the restroom door was swung open and someone walked in. It was Purple Fairy. There was a look of happy surprise on her face as her gaze fell on Qiao Lian's hand. "No wonder that you've never played a match even though you're Xiao Qiao. There's something wrong with your hand. Ha ha ha. This time King Team will come in first for sure." Qiao Lian quickly hid her hand behind her. She frowned at Purple Fairy's words. "Purple Fairy, even if my hands are crippled, it is easy for me to crush you guys." Purple Fairy sneered. "Let's wait and see then." The both of them walked out of the restroom. Purple Fairy quickly returned to the venue and found the team captain. "When you play later, everyone, focus on attacking, forget Chuan." When Qiao Lian returned to her team, she saw that the team members were all rubbing their fists and getting ready for the action. "Coach Qiao, it's time for us to take revenge. Now is the chance for us to avenge what she had done to us." Looking at the team, Qiao Lian suddenly felt dismayed. She knew that she wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. The match started. This time Qiao Lian chose a champion that wasn't too difficult to maneuver. But the moment the fight started, she came up against difficulties that she had never experienced before. As though they had agreed on this beforehand, the opposing players took turns to attack her. She had to focus fiercely and hold her breath, continuously maneuvering her champion in order to stay alive. But such intense playing was wearing her hand out, until, during an important group battle, her right hand suddenly lost control, to the extent that she could not even hold the mouse. There was no way she could keep playing. Before she could even execute her ultimate attack, she was killed. And then with 5 enemy players against their 4, CQ team was entirely wiped out. Su Penghao and the rest were stupefied. Everyone stared at the screen in disbelief. They turned to look at Qiao Lian and saw that her right hand was damaged. It was shaking uncontrollably, unable to even hold the mouse. "Coach, your hand." Qiao Lian looked at her own hand. Her face was ashen. She bit her lip and shouted, "Once more." Su Penghao and the others suddenly understood what she meant and also understood why, even though she was Xiao Qiao, she had never played alongside them during their training sessions. Their eyes reddened as they looked back at their screens. Su Penghao's voice was hoarse and almost choking with emotion. "Coach Qiao, stay strong. Even if we lose this game, we'll do so with honor." CQ team had come a long way, and it hadn't been easy. Although their team had been established 2 months ago, from the time Zombie Leader had led the team to fight in their first match, they had been up against one mishap after another. Purple Fairy's meddling, a team member's family troubles, the Godfather and the Deputy Godfather getting injured. All of these drove them to strongly feel like this was a competition they had to win. They also felt that they would win for sure. It was as though under the lead of such a central figure like Xiao Qiao, success was something inevitable, to the extent that as they played this match, even when Xiao Lian had started to make errors, even when she was killed by the opponents, it all felt normal. But when they saw her hand, when they discovered her eyes were becoming bloodshot, it was only then that they realized in a flash that success was a lot further away than what they had thought. Su Pinghao's voice choked for a bit, causing the eyes of the godfather and the deputy godfather, who hadn't even made a noise when their hands were scalded, to uncontrollably turn red. They were not mourning the fact that they could not win this game. They were feeling sad for Xiao Lian. One Xiao Qiao, that Xiao Qiao who had rocked the gaming world. The Xiao Qiao who had lived in their memories as a legend in the gaming world. That exemplary model of the gaming world. Her hand was injured and she could never play again. It was as though a fighting master was being stripped of his exceptional martial arts. That sharp pain in their hearts. They could not help but lament. The sorrow they felt for Xiao Qiao was hard to bear. They looked at her again. They saw that her hand could no longer hold down the mouse. She willed with all her might for her hand to grab it, but it would not stop shaking and would not carry out that one simple instruction. At this point, Xiao Lian said, "Resurrected." They looked at their screens. Xiao Lian shouted, "Continue the battle." She gulped. "This round depends on you guys." The live audience was now silent, and in the room, only Xiao Lian's directions could be heard. "Zombie leader, you fight the front line. The godfather, you fight the enemy's back lines. The deputy godfather, defend our back lines. Peerless, look after the formation. Now I'll initiate the attack. You guys follow. I'll take the blows and you fight. Don't try to rescue me. It's okay if I get killed. I'll trick them into using their ultimate attack. This round I'm not critical, I'm just a bait. The most important thing is that you guys stay alive. Attack." As the instructions came, the team members tried to follow and coordinate, maneuvering together. The situation of the battle was deeply worrying. CQ team was clearly disadvantaged. With one critical player down and all of them being professional gamers, it made a big difference. But the CQ team members had an impatient look on their faces. They all knew that it was no longer important whether they won or lost the match. The most important thing was that they had given their best. Even if they went down, they would do it with their heads held high. In the past, losing a game was just that, losing. But now, they finally realized the meaning of those words. They were not sad, they were proud of themselves. CQ team's protection tower was destroyed and King team wanted to take this opportunity to win the last match. But at this point, CQ team demonstrated their perseverance and patience. King team had made 3 separate attacks to CQ team's central tower, but they had not been successful. Generally, a game would last for around 20 minutes. But this match had kept going for 40 minutes already. The commentator was at the brink of losing his voice because of the shouting. A few times, the enemy team had killed one of CQ team's champions and had almost won the game, but in the end it would be thwarted by a CQ player. This happened a few times and the commentator would be so excited that he stood up. "My God, this match has been going on for 45 minutes. This is the Lot Beijing competition venue. And we're in the midst of the longest game ever. There has not been another game that had lasted this long. Let's have a look at the data. King team has got 50,000 more coins than CQ team. CQ had actually resisted 4 waves of full attack from King under such strong lack of gold. King team is indeed the leading team, but I have to say in comparison, I am more impressed by CQ's fighting spirit and tenacity. Now King is launching another wave of attack. This time CQ may not be able to take the blow. Let's cheer for CQ." The match ignited the audience. Those who had been initially supporting P were now touched by CQ fighting team's spirit. One by one they started to cheer for CQ. Even King's fans were moved by CQ. Even though they were holding up placards supporting King team, they started to cheer. "Come on CQ! You can do it CQ!" Xiao Lian stared intently at the competition screen and shouted, "Zombie leader, you hide behind the central tower and deploy from there. The Godfather charge. The Deputy Godfather break the troop line." A horrifying slaughtering. Zombie leader made himself useful in this group battle. The commentator was talking at the top of his voice, almost hoarse from shouting. What an explosive delivery from zombie leader with this group battle. They actually evened the score. Both teams wiping out each other completely. They managed to resist. CQ has resisted yet another wave of attack. They are peerless, I am in awe. However, unfortunately, now the minions have arrived and no one in CQ has resurrected. No one in King Team has resurrected either. Finally, congratulations to King Team. It's the minions that have destroyed the central tower. You've won the first round. Let's take a break and in 10 minutes, the second round will commence. There was a sudden buzz. The live audience was fired up all at once. Purple Fairy was completely nerve-wracked by watching that game. But now that King had won, she heaved a sigh of relief. She looked sinisterly at the opposite room, her palm clammy with perspiration. In the final of group battle, if there had even been one CQ team member alive, it could have turned the situation around. And now they had finally won. As she thought about this, she suddenly heard the fans stand up. And no matter if they were holding up King Team placards, or P Team placards, and even those with CQ Team placards, all of these thousands of fans were now unanimously shouting in unison. CQ! CQ! Some of the CQ fans had even started crying. They shouted, "Go on CQ! CQ, we love you! You are the champion in our hearts!" Purple Fairy clenched her fists tightly when she heard these. She bit her lip. This was unbelievable. What right did they have? Obviously, King Team had won the round, but CQ had won the support of all the audience. She looked at Sun Linen, who was sitting next to her, and saw that he too was somewhat consumed by the scenario. Then looking in the direction of the CQ fighting team, he asked, "Say, how much do you think it would cost to buy CQ Team?" Purple Fairy kept silent. She could not disapprove more of his new idea. Biting her lip and smiling bitterly, she said, "Mr. Sun, I need to go to the restroom." Sun Linen nodded. With a gloomy expression, she left the event venue and headed for the backstage. Xiao Lian's hand was in pain by now, and it would not stop trembling. Not even when she held her trembling hand with her other hand. Su Pinghao looked at her with concern. "Are you still able to play?" Xiao Lian gritted her teeth and nodded. Even if her hand was crippled, she would not abandon the fight. The Godfather and the Deputy Godfather hung their heads and sighed. In that final group battle, if I had been faster to dodge their ultimate attack, we might have had a chance to turn the situation around. It was my fault for not having protected you. Actually, it was my fault. In my nervousness, I stood too much to the front. They all looked humble, completely unlike how some other teams would react after losing a fight. They weren't the slightest bit exasperated or flustered. Xiao Lian looked at them and she suddenly laughed. She was so proud of this competitive team. As they talked, the room door suddenly burst open. Purple Fairy stood at the doorway, staring at all of them. "I say, has the CQ team shown off enough? It was obvious you were losing. Yet you have to put on such a disgusting act. Let me tell you this. Even if you attract more fans for yourselves, winners will be winners and losers will be losers." After falling out with Zombie Leader, Purple Fairy had been less and less cordial, and increasingly not caring about their opinion. Xiao Lian narrowed her eyes after Purple Fairy spoke. Their team had fought hard and had taken the competition seriously. But to her it was all a staged act? This Purple Fairy. "This is CQ Team's lounge, please leave." Xiao Lian icily ordered her to leave. Purple Fairy squinted her eyes. "My advice to you would be just to give up the second round and not waste everyone's time." Xiao Lian replied, "In a competition there exists only one scenario for us. As long as the tower stands, the team will stand and fight. Giving up is a term not found in our dictionary." Purple Fairy stamped her foot angrily and raised a finger to point at Xiao Lian. "Great, this is great. Then let's see you continue to fight with your crippled hand." She glared at everyone in the room in turn and then left in a huff. After she left, the team members in the room began to feel their blood boil. This Purple Fairy is getting to be too much. Look at her arrogance. I'd like to win this competition just so that it feels like a slap to her face. Let's put in our best effort. Yes. The second round of the match began. The team that won 2 out of the 3 rounds would be the winner, which meant that if CQ lost this round, then King Fighting Team would emerge the champion of this competition. Xiaolian focused, gritted her teeth and chose the champion Xiao Qiao, which she was an expert at. When she selected this character, the entire fighting team was stirred up for a moment. Xiao Qiao is famed for playing Xiao Qiao, and the champion Xiao Qiao was difficult to maneuver. For that reason, Xiaolian had hardly used this champion in the first few rounds. Now, Xiao Qiao, who had disappeared for the last 8 years, finally made an appearance. It felt as though an elusive fighting master had resurfaced. The Godfather and the Deputy Godfather had not fully recovered from their injuries and were unable to play their best. Xiaolian could only place her remaining stakes on Xiao Qiao. If she took this gamble and her hand held up, then the team could win. If she could not hold up, then her Xiao Qiao would be exposed to the opponent's attacks and the team would lose the match. Su Pinghao looked at her and asked, "Coach, can you make it?" Xiaolian cast her gaze down and said, "Yes, I can." The second round of the match began. After a 10-minute break, Xiaolian felt that her hand was much better. Now that she had the champion she was an expert in, perhaps she could make good use of it this round. Within the first 2 minutes of the match, she indeed played quite well. Although she was no longer as nimble and fluid as before, at least she made no errors. Time passed second by second and minute by minute. Xiaolian's attention was fully focused on the game. Zombie leader, use the displacement spell and take a look if there's anyone hiding in the bushes. Su Pinghao immediately did as he was told and answered, "4 of them. Fight them." Xiaolian gave a shout and dashed over to the foliage. The Godfather, the Deputy Godfather and Peerless, all 3 of them followed closely behind. 5 against 4. Logically, there was no disadvantage. However, right at this point, Xiaolian's hand suddenly went numb. She lost grip on the mouse. Seeing that her champion was not moving and not being controlled, the Deputy Godfather got immediately anxious and dashed over to protect her. He ended up shielding her from an ultimate attack, and was instantly killed in that attack. Xiaolian was shocked and her face turned pale. She had completely lost control of her fingers and recognized that there was no turning back. "Leave me, retreat," Xiaolian shouted at the team. She could only stand there to take the blows. If they had to face a situation where the 3 of them were beaten up by 4 enemies, it would be a pathetic outcome. Upon hearing her instructions, Su Pinghao understood. He did not even dare to look at her hand to see how she was doing, and immediately led the other 2 to retreat. Xiao Qiao was killed. The rest retreated to a safe distance. At this point, Su Pinghao turned and saw Xiaolian trying her best to grip the mouse. But her hand would not cooperate. Xiaolian gritted her teeth. Her face had turned pale from anxiety and she was staring straight at her right hand, trying it to do what she needed. Su Pinghao suddenly felt a stinging sensation in his eyes, and he turned to look at the scene on the screen. In the scene, Xiao Qiao was lying motionless on the ground. She was dead. Her death was sorrowful and at the same time beautiful. Peach blossom petals lightly floated down to where the body was lying. In the past, he had felt like all the champions in the games looked alike. Right now, that Xiao Qiao was still the Xiao Qiao in the game. But Su Pinghao had a strange sensation. The scene was extremely sorrowful for him. It was as though the ordinary Xiao Qiao had become pretty, beautiful, and mournful. "King Team," the captain told Purple Fairy, "Xiao Qiao is about to resurrect. She charged this way and gave us a fright. We thought we were going to be killed. But then she stood there motionless. She is going to die. We will win this round for sure." Purple Fairy's expression was gloomy. "Do not just win like this. Didn't she want to show off? Go and kill her. Kill her 7 or 8 times. Exhaust her." "Yes." At the same time, among the audience, there was a man in full disguise with a mask and sunglasses, sitting quietly by himself. His gaze fell directly on the competition arena. There was a puzzled expression in his eyes. In the last round, Xiao Lian had not leveraged on her innate qualities, and instead had rather played a very conventional approach. But this round that error. It wasn't like her. What was happening? At this point, Shen Liangchuan suddenly stood up. In the gaming room, Xiao Lian stared at her hand. Her champion in the game had resurrected, but her hand could not control the mouse at all. She looked at her hand yet again, it did not respond. Her eyes turned bloodshot. She wasn't going to just settle. At this point, a warm and large hand suddenly closed over her own. At once she heard that protecting voice saying, "Xiao Qiao, let me." Xiao Lian instantly froze. She was stunned, taken by surprise. Her heart, that had been just a second ago thumping wildly and angry at the injustice of the situation, suddenly quietened down when she heard this familiar voice. She turned around in disbelief and saw Shen Liangchuan standing behind her. Strangely, for unknown reasons, she suddenly felt like a child who had been terribly wronged, and her tears started to flow. When they had fallen short of a player at the clubhouse, she had not shed a single tear. After they had completed their first round and she had found out that her old injury had come back, she had not shed a single tear. When they had fought the first round and she had made a maneuvering error, thus losing the game, she had not shed a single tear. Even when Purple Fairy had insulted them, she had not shed a single tear. And just then, when the numbness in her hand seemed to have spread to the rest of her body, she had not shed a single tear. But now he barely said a few words and she was choked with emotion, just like 8 years ago. His presence alone would bring victory. She bit her lip and paused for a second. Then she stood up and gave him her seat. He was wearing his mask, but she could see his eyes, and they were glistening in silence and wisdom. He took the seat, delaying the playing for a moment. Su Penghao and the rest looked at him, stunned at the sudden turn of events. He did not seem to notice their excitement and only looked at the screen calmly. "Now I'll be giving directions." His deep voice was carrying that resonance so unique to him. It was an attractive voice that evoked trust. Su Penghao snapped back to the present situation and turned to look at the screen. Then he gave a shout of surprise. "The opponent has disappeared." Shen Liangchuan muttered to himself and immediately figured it out. "They are in the bushes trying to capture us." Su Penghao immediately asked, "Do we avoid them?" Without looking at him, Shen Liangchuan ordered, "The Godfather, lead the troops under the road. The Deputy Godfather, follow me." After saying this, Xiao Qiao nimbly turned to get up and dashed out. His beautiful maneuvering dazzled Su Penghao. For some reason, although Xiao Lian's control of Xiao Qiao was beautifully elegant, her Xiao Qiao inevitably played the role of an assassin. She would hide in the foliage, or unexpectedly kill someone. But right now Shen Liangchuan's Xiao Qiao, although still the same character, the vibes that Su Penghao got was that this Xiao Qiao was more of a warrior. This Xiao Qiao was not in the least desolate and, in contrary, had an awe-inspiring presence that was powerful and impressive. She was like a heroine, like a lady general. Without a word, he followed behind Shen Liangchuan. "King Team," the captain spoke. "They're coming. This Xiao Qiao is injured and very weak. You can tell from the group battle that she was basically useless. Let's wait for them to come over and we'll kill her." One of the team members suddenly said, "They're coming." The few players hiding in the bushes continued looking as the 3 CQ champions approached. Immediately the captain sneered. "They overestimate themselves. 3 are trying to fight the 5 of us? We'll show them." Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Qiao entered the bushes and, almost without having to look, threw a stun spell. The 5 players hiding in the bushes were, of course, gathered together. Hence, that one stun spell knocked 3 of them out. "Damn it!" The captain was shocked and cried, "Attack!" However, right after Xiao Qiao executed her ultimate attack, Zombie Leader delivered another one, causing the enemy champion's HP to be reduced by half. This coordination was quick, merciless and accurate. All at once, the 5 enemy champions were beaten without being given time to retaliate. And on top of this, an attack from the Deputy Godfather came. Among the 5 king players, the one with the lowest HP was slain immediately. The captain was nervous by now and shouted, "Kill them!" At these words they charged. When Xiao Qiao retreated, the captain thought that she was going to run, and he immediately chased her. But after 2 steps, Xiao Qiao suddenly turned around, charging straight at him. A slash and a flying strike. The captain's HP immediately fell until it was next to nothing. Zombie leader followed with another attack. Slayed. In less than 3 seconds, 2 enemy champions had been killed. And at once the situation was even. After the captain's champion was killed, he ordered his team members, "Run!" When the 3 players finally reacted, they scrambled to get under their own defense turret. But as they reached their defense tower, Xiao Qiao and Zombie Leader had already caught up. Surely they weren't going to start killing the champions under the turret? That suspicion was immediately answered, as Xiao Qiao charged right in. At once she was attacked by the defense turret. The 3 of them thought it was all a joke. Did she want to die? The captain couldn't help remarking, "This Xiao Qiao must be making some mistakes maneuvering. She's dead meat." However, the next moment, the 3 champions took a step forward, thinking that if they made an attack each it would kill her. Alas, when they took that step forward, a stun spell. All 3 of them were frozen at once. Zombie leader and the deputy godfather quickly followed. Each of them executed an ultimate attack in turn, killing off all the opponents. Following this, Xiao Qiao headed out, but the defense turret made a final attack and it hit her. Surely this would kill her. Just as everyone thought she was going to die, she used a healing spell and had her HP back. The defense turret attacked her. Her HP were drained, but she did not die. The King team members were stunned. It was only then that they understood. Xiao Qiao's attack just then hadn't been a maneuvering error. She had been out to kill. She was almost dead, but she had attacked them even if it was with her last breath. The captain of King Team could not help but shudder at this thought. This Xiao Qiao was fierce. She fought too fiercely. The 3 of them had completely wiped out King Team's players. Every movement flowed into the next. Her playing was beautiful to watch. Xiao Qiao was fearless. Even when she was in danger, she was focused on her mission to kill. This imposing manner could only be described as horrifying. CQ Fighting Team. As soon as Shen Liangchuan took over, the state of affairs turned around. His understanding of the battle situation and knowledge of every champion was deep and thorough, more so than Xiao Lian's. The 3 of them wiped out the opponent. It was rare that Su Pinghao and the rest of CQ Team saw eye to eye with King Fighting Team on one thing. That was fierce. Shen Liangchuan's style was too fierce, but it was characteristic of Zichuan. "What are you daydreaming about? Recharge." That deep, resonant voice's order brought Su Pinghao and the team members back from their stunned state. All 3 of them were very low on HP from the fight that had just taken place. Xiao Lian stood behind Shen Liangchuan. Her right hand was still shaking uncontrollably, but her eyes were glued to Shen Liangchuan's screen and fingers. That movement he had executed just then was probably to the onlooker just a graceful motion, but who could have known how quickly his fingers moved? 8 years ago, whenever they had played together, she would hear the sound of his keyboard. At that time she used to wonder what he was like when he played. Now she had finally witnessed it with her own eyes. Her gaze fell on his back. They had probably started filming already. She could tell from the fact that he had his hair done. But hadn't he said he was in Hengdian near Hangzhou? So he had come here because he must have been worried. There was no need to worry now. He was here. They wouldn't lose the game. In the second round of the match, King had been initially in the lead for having killed Xiao Qiao and the deputy godfather. However, under Shen Liangchuan's direction, they had wiped out all 5 of the opponents without sacrificing any of their own remaining 3. It was an obvious advantage for CQ. Shen Liangchuan had never been one to slow his tempo just because he was leading in a match. Expressionlessly, he stared at his screen and started delivering his instructions in a calm voice. "Zombie leader, you assist the deputy godfather. Peerless, come with me to capture someone. The godfather, protect this turret. With this wave we can fight. Use the amplification function and surround them, Then catch up to us. In between, Su Pinghao asked, we are now low on HP but they are full. Will we be able to fight? We'll fight. The deputy godfather can make a detour to the back and push them towards us. Zombie leader's killing attack can wait. Farm when after your HP has decreased. Peerless, deploy the treatment spell for a recharge. After a group battle, there were only 2 players left on the opponent's end. They're thinking, do we chase them? Shen Liangchuan laughed icily. Do it. 1 for 2, it's worth it. Hence, it was another wipeout. It was just 5 minutes into the game and King Team had been wiped out by CQ Team twice. The commentator was absolutely excited. My God. One almost never sees this sort of lack of gold in competitions, but we are seeing it right now in this match. The veteran King Team next to CQ Team now, and they look like junior high school students coming up against university undergraduates. They are powerless to resist. CQ was provoked repeatedly by King in the last round, and this must have enraged and motivated them to rise to a level higher. This was indeed the case. The members of the King Team were all veterans, top players from various fighting teams brought together. There was no way they would have been suppressed to this extent under normal circumstances. Except that in the first round, they had targeted Xiao Lian to the point that it had infuriated the CQ team members. On top of this, because her hand would not stop trembling, it had become a moving and tragic scene that had stirred even more the team's emotions. Now they felt as though the energy of every cell in their body was fully focused and invested in this competition. Throughout the whole match under Shen Liangchuan's direction, they made no errors. 5 minutes was what it took for the opponents to be suppressed and leave them out of breath. After doing this, CQ continued to attack aggressively at an unrelenting pace, beating King Team to pulp. Within 8 minutes, the match was over. With a 20-2 headcount ratio, CQ easily bagged the victory for the second round. Almost on the verge of losing his voice, the commentator hailed them. Let's congratulate CQ Team for winning the second round. Their performance was like a phoenix rising from the ashes. If King doesn't get their act together, I'm afraid they will find resisting their opponent extremely difficult. Okay, let's take a 10-minute break. The third round will be the final deciding round and it will start shortly. Let's take a look at a playback of that very exciting match. The audience broke out in an enthusiastic applause. In the past, when 2 teams played a match, the fans of the team that won would cheer excitedly, whereas the fans of the team that lost would curse with rage, saying, "Isn't this just one round of the match? What's the big deal?" But this time, all the audience, including the loyal fans of King Team, were cheering for CQ. Someone even said, "My God, CQ Team Xiao Qiao is so dashing, what am I going to do? I'm going to switch allegiance." And in the competition room, they had completed another round of the game. The CQ team members were in high spirits at once. Su Pinghao turned to look at Shan Liangchuan, his eyes flashing in excitement as he exclaimed, "You are Zi Chuan." One in online gaming, it means to repetitively repeat the same action over and over again in search of a specific item, or to gain a certain amount of experience points to level up. That series of moves.
Su Pinghao gulped nervously.
You are Zi Chuan, aren't you? From the first time he had fought Shen Liangchuan and had been mercilessly wiped out, Su Pinghao had felt that Shen Liangchuan's playing style was strangely familiar. And in the last match, Shen Liangchuan had not fully manifested his moves. In this match, however, he had fully demonstrated his characteristic playing style. This was what had led Su Pinghao to the realization. He was Zi Chuan, and she was Xiao Qiao.
Su Pinghao sgaze shiftito Xiao Lian.
Hence, are you husband and wife? The moment he said this, all eyes in the room instantaneously looked at Xiao Lian and Shan Liangchuan. The godfather, the deputy godfather, and even Peerless exclaimed in surprise. So Mrs. Shen is actually Coach Qiao? My God! The atmosphere in the competition room was now better than ever. Looking at their faces, Xiao Lian grinned. But as she was grinning, a large warm hand suddenly covered her small one. She froze, seeing Shen Liangchuan holding her hand. He asked, "Your hand? What happened?" Xiao Lian had a sharp sensation on the tip of her nose and immediately looked away, trying to force a smile. Nothing. Then she stuffed her trembling hand into her pocket and glared at all the team members fiercely, saying, "Don't lower your guard. We still have one more round to fight and we'll have to win it before we win the competition properly. Focus on the match. I'll leave now." Having said this, Xiaolian turned and walked out of the gaming room. The moment she stepped out, her tears flowed uncontrollably. Her hand was still stuffed in her pocket and the trembling worsened. A sense of helplessness washed over her. There was no doubt now that CQ would clinch the champion title. She should be glad for that. But seeing how the team members were so happy, she suddenly felt lonely and helpless. Once upon a time, it had been her dream that one day she would be next to Zichuan in the competition arena, fighting the most perfect battle of their lives together. But now, that remained only a dream. Xiaolian took a deep breath and tried to suppress that painful sense of loss. Then she looked up and walked to the seats in the audience. Purple Fairy had already returned to the competition room to exert some pressure on King Team. Xiaolian went back to her seat and at this point, saw Sun Linen coming towards her. "Xiaolian, did you see the match? Do you like CQ more or King?" Feeling down, Xiaolian did not reply. And this made Sun Linen feel down too. Everyone with eyes could see who was going to win this match. There was no suspense. If King Team could not clinch the champion title, what was the use of gifting her that team? Amidst all these different thoughts, the third round of the game officially commenced. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the competition venue, a rather apologetic person with a nervous expression rushed in. The guard stopped her. "Hi, the competition has begun. We can't let you in now," the girl with a gaunt face said with a stubborn expression. "I'm CQ's team member Ancestor Whitebones. I wish to enter to play in the competition." The godfather and the deputy godfather were still nursing their injuries. Even if Xiaolian had been able to play, they would still be short of players. She had expended great efforts to escape from home. The guard at the door paused and said, "I'm sorry, are you able to prove your identity?" Ancestor Whitebones shook her head. She had escaped with only $10 to pay for her transport. She didn't even have her cell phone with her. And at this point, a cab pulled up sharply next to her. A middle-aged woman came charging out of the vehicle. "Well done you. You dared to run away." There was no doubt about the third round of the game. Shen Liangchuan continued to be very much in his element and played extremely aggressively right from the start. Within 10 minutes, the match came to an end. All the audience stood up and gave CQ a round of wild applause. The commentator was of course emotional and worked up. "CQ Fighting Team has made a real achievement and is now our deserving champion." And thus ended the Beijing competition. In the final round of the competition, the relatively unknown CQ team had made a big name for themselves with the sensational win. The competition had been broadcasted live and in the blink of an eye, it caused a tidal wave in the gaming world. Xiaolian's Xiao Qiao and Shen Liangchuan's Xiao Qiao had been played completely differently and were now widely imitated. The fans of CQ Team grew overnight to become the biggest fandom among all competitive teams' fandoms. All around there was wild applause. Xiaolian stared at the crowd before her. She bit her lip, her gaze falling on the gaming room. It was a considerable distance away and she could not see their faces clearly. But she could see that all the team members were joyous. They were shrieking excitedly and jumping around. There was one silhouette that sat calmly amidst the wild celebrations. Although she could not see what he was doing, she felt his gaze through the glass window, making its way among the sea of people, in search of her, looking at her. At that moment, she felt her heart burst with pride for her team. She placed her hand behind her and suddenly broke into a grin. It was all right. Even if she could never play again, it was all right. CQ Team had won. She had won. She took another deep breath. Shortly following this was the award ceremony. But before that, there was a 10-minute break to spruce up the stage. Xiaolian sat back in her seat. Suddenly, she heard voices in a heated argument coming from the entrance of the competition venue. Even with the background noise of the audience stirring, her ears were sensitive enough to pick up Ancestor Whitebone's voice. She narrowed her eyes and quickly made her way to the entrance. Sun Lin and Tu followed her. Xiao Lian, where are you going? He was in a foul mood. King team had lost and in a pathetic way. It didn't look good at all. Now what was he going to give Xiao Lian? Xiao Lian had no idea of the difficulties he was facing and had already dashed to the entrance. After seeing what the situation was, her expression darkened at once. Ancestor Whitebones was hanging on with her life to the stone sculpture next to the entrance, and that middle-aged woman was pulling her hair. You're coming home with me. I'm telling you to come home with me. Do you not understand what I'm saying? Ancestor Whitebones stubbornly stood there, silent as usual, but absolutely stubborn. She said, Mom, I'm pleading with you. Let me take part in the final game of the competition, and after that I'll do whatever you say. I'll leave the team. I'll go home and make money for my brother. Ancestor Whitebones' mother spat. If you play in the competition, they will make me forfeit the money. You are coming with me right now. Mom, please. No way. All you know is how to play games and it's not proper work. Ancestor Whitebones grabbed tightly onto the stone sculpture and refused to budge. Exasperated, her mother raised her hand and gave her a vicious slap across her face. Are you coming or not? Ancestor Whitebones bit her lip. I'm not going. Bam! Yet another tight slap. Coming or not? Ancestor Whitebones' mouth was bleeding now. Not going. Then I'll beat you to death, you big liability. Bam! 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 One slap after another landed on Ancestor Whitebones' back, as she turned pale from the beating. By the time Xiao Lian rushed out, Ancestor Whitebones' cheeks were already badly swollen from the beating, but she clenched her teeth, refusing to say a word. The big screen outside the competition venue had a projection delay of about 2 minutes. Hence when Xiao Lian walked out, the big screen was showing that CQ team had clinched the champion title. Ancestor Whitebones was stunned. Immediately she broke into a grin. They won. Their team won. Ancestor Whitebones suddenly released her grip on the stone sculpture. Her mother was not prepared for this situation and was stunned too. Ancestor Whitebones stood upright and suddenly jumped up with joy. Mom, our team won. Her mother so surprised she was speechless. Ancestor Whitebones laughed with tears streaming down her cheeks. They won. They no longer need me. After saying this, she dried her eyes against her sleeve. Mom, I'll come home with you. Her mother smiled when she heard this. That's right. You're ruining your own future. Don't blame your mother for being harsh with you. What can you gain from gaming? What future is there? Come home with me, and after you've made some money for your brother's wedding, I'll find you a rich. She grabbed Ancestor Whitebones' arm and was about to lead her into the car. Xiao Lian called out, Whitebones. Ancestor Whitebones halted and turned around sharply. As she looked at Xiao Lian, she smiled and said, Coach, we've won. Xiao Lian's eyes turned red and stinging. She nodded. Yes, we've won. Ancestor Whitebones laughed. Xiao Lian drew in a deep breath. She understood Ancestor Whitebones' family situation. She wanted to intervene, but Ancestor Whitebones' mother was right in one thing. There was no future in gaming, because the golden period for a gamer was before one turned 25. After one turned 25, one's reflexes and ability to react would not be as strong as before, and they had established the club not for survival, but for dreams and aspirations. She could not expect Ancestor Whitebones to give up 5 years of her youth just to chase a dream. Everyone had their own choices to make in life. She looked at Ancestor Whitebones and finally said, CQ team will always need you. Ancestor Whitebones froze and bit her lip. She nodded to show she understood. She then quickly turned away and looked down, drying her tears. She suddenly turned around and looked at Xiao Lian again. Coach, I'll be back. Wait for me. Okowo. After these words, Ancestor Whitebones' mother gave Xiao Lian a fierce glare and told her, I'm telling you, don't tempt my daughter to play games. We are an ordinary family, we can't afford it. Grabbing Ancestor Whitebones, she got them both into the cab. As the cab started to drive away, the window rolled down. Ancestor Whitebones took out her hand and gave Qiao Lian a thumbs up. As she watched the cab drive off, merge and disappear into the sea of traffic, becoming one of those nondescript vehicles on the road, she wondered why her heart felt like it was being squeezed by a pair of invisible giant hands. She wondered how many youths, for the sake of chasing their own dreams, had in the end crumbled and fallen in the face of reality. But she believed that Whitebones would not bow to circumstances. She would be back. At this point, she suddenly heard a voice coming from behind. "Mr. Sun." Qiao Lian paused and turned around. She saw Purple Fairy dashing out. Because she had lost the game, she was anxious and had not noticed Qiao Lian standing nearby. She immediately went up to Sun Linen saying, "Mr. Sun, this was a slip-up. And even if we lose this competition, we can wait for the next season." Sun Linen frowned as soon as she spoke. Of course, King Team could wait for next season's competition, but his intentions to present a gift for Qiao Lian today had been thwarted. There was a big difference between gifting a champion team and gifting a runner-up. Sun Linen glanced at Qiao Lian and sighed. Since they had come to this point in time, the gift still had to be presented. Hence, he immediately looked at Qiao Lian. "Qiao Lian, I'm giving you a big present today." Qiao Lian was already stunned from what Purple Fairy had just said to Sun Linen. Her pupils shrank as she turned sharply to look at Sun Linen. "It was you who established King Team?" Seeing her surprised expression, he said rather proudly, "Yes, it was me. Didn't you want to establish a team years ago? You even told me that it was your dream. So I established such team." He stopped, scratched his head and said sheepishly, "Initially, I was expecting them to secure the champion title and then give you the team as a present. But it seems like CQ Team was a tad aggressive today. But if you want, you can guide them." Qiao Lian and Purple Fairy were stunned by what he was saying. The latter had only then realized that Qiao Lian was standing nearby. But the meaning behind what Sun Linen was saying, the reason he had established King Team was because he wanted to give the team to Forget Chuan? Surely he couldn't be doing this. If from the very start his reason for establishing the club was to gift it to Forget Chuan, why had she done all these things? She was flabbergasted. Qiao Lian too stared at Sun Linen in disbelief. She thought of how Purple Fairy had been spending his money without restraint. She remembered the time that she had even wanted to buy the villa because of what Purple Fairy was doing, how she had thought in her heart that the investor was such a complete fool. And then she looked at this complete fool standing before her right now. Qiao Lian was absolutely speechless, especially when Sun Linen thought that the look on her face was because of how moved she was. Hence he said a little shyly, "Qiao Lian, you don't have to feel embarrassed. We've been good friends since a very young age. There's no need to feel shy about accepting the team. Besides, Stop." Qiao Lian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She had wanted so badly for the team to come in first, but time and again they had been held back by Purple Fairy's unscrupulous ways. It was hard not to hate her. But now she realized that the money this person had been spending to stir up all this havoc came from Sun Linen. Qiao Lian had never been so mad at Sun Linen, especially how Purple Fairy's interference had caused Ancestor Whitebones to be found by her family, and, as a result, she had missed her opportunity to play in the grand finals. Qiao Lian wished she could throw Sun Linen a few hard punches. This fool! Was he some sort of curse meant to ruin her? She was heaving with anger now. And still Sun Linen continued, "Hey, why are you so worked up? Don't be so worked up, it's only a team." Qiao Lian glared at him. She was completely speechless. At this point, Su Pinghao ran up to her. "Coach Qiao, hurry up. It's our turn to receive the award." When Qiao Lian heard this, she turned around, extending her hand in both helplessness and fury, and tapped Sun Linen on his chest. I'll have to give it to you." Then she turned and strode back to the award ceremony. Sun Linen stood there staring blankly, not quite understanding the situation. He turned and looked at Purple Fairy. What was that reaction from Qiao Lian? Too happy? But how was it that she looked angry? That shouldn't be the case. And how did Su Pinghao address her? Purple Fairy did not say a word. She widened her eyes, finding it hard to believe what was going on. Qiao Lian was the famous Xiao Qiao, and she was currently the female esports caster for Gechuan. Didn't Sun Linen know all that? What the hell? She grimaced, feeling that the next thing she needed to do was to hand in her letter of resignation. At the venue, Qiao Lian had returned to the auditorium. The host was speaking on stage, narrating the hardships that CQ had faced during their journey to where they were now. His touching words made all the fans tear. Led by Su Penghao, Qiao Lian walked down the side of the auditorium and stood waiting by the stage to receive the award. At that moment, Shun Liangchuan was there too. Although his face was covered by his mask and sunglasses, his tall and striking frame still attracted much attention. The moment Qiao Lian walked up, his gaze was fixed on her. She looked back at him. After a moment she smiled. Shun Liangchuan's expression, however, was dark and hidden in depth. His gaze fell on her hand that was stuffed into her pocket. He could see that it was still trembling uncontrollably. Shun Liangchuan felt as though something heavy was crushing his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. And that stabbing pain in his heart. His thoughts went back to 8 years ago. The team had been established. He just had to wait for them to turn up during the holidays so that they could train together and take part in the competition. Suddenly, a call from her. She said she wanted out. At that point, he had been truly upset with her. Although eventually, he felt that her withdrawal was not out of choice. After all, having to withstand pressures from one's parents to continue gaming was not something that everyone could do. Like himself. Hadn't he been kicked out of the family by his father for the same reason? Hence, all these years, even though he had learned to let things go and not to take things too seriously, regrets remained nevertheless over the fact that Xiao Qiao had not made good on her word at that time. Until this moment, this day, he finally understood that it was because she was injured. His Xiao Qiao had injured her hand and could no longer play games. And he had been unaware of it or when it had happened. When she had called him at that time, she must have been sad and devastated. While he, on the other hand, had waited impatiently for an explanation that didn't come quite as immediately as he expected, before he hung up on her. What she would have needed the most at that time would have been having him by her side, supporting her. And then a scene flashed in his memory suddenly. An 18-year-old girl, hugging her knees and crying quietly in a corner. That devastation and desolation. All he wanted to do was to hold her in his embrace and tell her it was all right. At this point, the host on stage was starting to make the announcement. And now let us invite the members of CQ team to come up on stage and receive their award. After these words were spoken, Su Penghao, the godfather, the deputy godfather and Lonely Peerless walked up to the stage. Qiao Lian stood on the spot for a moment, but she saw that the 4 men on stage had suddenly turned around to look at her. Because of Shun Liangchuan's identity, he was unable to appear before the camera. But that wasn't the case with Qiao Lian. It was a moment of great honor, and the team wanted Qiao Lian to share this moment with them. She could read this from the expression on their faces. Qiao Lian's lips curled upwards in a smile. She strode up to the stage. By then, Sun Linen and Purple Fairy had returned to the auditorium. Sun Lian's jaw dropped open with surprise the moment he saw Qiao Lian on stage, receiving the award. He froze on the spot. The 5 of them stood on the stage. Because Zombie Leader was known as the captain, the host zoomed in on him. Zombie Leader, perhaps you could share with us how you feel right now? Su Penghao said. Touched, excited, well, just very happy. The host hiccuped and laughed. He continued. Can you tell us, then, whose contribution to the game do you think was the most important in this competition? Whose contribution to the game was most important? Of course, it was Shun Liangchuan's. If Shun Liangchuan hadn't turned up, if it hadn't been for Shun Liangchuan eventually leading the team, they might have not been able to win. But as this thought entered his mind, he looked at Qiao Lian. Qiao Lian paused momentarily, then she heard Su Penghao say, I feel that throughout the competition, all 5 of us contributed well to the game. As for who is most important, I wish to say that everyone has been extremely important. We couldn't have done without any one of the 5 of us. But if you were to ask which of us is the core of the team, Then that would be our coach Chow. The host followed Su Pinghao's gaze and looked towards Chow Lian. Su Pinghao continued, if it weren't for Coach Chow, we wouldn't be here today. When the godfather, the deputy godfather and Peerless heard this, they agreed in unison. That's right. Coach Chow is the core member of our team. She's the most important. The four men were speaking all at once, their deep, strong voices filling the auditorium through the microphone. Silence. The air in the venue seemed to have frozen. After a moment, the host applauded. Another moment passed. The crowd below broke into thunderous applause. The award ceremony ended. Chow Lian walked down the stage. She looked at the trophy in her hand and felt her eyes tearing up. Su Pinghao and the godfather, as well as the deputy godfather, stood on the side smiling at her. The silly grin on their faces was heartwarming. The four men surrounded her as she walked down the stage. Her gaze roved over to the dark corner where Shan Liangchuan had been standing before she had gone up the stage. But now he had disappeared. Strange. She felt some kind of void in her heart. Had he gone away again? Ever since she had realized he was Zi Chuan, he had been avoiding her. Perhaps he didn't quite know how to explain to her what had happened 8 years ago. Was that why he was avoiding her? She bit her lip. At this point she felt someone grab her wrist. Chow Lian turned around. It was Sun Linen, standing behind her and staring at her in disbelief. Chow Lian, you are CQ team's coach? Looking at him, she pursed her lips and nodded. Sun Linen still had that look of disbelief. But he really had no idea. If he had known, he would never have allowed Purple Fairy to do such horrible things. Right there and then, Sun Linen felt truly regretful. So regretful that his insides could have turned sickly green. Looking at Chow Lian, he suddenly grabbed her hand. Come with me. His movement was unexpectedly quick and strong, inadvertently pushing her to the corridor on the side. Everyone was getting ready to leave the auditorium, and there was no one else where they were at that moment. Sun Linen looked at her saying, Chow Lian, I remember you once said you wanted your own team. Where you are now with CQ there are investors pressuring. I'm sure you're uncomfortable. Why not come over to King Team? I guarantee you the team will be all yours. Upon hearing this, Chow Lian immediately shook her head in rejection. There's no need. Then she turned to walk away. However, Sun Linen tugged at her. Chow Lian, why not? I promise I will not interfere. Furthermore, I will transfer the team to you. Chow Lian frowned. One doesn't deserve a reward for not having done any work. Why should I take anything from you? Sun Linen continued to look at her. Because whatever belongs to me belongs to you. Why should we draw such clear lines between us? Why not? Still looking at her. Why are you being so serious now? How much is the team worth? Before he could even finish his sentence, he saw that Chow Lian's expression had clouded over. In an icy tone she said, First, to the Chow Lian you knew long ago, the team indeed would not be worth much. But today this Chow Lian does not have that sort of money. Sun Linen immediately realized what he had said, and that his words had probably hurt her. He said immediately, Chow Lian, I don't mean that. Secondly, if you gave me the team, what do I have in return for you? I don't need anything in return. I never wanted anything from you, Sun Linen quickly swore. Chow Lian shook her head. But you must have a reason for gifting me something. Sun Linen's lips went dry with nervousness. I only want to be good to you, I want to make you happy. And I don't wish you to suffer hardships. It was simple and straightforward. Chow Lian was stunned by his words. She reflected on these words for a while, and she finally understood what they meant. She paused for a bit. Sun Si, is it because you like me? Such an awkward and narcissistic remark. If she had said this in the past, Sun Linen would have given her an arrogant look. But right now he held a troubled expression for a moment and said, Yes, I like you. After he had said that, he quickly added before Chow Lian could interrupt him, Please don't misunderstand, I had never thought of demanding anything from you. I only remember that you were Chow family's pampered little mistress, and you would get whatever you desired. In Suzhou you lived like a princess. But today you have to bend to other people and even be subservient. And I feel bad for you. Xiao Lian's heart softened when he said these words. But he had only seen her hardships as a reporter. He didn't understand that being subservient, being subordinate, was just a part and parcel of an ordinary life. Unconsciously, her tone softened. Sun Si, one does things according to their status. I'm now a person with nothing, and so I have to start from scratch. I don't think I'm suffering hardships. But I thank you for your good intentions. Sun Linen sighed to hear her say these words. I don't understand the camaraderie you have in your team, but I saw you with them just then. Is it because you have a close relationship with them that you are reluctant to leave? Then how about you give your team's boss number? I will buy it from him at a high price. Then I'll gift you the club and let you have the absolute say. How about that? Xiao Lian shook her head. There is no need for you to do this. However, Sun Linen took a step towards her and held her hand. Xiao Lian, 8 years ago, when your family was in trouble, I was overseas on a holiday. I wasn't there to help you. Let me help you now. Xiao Lian was about to speak, when a familiar deep voice suddenly came from not too far away. There no need. Xiao Lian and Sun Linen froze and turned around sharply. They saw Shun Liangchuan standing quietly on the side. They had no idea how long he had been there. The moment Xiao Lian saw Shun Liangchuan, her eyes lit up. Hadn't he left? She wondered as he walked towards them. Xiao Lian immediately asked, Why are you here? Shun Liangchuan replied indifferently, I came out to make a call. His icy gaze lightly brushed over Sun Linen, and coincidentally overheard a confession mini-drama. Xiao Lian was flabbergasted. His tone somehow reeked of jealousy. She immediately broke into a grin and was about to speak when Sun Linen interrupted him. Shun Liangchuan. Shun Liangchuan was wearing his mask, although he had taken off his sunglasses. He turned around at the mention of his name. Upon confirming that it was him indeed, Sun Linen was surprised. What are you doing here? What a question. Xiao Lian gave Shun Liangchuan a look. Shun Liangchuan, however, looked at Sun Linen. Are you looking for me for some reason? Looking completely stupefied now, Sun Linen said. Was I looking for you? Shun Liangchuan said. Weren't you looking for CQ Team's investor? Sun Linen nodded and said. That's right, I was looking for the investor, but what has that got to dash? He suddenly realized it midway through his sentence. You're the investor of CQ Team? Having said so, he looked over at Xiao Lian. He suddenly saw the light. So it's you, buddy. Xiao Lian was flabbergasted. Since when, Shun Liangchuan thought. Were they buddies? At this point, Sun Linen took one step towards him and extended his arm, looking like he was about to pat Shun Liangchuan's back. The latter took a step back to avoid the other man's physical contact. Not that Sun Linen noticed. He lowered his voice and said, Buddy, consider this a huge favor to me. Please, this team of yours, name a price. I'll buy it. Shun Liangchuan was speechless. Sun Linen looked at Xiao Lian again. Do you see her? She is my childhood love. I want to give her the team. Sell the club to me, whatever price you name, I'll pay. Won't you agree and help me accomplish my aim? Help you accomplish what aim exactly? Help you accomplish the aim of courting my wife. Shun Liangchuan was on the verge of rolling his eyes at Sun Linen. But instead he said flatly, I'm not selling. But why? Sun Linen grabbed his arm to stop him from leaving. If you won't give me a reason, I'm not letting you leave. Shun Liangchuan was speechless. He frowned deeply. Xiao Lian stepped forward. Hey, what are you trying to do? Sun Linen looked at Xiao Lian. I can't stand seeing you work for someone else. I want you to be the boss. Xiao Lian was flabbergasted. I'm no different from being a boss. How could it be the same? Look, wouldn't you still have to be Shun Liangchuan's subordinate? But if the team was yours, you could do whatever you wish. Xiao Lian was getting quite exhausted from having to deal with Sun Linen. Before she could say anything, Shun Liangchuan spoke again. She is the boss of the team. Sun Linen paused. What? Didn't you say the team belonged to you? It's hers too. Sun Linen was puzzled. Why? Shen Liangchuan glanced at Xiao Lian and suddenly put his arms around her shoulders. He said, "Because we are husband and wife." Upon hearing these words, Sun Linen looked as though he was fossilized. He froze on the spot. With a look of disbelief, he stared at the two of them for some time before he stammered, How can that be possible?" Shen Liangchuan did not pay attention to his question and on the contrary warned him, "Mr. Sun, please stay away from my wife in the future. As for your suggestion of buying the team as a gift to my wife, I don't feel it's quite necessary." Sun Linen was shocked. His wife. His wife. His eyes widened, stupefied by the situation before him. His gaze shifted from Xiao Lian to Shen Liangchuan, and he finally asked disbelievingly, "Xiao Lian, you both?" The moment Shen Liangchuan appeared, Xiao Lian had already known that was the end. The guy was jealous. And now she was twice as sure that he was indeed jealous. She had initially been hiding this from Sun Linen, because she didn't want second brother to know. But since Shen Liangchuan had spilled the beans, there was no longer a need for her to keep it under wraps. She nodded and confirmed, "Yes, we are married." Sun Linen felt like he could almost hear the sound of his own breaking heart. Ignoring him, Shen Liangchuan suddenly grabbed Xiao Lian's hand and said, "Come with me." Xiao Lian stumbled along behind Shen Liangchuan. The moment they walked out of the building, they saw Su Penghao and the rest of the team coming in their direction. They were looking for Xiao Lian. When they saw Xiao Lian and Shen Liangchuan together and that the two were holding hands, the team members shot a few looks at each other. Su Penghao quickly said, "Coach Qiao, if there's nothing else, we'll go back to the villa to practice." Xiao Lian nodded. Su Penghao's gaze, however, fell on Xiao Lian's right hand, which was still hidden in her pocket. He opened his mouth to say something else, but immediately stopped himself. In the end, he glanced at Shen Liangchuan without saying another word and left. By now, most of the fans had left the event location. Xiao Lian followed Shen Liangchuan as they made their way out. She looked at the back view of his broad and tall frame. Today, he was like a savior that had descended from the heavens above to rescue her. Rescue CQ team. This was also the first time she had seen him ever since she had realized he was Zichuan. And he was still that same stone-faced best actor Shen. But somewhere in Xiao Lian's heart, something had quietly changed. She bit her lip, and by the time she snapped back from her thoughts, she realized she was in his car. They did not speak as he drove. After thinking for a while, Xiao Lian finally asked, "Have you gone home to visit Mom? She's been grumbling about you, missing you." Shen Liangchuan glanced at her.
"No."
"Oh." She looked out of the window and realized that they were not on the road home. She asked immediately, "Where are we going?" In his usual calm manner, Shen Liangchuan answered, "I've just made an appointment with an orthopedic surgeon." His gaze fell on her hand after he said this. "I'm taking you there right now." Xiao Lian was surprised to hear this. She suddenly recalled what Shen Liangchuan had said. He had gone outside to make a call. So back then, he had actually been making arrangements for her to see a specialist for her hand? Her heart warmed up a little. She quickly turned to look at the road ahead. She glanced at the cars on the road, and from the corner of her eye, she looked at her own hand, which she had quietly taken out of her pocket. Her right hand. It was still trembling out of control. Her eyes reddened at once. 8 years ago, her hand had gotten injured, crippled in an accident. Would it be of any use treating it 8 years later? In fact, she had lost count of the nights she had dreamt that she was sitting in front of the computer, playing games once again. She bit her lip harshly. Shen Liangchuan calmly asked, "Your hand, what happened to it?" What had happened to her hand? Xiao Lian's expression darkened at once upon hearing his question. Suddenly, those bad memories came flooding back. Her hand. She gave a bitter smile. Shoving her hand back into her pocket, she clenched it into a fist. Quickly putting her emotions in check, she looked out of the window as she explained in a casual tone. "One night 8 years ago, on my way home from school, I was robbed. My hand was injured in the scuffle that broke out then." When he heard this, Shen Liangchuan frowned. This was obviously not the whole truth. It made him exceptionally uncomfortable. What exactly had happened to Xiao Qiao, and why was she always so evasive when talking about her past? He thought again of how she had always been afraid of being in the limelight. His frown deepened. However, he did not force her to narrate her whole story and moved on. What did the doctor say? Looking at her right hand, she said, "Although this hand looks no different from an ordinary hand, it cannot withstand intensive movements, especially like using a keyboard, gaming. After a while it gets weak twitches. It's nothing I can control." Shen Liangchuan nodded quietly. They arrived at the hospital very shortly. After they got out of the car, Xiao Lian looked at Shen Liangchuan and said, "Actually, there is really no need to see another doctor. At that time in Suzhou I saw a countless number of doctors. It was useless." She had been in her second year of high school then and her studies had been critical. Her unexpected injury had resulted in her not being able to hold a pen properly. Her father had always doted on her, so he took her to consult renowned doctors everywhere, but to no avail. Eventually, they heard news of another orthopedic specialist in town and had a last glimmer of hope. But that was when the tragedy struck at home. And now it was 8 years later. After a delay of 8 years, Xiaoyi could just barely stand on his legs. But her hand, such precise operations in such agile and sensitive part of the body, how could it possibly heal up completely? Upon hearing what she had said, Shen Liangchuan took her hand. His hand was large, warm and dry, and she felt the heat pass from her fingers right to her heart. When she tilted her head up to look at him, he said, "We'll just let him have a look, that's all." The night sky was hazy. Under the glow of the streetlights, Shen Liangchuan's expression in this moment was warm and gentle. Xiao Lian could not bear to reject. Even if there was no hope left for her hand, his firm and steady expression suddenly made her feel like there was a light at the end of the tunnel again. She nodded. The normally quiet Shen Liangchuan seemed to understand how she was feeling, and he suggested as they walked into the hospital, "This doctor is a renowned orthopedist in our country. The worst that can happen is that things remain the way they are." Xiao Lian nodded again. Shen Liangchuan took her hand and looked at it. Then he held that trembling right hand tightly in the center of his own palm. Her hand was delicate and pale, even though life had been tough for her in the past 8 years. But that pair of hands was flexible, as if boneless, exactly as thought she had never had to do household chores a single day of her life. In the past, this hand had fought alongside his, and in the games they had been invincible. But now, every time he thought of the moment he had been among the audience and realized that something was not quite right, when he had dashed into the gaming room and saw her staring at her trembling hand, his heart felt a sharp pang of pain. The helplessness, sense of loss, despair and sadness that she felt at that point, all these same feelings he felt even stronger. How could his Xiao Qiao's hand be injured? Just like a male eagle with broken wings and that could no longer fly. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he tightened his hand around hers. How much he wished that he was suffering from the injury instead. Very soon, they arrived at the doctor's office. The specialist was a middle-aged man in his 40s to 50s. He had sent the remaining patients home before Shen Liangchuan arrived. Because of his special identity, of course, he couldn't be seen going in and out of hospitals. This was a private hospital, hence it was better set up in terms of both confidentiality and environment. Xiao Lian stepped into the doctor's office. When she saw the elderly doctor, her eyes narrowed. He looked familiar. Moreover, the moment the elderly doctor saw her, he paused in surprise. "You are Miss Qiao." His remark confirmed even more Xiao Lian's suspicions. Her eyes lit up at once. "Are you Director Zhao?" Dr. Zhao immediately laughed. "I would have never guessed that the patient Mr. Shen was bringing would be you. Please take a seat." Xiao Lian widened her eyes, feeling that indeed, it was a very small world. Dr. Zhao had been the best doctor in Suzhou. The one her father had looked up after her hand was injured at that time. But at that time Dr. Zhao hadn't been able to treat the root of the problem. Would he be able to do so now? Xiao Lian frowned. Dr. Zhao spoke first. "Is it still your hand?" Xiao Lian nodded. Dr. Zhao had her extend her arm so that he could examine her. Then he said, "Let's take an X-ray and have a look at the joints to see if there are any problems there. The issue with your hand is a little complicated." Qiao Lian nodded again. Dr. Zhao filled in a form saying, "The equipment is next door. I'll get the nurse to take you." After saying this, he picked up the phone and made a call. Shortly after, a young nurse entered the room. "Miss Qiao, please follow me." The service rendered in the private hospital was excellent. When the young nurse saw Shen Liangchuan, she was obviously taken aback, but still, she maintained her composure. Qiao Lian nodded and threw Shen Liangchuan a glance. He said instead, "Go ahead, I'll wait for you here." Qiao Lian nodded yet again and left with the young nurse. After the two women were too far away to hear, Shen Liangchuan looked at Dr. Zhao and asked, "Dr. Zhao, I wish to ask what happened to her hand back then?" Dr. Zhao sighed when he heard this question. Concerning that matter, Miss Qiao was really pitiful at that time. He frowned as if trying to recall. At that time when her father sent her here, she had already passed out from the pain and her face was pale. There was a heavy footprint on her right hand, and it was obvious someone had crushed it by stepping on it. All the bones were out of place. That sort of pain wasn't the sort of pain an ordinary person can bear. The Qiao family was a well-known and rich family in Suzhou, and that little girl had also been brought up delicately. She looked adorable and had a candid character. She was a personality in Suzhou. Looking at the situation, it was evident that someone had schemed against her. I have no idea what sort of hatred or resentment could have resulted in such a cruel act. Shen Liangchuan frowned deeply after hearing this. The face of the young Xiao Qiao appeared before his eyes. Dr. Zhao continued, "This is not the first time that this young lady is coming to see me for treatment. When she was little, I took care of whatever external injuries she had. She's always been afraid of pain. But that time when she woke up, she looked at her hand and did not shed a single tear. Her lip was bruised from her biting in pain. But she asked me whether she'd still be able to play games with that hand. She was a kid after all. She didn't ask if she could lead a normal life. She could only think about playing games." Shen Liangchuan froze when he heard this. His heart was aching so much that all he wanted to do was to take her in his embrace and treasure her from now on. He would not let her get harmed ever again. He pursed his lips as Dr. Zhao continued the story. At that time, her hand was causing her too much pain. I suggested an anesthesia injection for the position correction. However, anesthesia injections are known to have secondary effects such as difficulting the movement. When she heard this, she objected immediately. Not even a normal man would be able to take the pain of this sort of injury. But the young lady gritted her teeth and insisted. The fingertips' nerves were linked to the heart. The pain of correcting the bone position was far worse than the pain suffered during the injury. Shen Liangchuan was nervous just hearing about it. And after that, Dr. Zhao sighed again. The joints' positions were corrected, but because it was too painful, her recovery was a little slow. At that time her father took her to many well-known doctors, and he brought her to me as well. From my perspective, actually it was as close to normal as it could ever get. But she lamented that her hand was weak. I could not pinpoint the reason for that. Eventually, I told her to give it more time. After all, the saying goes that it takes 100 days for bones to knit and tendons to heal. And after this, that tragedy struck at home. Shen Liangchuan's pupils shrank at once. What happened then? Dr. Zhao continued. The Qiao family, have you not heard of them? That building construction case from 8 years ago. It killed 17 people while under construction. As he said this, he suddenly realized. Oh, Mr. Shen, you were still very young at that time. Probably in school. So you may have not been aware of these things. Shen Liangchuan's pupils shrank. He remembered hearing news about that case. So the Qiao family that had been involved in this matter was actually Qiao Lian's family? So Qiao Lian's parents. Noticing the puzzled expression on Shen Liangchuan's face, Dr. Zhao continued. Miss Qiao's parents were good-natured people, but you really can't judge a book by its cover. You wouldn't have imagined that they'd do such a thing. Initially, I just couldn't for a moment believe that her parents were guilty. Later on, They were planning to send their 2 children overseas, but someone discovered this and thwarted their plans. They were trying to slink off. After that, they were watched over very closely. Perhaps they could not withstand the external pressures. In the end, they committed suicide. They died. The Chow family went broke. Then there was a big fire, and everyone saw how pitifully the 2 children cried and their hearts softened, so they didn't make things difficult for the little ones. Shen Liangchuan's frown deepened, thinking about how Chow Lian had had to take care of her brother and fight for survival in Beijing alone. He asked, "Didn't she have any relatives?" "Yes, she did. She has an uncle. But I heard that Ms. Chow has a strong personality. Her uncle's family depended on her family to survive, and Chow Lian had a female cousin on that side of the family. However, it seemed that Ms. Chow did not get along with this cousin. After the tragedy struck them, her uncle took the 2 children into his own home, but Chow Lian had an argument with this cousin and eventually left their home, taking her brother along with her. From that moment, no one knew where they went. And if it weren't for this meeting today, I wouldn't have known how she is today." Shen Liangchuan was still frowning deeply. It was true that Chow Lian had her flaws. Having come from an upper-class family, and being an outstanding person herself, she naturally had reasons to be quite a proud person. But he was certain she would have not run away from home with her brother just because of an argument with her cousin. There must be a story behind this. With a creased forehead, Shen Liangchuan contemplated the situation quietly. After a while, the nurse led Chow Lian back to the doctor's office. The moment Shen Liangchuan saw her, he sprang up from his seat. Chow Lian's face was as pale as before, but her right hand had stopped trembling even though it was still weak. It was hard to imagine how much her frail body had endured in life. And what about him? At the time she would have needed him the most, he had not been by her side. Even 8 years after that, when they met again, he had wanted to take revenge, hit her, harm her. Right at this moment, Shen Liangchuan felt downright ashamed of himself. Despite the fact that there were others in the room, he just could not bear this sudden urge to walk to her and hold her tightly in his arms. Fortunately, she was still alive and kicking. Chow Lian gave the man before her a stunned look. What was wrong with Shen Liangchuan? As she held her trembling hand against her chest, although she had not spoken a word, one could sense her post-traumatic stress. The way he was holding and pressing her tightly in his embrace was, strangely, somewhat heartbreaking. Was it because her hand? All at once, Chow Lian turned white. She coughed once and pushed Shen Liangchuan away, asking, "What's wrong?" She forced a smile. "Actually, my fingers can function perfectly fine for day-to-day living. Even if it doesn't get any better, it's all right. After all, I'm old. If I continued gaming after the age of 25, it would be past my golden period and people will think it's a joke. I'll just focus on being a coach from now on, and that's not too bad." This self-mockery was saddening to hear. Indeed, the golden period for a gamer was below the age of 25. But she had missed out on those 8 years. Her dreams were getting further and further away. Shen Liangchuan felt all the more bitter. Moving her aside, he suddenly looked at Dr. Zhao and said, "You must heal her hand." Sighing, Dr. Zhao said, "I'll try my best." As the X-ray film would take half an hour to process, they sat waiting in the office. Dr. Zhao walked up to Chow Lian and carefully examined her hand, asking some related questions. Dr. Zhao finally said after beating around the bush, "Miss Chow, have you been in Beijing all this time?" Chow Lian nodded. After you left, your uncle and his family kept looking for you." Upon hearing this, Chow Lian pursed her lips and did not speak. Dr. Zhao continued, "They looked rather pitiful. They used to depend on you for living. After the tragedy struck, their home and belongings were all confiscated. Your cousin dropped out of junior high school. Now she's grown up and independent. The toughest part is over." Finally, something seemed to have stirred her emotions. She pursed her lips and said, "How is my uncle doing health-wise?" Shen Liangchuan raised an eyebrow when he heard this question. She had asked about her uncle, but made no mention of her aunt or her cousin. "He's quite well," Dr. Zhao said. He made her clench her fingers. How does that feel? Qiao Lian frowned and said, It's sore and weak. It feels out of control. Dr. Zhao frowned. Shen Liangchuan asked, How is it? Dr. Zhao sighed. Let's wait until the examination report is out. At this point, a young nurse walked in with a laboratory test form and handed it over to Dr. Zhao. Dr. Zhao held up the form and looked at the X-ray for a long time. Then he put down the form and looked up. Before he could speak, Shen Liangchuan asked again impatiently, How is it? Can you heal her hand? After these words, Qiao Lian looked at Dr. Zhao, her eyes full of hope. Looking at the both of them, Dr. Zhao gave an apologetic smile and shook his head. Qiao Lian's heart sank when she saw his expression. Shen Liangchuan frowned. Their faces made Dr. Zhao realize that he had given them quite the wrong impression, so he quickly said, It's not what you think. The examination report shows that actually, there is nothing wrong with Miss Qiao's hand. Nothing wrong. Qiao Lian was stunned and looked down at her hand. Shen Liangchuan was puzzled by Dr. Zhao's remark and looked at him questioningly. Dr. Zhao said after a sigh, You can't tell that there's something wrong from this examination form. Also, Miss Qiao's hand recovered to a reasonable extent over these years. Actually, you don't have any problem with normal day-to-day activities. Qiao Lian nodded. But when I want to play games, Sighing again, Dr. Zhao said, The human body is highly complex. Even medical experts like me have not been able to overcome certain areas. After all, this hand was injured long ago. To have it functioning as it used to would depend on your own body's ability. He looked over at Qiao Lian. To reposition hand bones after they dislocated surely affected their agility. But now, medically speaking, your hand has recovered. There is really nothing for me to treat. After hearing this, Qiao Lian's heart sank. Indeed, there was no solution. She had already realized this instinctively before she came to the hospital. Her hand had not given her any issues in all these years, hence, it had likely recovered. It was just that if she played games for an extended period of time, it would start to tremble. And this was probably because of the fatigue. Even when a normal person played games for an extended period, their fingers would stiffen, so what more could she expect? Qiao Lian nodded and said, I understand. As the couple walked out of the hospital, Qiao Lian thought about everything Dr. Zhao had said. Actually, in order to increase the extent of her fingers' agility, she would have to take extra care and rest more. Hence, did this mean that from now on she should no longer play games? Shen Liangchuan interrupted her train of thoughts. Don't think about it too much. Since there's nothing wrong with your hand, it means you will still be able to play games like anyone else. If Western medicine can't do anything for you, we'll go to a Chinese physician. Qiao Lian paused and turned to look at Shen Liangchuan. His gaze was steady. In this world, there is nothing that cannot be done. Just like when he had left the Shen family years ago. He had thought initially that his mother and he would starve to death on the streets, but look at where they were now. Qiao Lian listened to the words he had said so confidently and nodded. When they drove back to the villa, Xia Yehua was still awake. She was discussing Song Yuanqi's matter with Auntie Li when they entered the apartment. Her sanity is weakening. In the past, she would wash them 5 or 6 times, but now it's more than 10 times. Her hands are raw from the washing, but she says they're not clean. This child, she can't overcome the harm she caused Lianchuan. Auntie Li sighed and replied, Ms. Yuanqi was always so understanding. How did she become like this? She wanted to harm Madam with the fruit knife. Having exchanged these remarks, they heard the front door opening. They paused and turned simultaneously, to see Shen Liangchuan and Qiao Lian standing at the doorway. They did not continue their conversation, but Xia Yehua's face lit up with delight. She exclaimed, Aren't you filming in Hengdian? How come you're back? Shen Liangchuan responded to these words with a soft grunt and then changed his shoes. Qiao Lian changed her shoes too and headed to the restroom. Shen Liangchuan followed Qiao Lian, and when he saw her turn on the tap, he frowned and insisted, You need to wash them with hot water. Seeing that she was surprised by his remark, he added, Cold water is bad for your joints. While her hands froze in motion, her heart warmed. She nodded as she turned on the hot water tap instead to wash her hands. After dinner, they headed upstairs. When Shen Liangchuan returned to the bedroom after his shower, he saw that Xiao Lian was sitting on the bed, looking at him. He paused. She asked, "When will you be leaving?" He had not intended to come home when they spoke on the phone yesterday. Hence, it was a surprise when he suddenly appeared at the competition venue. From Xiaoyahua's reaction, Xiao Lian concluded that he had just arrived today. Since he had left the filming location on such short notice, she guessed that he was expected to return very soon. Indeed, Shen Liangchuan pursed his lips and said, "Tomorrow morning." Xiao Lian nodded. She was right. She said, "You should go and see Yuanqi before you go." Shen Liangchuan paused and looked at her questioningly. Xiao Lian had never been a saint, but this time she had proactively suggested this. Seeing her magnanimous expression, he cast his gaze down and said, "I don't think so. We'll see when I get back from filming." Then he walked to the bed and turned off the lights. The room was in total darkness. Lying on the bed quietly, she heard the sound of him breathing next to her ear. Suddenly, she turned her head and looked at his silhouette in the darkness. Everything felt a little unreal. Shen Liangchuan was Zichuan. The whole matter had been like a figment of her imagination, even right up until this moment. She could not help but break into a smile as she contemplated this. She wanted to talk to him. "Shun." Before she could get another word out, a warm and large hand suddenly emerged from under the blanket to encircle her waist. Xiao Lian jumped in surprise. She turned her head sharply and saw that the manly silhouette next to her was descending upon her. All at once, that familiar manly aroma covered her senses. Before she knew what was going on, his lips pressed up against hers. She was breathless, making her nervous like never before. Shen Liangchuan was Zichuan. And right at this moment, sharing the most intimate act in the world with her was her Zichuan. That strange joy. She felt as though something was rising from within her. And that night, they both lost some of their sanity. The man's heavy gasping and suggestive sounds reverberated within the room for a long time. Early morning. Xiao Lian opened her eyes. The space next to her on the bed was empty. She looked at the ceiling in a daze. She could not recall how or when she had fallen asleep last night. She only remembered feeling like something inside her had exploded, which had made her all at once indulgent and unrestrained. And now, as she lay quietly in bed, she caught a whiff of pleasure lingering in the air. She could still hear him calling out "Xiao Xiao" in the depth of their ecstasy. She turned bright scarlet as she reached out to touch her own face. Then she got out of bed, quickly washed up and went downstairs. Xiaoyahua was in the living room. When she saw Xiao Lian, she smiled and said, "Liangchuan left while you were sleeping. He said the filming crew needed him urgently." Xiao Lian halted as she said this. A sudden feeling of emptiness overtook her. She nodded. She went downstairs and sat down for breakfast, feeling a little distracted. She had many questions for him. But the moment she had spoken last night, he had interrupted her. When she woke up this morning, he was gone. She wondered if she really had to keep these questions for when he finished filming. She suddenly looked up at Xiaoyahua. "Mom, I'd like to go to Hengdian." Her words caught Xiaoyahua by surprise. Recovering from the unexpected suggestion, she immediately laughed. "You can't bear to be apart from Liangchuan?" Xiao Lian paused and said, "No, there's no need to explain. Liangchuan is taking the 9 a.m. flight. I'll get someone to book you a ticket right now." Xiao Lian's eyes lit up as she said, "Okay." She no longer needed to work, so her schedule was flexible. She could watch him film. Going with the flow, Xiao Lian immediately went upstairs to pack. Except that after packing, she thought she should go to the clubhouse to inform the team. Hence, she hailed a cab and went to the clubhouse. As her cab pulled up by the ville, she heard noises from within. It seemed to be bustling with excitement. She raised her eyebrows with surprise and walked into the villa. There was a delicate and refined young man sitting on the sofa. A flash of recognition immediately lit up Xiao Lian's eyes. Ninth Queen, you're back? When the team was first established, they had recruited 7 gamers. Later on, Smiling Tiger left, and Ninth Queen had been studying for university. By coincidence, he had the end-of-term exams, so he had returned to school to study. Now he was back. They were no longer short of players. Ninth Queen laughed shyly and blushed. He looked at Xiao Lian excitedly, his eyes gleaming with interest. Coach Xiao, I took my exams yesterday and didn't watch the live stream, but I did watch the rerun. They say you're Xiao Xiao. Is that true? Xiao Lian paused. Then she laughed and looked at Su Pinghao. Okay. I'm here today to talk about our next competition. She continued. The new year is around the corner. The annual tournament starts after that. So from now we will set a strategy, align our formation and practice hard. Don't even think for a moment that our win at the Beijing competition was easy. There are so many people at the national level, there are bound to be countless hidden talents. Hence, for this season, I've prepared a training plan. This time the team was exuding a brand new atmosphere. Previously, whenever she discussed training plans, the team members would listen half-heartedly. But now, whenever Xiao Lian spoke, all the team members would look at her seriously, as though they were afraid to miss a word of what she was saying. Seeing that change in them, Xiao Lian smiled. After she finished, she called Su Pinghao aside. Lowering her voice, she asked, Have there been any news from Ancestor White Bones? Su Pinghao shook his head in response. Xiao Lian sighed. Keeping his gaze on her, Su Pinghao asked, Do you think we should go see her? Xiao Lian contemplated it for a moment and eventually shook her head. Wait a couple of days, then we'll decide again. He nodded. Xiao Lian continued. I'm going to be away for a few days, so I'm leaving it to you to lead them in the training. Su Pinghao was still nodding. Then he hesitated, as though he had something to say. Xiao Lian frowned. Speak up if there's something you wish to say. Su Pinghao said. Coach Xiao, your hand. His gaze fell on her right hand. After a day of rest and with the massage the doctor had given her at the hospital, Xiao Lian's hand was now back to normal. She smiled upon hearing Su Pinghao's remark and reached out to pat his shoulder. It's okay. Even if I can never play again, you can be my hands. And even if I can never play again, the team can represent me. Fight your way to the national finals, and then all the way to the international tournaments. Su Pinghao's eyes reddened quickly upon hearing these words. He understood. The meaning behind her words was that her hand would not recover so easily. Coach Xiao, don't worry. Walking out of the villa, Xiao Lian felt touched by that last scene with Su Pinghao's reddened eyes. This group of passionate youths reminded her of herself 8 years ago. At that time she had been just like them, passionate and on fire. But ultimately, they had had to succumb to the harsh reality. Now her only hope was that their journey on this road towards their dreams and aspirations would be smooth and without bumps. As she sat in the cab on the way to the airport, her cell phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Xiao Lian picked up the call. Ancestor Whitebone's voice came over the line. Coach Xiao. Ancestor Whitebones was normally a quiet person, who seemed to be perpetually under great pressure. At this moment, there was a certain perplexity in her voice as she spoke. Xiao Lian said immediately, It's me. What's up? Ancestor Whitebones gave a bitter laugh. Then she continued, I have something to tell you. Xiao Lian paused for a moment. What is it? My mom has taken my cell phone and given it to my brother. From a very young age, she has always told me that whatever we had at home belonged to my brother. When I grew up, I was to work hard and earn money so that my brother could take a wife, buy a house. I had good results when I was in school and came in top of the class every year. My brother was mischievous and did not do well in school. But my mother made me stop school after I graduated from junior high school so that I could work and let my brother go to college. The staggering cost of tuition fees in life almost killed me. And it was during this time that I came across lot games. I love gaming and I'm passionate about that world. Coach Xiao, my mother says this is not a proper job, and all my neighbors give me strange looks. Coach Xiao, I'm feeling lost and I'm not sure what to do. I don't know where my future's headed. As Ancestor Whitebones spoke, Xiao Lian could hear choking on her own words. Since she was speaking in a low voice, she must have been making the call in secret, not wishing for anyone to hear her. Xiao Lian's heart ached for her. Actually, life was hard. What Ancestor Whitebones was saying was probably be true of many others like her. Xiao Lian looked at the bustling crowd outside. She suddenly smiled and said, "Whitebones." Ancestor Whitebones gave a soft hum in response. Xiao Lian continued, "In this world, some people are destined to be successful. Some people are destined to lead a normal life. But does it mean that ordinary folks are unhappy?" Ancestor Whitebones paused. An ordinary life experiences ordinary joys, and pursuing your aspirations brings about its own happiness. This boils down to your own choices. "Oh," Ancestor Whitebones said softly. Xiao Lian knew that she was trying to break out of her current situation. She needed a breakthrough point, but she actually still lacked courage. Xiao Lian couldn't help but to add, "The prerequisite for leading an ordinary life is to give up your dreams and aspirations." "But what about me?" Ancestor Whitebones paused. She asked, "What? Even if I wanted to chase my dreams and aspirations, I no longer have what it takes." Ancestor Whitebones was stupefied by these words. "Coach Chow, what do you mean?" "My hand is injured and I can't play games." Ancestor Whitebones sounded shocked. "What?" "Whitebones, what I wish to say is that whatever you have may very well be what others want." The voice on the other end of the line was silent for a moment. "Coach Chow, I think I understand now." Xiao Lian kept silent for a brief moment and then said, "Whitebones, CQ team, zombie leader, and the rest have been waiting for you to come home to them. Everyone had their own choices to make. Xiao Lian really had no right to interfere with someone else's life. But her hand, she just couldn't bear to see someone who had dreams, and who had the ability to chase her own dreams, stop dead in her tracks. Besides, there were already very few female gamers in the esports industry, and those who were good enough to compete were even rarer. She could not bear watching the fighting spirit of a female talent like Ancestor Whitebones being worn down. Shortly after she hung up the phone, the cab arrived at the airport. She followed the line to board the plane. Xia Yehua had bought a first-class ticket for her. She walked down the aisle and found her seat. Just as she was about to settle in, she heard an exclamation. "Chief Editor Lian Lian?" Surprised, Xiao Lian turned around. She saw Shernyan Yao looking back at her excitedly. "It's really you. Are you going to Hengdian too?" Xiao Lian raised an eyebrow. "Too?" Shernyan Yao's face immediately blushed a little with embarrassment. Xiao Lian thought for a moment and suddenly saw the light. Mo Shiqing is acting in Ambition with a supporting role. Shernyan Yao coughed once and nodded. Then she swapped seats with the person next to Xiao Lian. The two women had not met for days, and now that they had run into each other, they couldn't stop chatting. Xiao Lian looked at Shernyan Yao and asked, "What have you been doing after you resigned?" Upon hearing his question, her eyes sparkled. "What do you think?" Xiao Lian paused. "Haha, I'm now a jobless hobo." Xiao Lian paused. She laughed helplessly. "So then what are you doing in Hengdian?" Shernyan Yao's face turned scarlet and she cleared her throat. "Me? I'm here to help my brother inspect the Hengdian film location. My brother invested in a few of the films they are shooting in Hengdian, so I'm here to take a look." Shernyan Yao was a second-generation heir from a rich family, and Xiao Lian had known about this from the start. However, inspecting is an excuse. The truth is that you're here to see somebody. Shen Liangchuan and Mo Shiqing both took their work seriously. If they had gone there to film, then for sure they would be away from home for 2 or 3 months. Hence, Xiao Lian raised her eyebrows as Shernyan Yao turned even redder. Xiao Lian leaned towards her and asked in a soft voice, "So how are you and Mo Shiqing doing?" Shernyan Yao sighed. "There has been no progress at all." Xiao Lian widened her eyes. What? That's just how it is." Shernyan Yao was rather depressed by this too. Ever since they had released the news that they were in a relationship, they hardly contacted each other. Even an occasional greeting was communicated by Mo Shiqing's assistant, and it was kept short. Ninyao felt like she was going crazy. She was a male idol's girlfriend, and yet the distance between them kept them so far apart. Moody. Lian smiled and comforted her. Okay, stop putting that face. We're going to Hongdian together after all. Ninyao nodded. Time seemed to pass quickly as they talked and laughed along the way. They arrived in Hongdian very shortly. The place was set up especially to film historical dramas, so they had constructed a model of an ancient building complex. As they walked in, an air of history and nostalgia filled their senses. They found accommodation at a hotel and settled their luggage before they headed out again. Ninyao asked, "Are you going to the filming location? Take me." Lian sighed and said, "And I was thinking of asking you to take me." Now that they were here, she was suddenly very eager to see Shen Liangchuan at work. If she appeared all of a sudden before him, how would he react? It made her excited to think about it. The two of them walked around the Ambition filming location and turned right. At once, in the not-too-far distance, they saw a hovering crowd. As they approached, they heard someone shouting as he ran towards them. 10 extras needed in a crowd scene. $80 a day. Immediately, the hovering crowd dashed towards him. Seeing that so many people were swarming around him, the stage supervisor of Ambition frowned. He casually pointed at a few who he found pleasing to his eyes and was about to leave when he spotted Lian and Ninyao. Among the crowd, the two women were outstanding when it came to both looks and manners. It was hard not to be dazzled by them. The stage supervisor's eyes lit up. "And the two of you, come over and assemble here quickly. You'll come with me and join the crew." Stunned, Lian and Ninyao exchanged a look. The stage supervisor had made this suggestion since they were both good-looking. But when he saw their reaction, he frowned and said impatiently, "Well, are you coming? If not, I'll get someone else." Ninyao was still in a daze when Lian nodded. "Coming. Coming." Then she tugged Ninyao along with her hand and ran over to the group. When they approached the stage supervisor and he had a closer look, he realized that the girls were as good-looking as some celebrities. He was all the more pleased at this. He thought of the two roles that he needed today, and smiled at once. He could finally complete his task and report back to the director. Following the group of extras, Lian and Ninyao finally entered the filming location. As the stage supervisor walked with them, he briefed them on things that they had to be aware of on the set. Don't wander around and maintain order at all times. Most importantly, you are not to approach celebrities for photos. And you shall not take any unauthorized pictures of them. Do you understand? Remember these rules. Great. Now all of you will go put on some makeup. The gentlemen will use the makeup room on your left here, and ladies, you may use the makeup room on your right. You too. The stage supervisor pointed at Ninyao and Lian. Come with me. Lian and Ninyao had just been about to head for the makeup room on the right. They paused when they heard the stage supervisor's instructions. Obediently, they walked over as told. The stage supervisor started to entice them. "I see you two are rather good-looking. I suppose you're looking to develop your career in the industry. Now I'm giving you a chance. Today, the scene we're filming involves two female roles that are quite significant. The two actresses who were appointed initially for these roles did not turn up, so I'll let the both of you have a try." Lian and Ninyao looked at each other and then said simultaneously, "Thank you." The stage supervisor led them towards a dressing and makeup room that was situated in an obviously better environment. "Seeing how obedient you are and plus the fact that today's roles are so important, I'll take you to a better makeup room. Follow me." The stage supervisor was a young man of about 25 or 26 years old. When he saw the pretty girls, he naturally wanted to show off. Lian and Ninyao followed him. The stage supervisor asked the two to wait for a bit while he entered the makeup room first. Lian could hear voices talking in the room. "He's still filming and it will take him at least another half an hour to get here. The two roles I have here are important, and the director places importance on them too. So can you come and do their makeup? When he arrives, we'll leave." After talking endlessly and saying many nice and flattering words, The stage supervisor finally persuaded the other person to agree. The stage supervisor came back out and told the girls, "Okay, you can go in now." They entered the makeup room. The makeup artists started to put on their makeup. After a while, the stage supervisor brought in 2 sets of traditional dresses for them to change into. He looked at them and said to Qiao Lian, "You'll put on the yellow one." He turned to Shi Nianyao and instructed, "You put on the red one." Then he left the room. Qiao Lian looked at the yellow traditional dress and changed into it. As they were changing, they suddenly heard footsteps approaching. Almost immediately, they heard the makeup artist say, "Sister Qiao, what brings you here?" Another voice replied, "My makeup is smudged, please fix it for me." Sounding rather nervous, the makeup artist said, "Sure. Please give me a moment." She found the opportunity to dash into the changing room, instructing them, "You too, don't come out. Come out only after she leaves." Qiao Lian and Shi Nianyao nodded in unison. The other voice they had just heard sounded familiar to Qiao Lian. She peered through the door crack leading to the makeup room and saw a lady in traditional costume, sitting at the dressing table. From the side profile, she had a rather upturned nose and a pair of delicate eyes. Even though she looked different from the person in Qiao Lian's memory, Qiao Lian recognized her right away. Her cousin Qiao. Qiao Lian's pupils shrank immediately and froze on the spot, as though electrocuted. She stared at Qiao with disbelief. She would have never imagined that she would run into her under such circumstances. Qiao Lian knew that she couldn't avoid this forever. The day would come that she would have to return to Suzhou and face reality. It was just that she hadn't expected that they would meet so abruptly. She felt completely unprepared and defenseless. The makeup artist was talking to Qiao, saying, "Sister Qiao, have you seen Best Actor Shin?" Qiao laughed and said, "I've seen him. He's much better looking in real life than on TV. Furthermore, the traditional outfit he's wearing, absolutely stunning." The makeup artist laughed. "When it comes to outfits, we admire Best Actor Shin the most. His carriage is incomparable. Except, of course, Best Actor Shin comes across rather cold." Qiao pouted and kept silent. Her assistant, on the other hand, interjected, "Best Actor Shin might treat other people coldly, but how could he possibly be cold with our sister Qiao?" The makeup artist realized that she had said something she shouldn't have and quickly corrected herself. "That's right. Our sister Qiao is not just anyone. She's so stunning, who dare be rude to her? Perhaps when Best Actor Shin sees her, he will immediately change his attitude. But Sister Qiao has just made her first public appearance, and she's already acting alongside Best Actor Shin. How fortunate." Qiao was appeased by these words. After her makeup was fixed, Qiao stood up and said, "I'm going into the changing room. My undergarment has come loose." On this note, she directly entered the changing room. The makeup artist tried to stop her, but alas, it was too late. Meanwhile, as Qiao walked into the changing room and pushed open the door, she saw the 2 girls and exclaimed in shock, "Ah!" The makeup artist hurried over and explained, "They are here to get changed and will be leaving immediately." She shot Qiao Lian and Shi Nianyao a look and snapped, "Hurry up and leave." Shi Nianyao immediately yanked Qiao Lian along as she headed out of the room. However, as they were walking past Qiao, the latter suddenly pressed her hand up against Qiao Lian's shoulder. Qiao Lian halted, but did not turn around. Nevertheless, Qiao exclaimed loudly with surprise, "Qiao Lian!" Still, Qiao Lian did not turn around. But even if she hadn't turned around, that brief face-to-face meeting was enough for Qiao to recognize her. After all, they had lived together for more than 10 years. She intensified the force she exerted on Qiao Lian's shoulder and her voice sharpened. "Qiao Lian, I know it's you. Fancy seeing you again after so many years. How unexpected that the pampered little girl is now a small-time actress." Her mockery, on top of her unkind expression at this moment, was altogether detestable. Qiao Lian straightened her posture, snapped back and turned around to look at Qiao. Her severe expression and imposing manner caused Qiao's pupils to shrink immediately. Qiao Lian raised her hand and pushed Qiao's hand off her shoulder. Turning her lips up in a half-smile, she said, That's right, it's me. Xiao Yi frowned and stared at Xiao Lian. She was a month older than Xiao Lian. They had gone to school together, and at that time people used to compare them. Xiao Lian was good at her studies, pretty, and even better at playing games than Xiao Yi. Hence at that time, she had been envious of Xiao Lian to the extent of wanting to scratch her face to shreds. They said that a girl changed significantly between childhood and womanhood. When they were young, she had not been as good as Xiao Lian, but now she had become extremely beautiful. And what about Xiao Lian? 8 years of hardship would have surely worn down her edges, turning her ugly and ordinary. However, when she saw Xiao Lian very much alive and kicking, standing before her, those delicate features and that look of sarcasm in her eyes that she was already well acquainted with, all of this infuriated the still envious and enraged Xiao Yi. She said through gritted teeth, "Xiao Lian, you have the audacity to come back?" Then she looked at Xiao Lian viciously and said, "But all these years must have been difficult for you." She reached out to touch Xiao Lian's costume. Of course, the costumes for the extras were very much different from those of the main actors. She laughed in mockery, saying, "No matter what you were in the past, now you're just an insignificant extra. I, on the other hand, am the female lead of this film. In 8 years we're at points in life that are planets apart. Tell me, what do you call this?" "Ha ha ha." Xiao Lian laughed. "That's right. Back then you used to follow me around, begging me to give you the clothes I no longer wore, begging me to give you the accessories I no longer used, begging me to take you to buffets. Our affection goes back a long way, doesn't it?" In a few short sentences, Xiao Lian had painted a vivid picture of how Xiao Yi had used to depend on her for basic things in life. The people in the room immediately looked at Xiao Yi in a different light. They thought she had come from an affluent family, but in the end they discovered that she was just a poor kid who had gotten a lucky break, and somehow got where she was today. Xiao Lian had exposed Xiao Yi's background with a few words, infuriating the latter. "You?" Xiao Lian blinked and said, "Why? Am I telling lies?" Xiao Yi was full of anger by now. "Xiao Lian, I see that after 8 years, you still know how to use that tongue. Xiao Yi, I see that after 8 years, you're still so easily ashamed and angered. You get infuriated by a few words. You're still so foul-tempered." Xiao Lian completely disregarded how enraged Xiao Yi was. The latter clenched her jaw and glared fiercely at Xiao Lian. "Xiao Lian, don't go thinking I can't do anything to you. Let me tell you, I'm the female lead of this film. Apart from Best Actor Shen, no one measures up to me." Xiao Lian curled her lips up into a smile when she heard this. At this point, the stage supervisor charged into the room, having heard the commotion. He was immediately nervous when he saw the confrontation between the two parties. You two junior actresses, why did you make Teacher Chow angry? Come out here at once." With that fierce tone, he looked like he was chiding the two of them, but in reality he was trying to steer Xiao Lian and Shi Nianyao out of trouble. Xiao Lian had no wish to start a fight with Xiao Yi, hence, she exchanged a glance with Shi Nianyao and they both walked out of the room together. Xiao Yi, on the other hand, glared viciously at Xiao Lian's back as the latter walked away. The stage supervisor gave some advice as he led them away. "Miss Chow has got big backing, so it's not wise to cross her. The next time you see her, just avoid her, do you understand?" Xiao Lian's eyes flashed when she heard the words big backing. In Suzhou, who could serve as Xiao Yi's backing? She bit her lip and hung her head. After a brief pause, she looked up at the stage supervisor and smiled. The stage supervisor continued, "We'll find you another makeup artist. During your makeup session, I'll brief you on your roles. Actually, you don't really need any acting skills. It's a scene where the male lead and his friends visit the brothel, and then, when the female lead discovers this, she rushes into the brothel to create a scene. That's all." Upon hearing this, Xiao Lian halted and looked at the stage supervisor, asking, "So the roles that we're playing?" "Oh, brothel." Xiao Lian's expression immediately changed. The stage supervisor continued, "But you are the best here. Being the best doesn't make it any better. Could they back out of this now?" Furthermore, the most important thing was, When Shen Liangchuan walked into the set to see that the brothel worker was her, how would he react? Xiao Lian wanted to clutch her face. As the makeup artist worked on their makeup, Xiao Lian said to her, "Make it thicker. Preferably so that I can't be recognized." "You are already naturally pretty," the stage supervisor said. Xiao Lian was stone-faced. "I'm just worried about stealing the glamour from the lead. Why don't you make me a little uglier?" Stage supervisor. Makeup artist. Somewhere else, the director was briefing Shen Liangchuan on his part. Shen Liangchuan was expressionless, making the director a little nervous. Big-name actors were usually aloof. Having worked with Shen Liangchuan for a few days, he realized that Shen Liangchuan was very serious when he was shooting. He was not as loud like other celebrities, and he listened more than other celebrities. He had his own original opinions and was very accurate in pointing out where some scenes needed to be improved. The director also found quite easy to discuss the scenes with him. But today, Shen Liangchuan had to take an entourage to visit a brothel. Cao Cao was down in history as a man given to lust, but Shen Liangchuan had a serious face. How were they going to portray his weakness for beautiful women? Emotional dramas had never been Shen Liangchuan's strength. Besides, in the brothel scene today, there was a need to be more outrageous. Otherwise, when the female lead charged in and created a scene, without seeing Shen Liangchuan in compromising positions with the women, it would look like she was being unreasonable. But Shen Liangchuan was well known from rejecting kissing scenes and intimate scenes. He would always get a stunt for these scenes. Yet the part they were filming today wasn't really that extremely outrageous. For example, in the kissing scenes, they could take it from a certain angle to create an illusion of false perspective. For this scene, it just required him to be a little more intimate. The director cleared his throat and said, For the part we're filming for today, it requires you to be a little more intimate." Upon hearing this, Shen Liangchuan frowned. Then he said, "I have a stunt." The director was put on the spot now. "But we intend to shoot a close-up on the face. Actually, the part today is not too outrageous. You just need to put your arms around her waist and embrace her. As for kissing and the rest, we can shoot from a false perspective." Shen Liangchuan frowned deeply. He was resolute. The director was now in a dilemma. He turned to look at the stage supervisor and hurriedly waved for him to come over. Then he asked, "I'm assuming that the two actresses you found today who will be playing the prostitutes are not ugly?" The stage supervisor glanced at Shen Liangchuan after the director spoke. Everyone knew about Best Actor Shen's idiosyncrasy. They had even secretly made bets in the past because of this, that Best Actor Shen could very well prefer gentlemen over ladies. It was only after the news broke about his marriage that these talks were somewhat quelled. Hence, after the director's remark, the stage supervisor immediately assured him, "Of course they're not ugly. The two actresses I found for today are nothing but spirited and full of life. Absolutely natural beauties. I'm getting their makeup done right now." At this point, he threw another hurried look at Shen Liangchuan and suggested, "Would you like me to bring them to you to have a look? See which one you like, and which one you prefer to work with for your scene." These actresses, Shen Liangchuan wondered, were selected by him? He cast his gaze down and said indifferently, "There's no need for that." The stage supervisor was disappointed. Those two stunning beauties, to be honest, were prettier than the leading actress. Best Actor Shen would surely like them if he saw them. The director would then be impressed by his capability. But why didn't Best Actor Shen want to have a look at them? The director also gave Shen Liangchuan some well-meaning advice. "We hope you will agree later. It's just a bit of physical contact. And we will shoot the kissing scene from a false perspective." The unspoken sorrows of a director. Anyone would find it a pleasure to work with an actor like Shen Liangchuan because he took his work seriously. But to actually reject kissing scenes, what sort of behavior was that? The director and the stage supervisor both were quite helpless. They walked out of the room. The director was sullen. The stage supervisor quickly said, "Director, don't worry. You just wait till the two actresses come on stage. I guarantee you that Best Actor Shen will like what he sees." The two actresses I found for these roles are very pretty. The director could only try. That's all we can do. The stage supervisor smiled, then turned and walked away. He hurried back to the makeup room and said as he entered the room, "Makeup artist, make sure they look their best." Then he told Xiao Lian and Xu Nianyao, Initially, I was going to get you our best makeup artist, but Xiao Yi didn't agree, so we had no choice, we can only." Before he could finish speaking, he saw Xiao Lian's and Xu Nianyao's faces and was completely stunned. Good grief. A natural beauty would look beautiful, no matter what you did to her face. These two girls were completely breathtaking. But, could you two look a bit more charming? You're too proper now and you have too much presence. You don't look at all like prostitutes, you look more like princesses. Xiao Lian. Shi Nianyao. The stage supervisor continued to smile. Oh, be sure you put on your best performance later on. Don't disappoint teacher Shun. Somewhere else. Xiao Yi sat in the lounge. Her assistant walked in. I've asked around and found out. Those women will be playing the two best prostitutes in the brothel. That is your scene with teacher Shen, where you create havoc in the brothel. Xiao Yi sneered when she heard this. She's only good for such unpopular roles. The assistant hung her head after she spoke. With a vicious expression, Xiao Yi said, "You just wait, I'll take care of her." Wearing her yellow costume, Xiao Lian followed Shi Nianyao as they entered the filming set. Shen Liangchuan had a slight frown and there was a hint of impatience on his face. He followed the stage supervisor, who led him to the filming set. The stage supervisor gave his most pleasing smile and said, "So the scene goes like this. Later on, you and your friend will need to embrace these two women. You'll embrace the one in the red costume, while I'll get the other actor to embrace the one in yellow costume." The other actor would be Mo Shiqing. In this movie, he was playing the role of Shen Liangchuan's cousin, and they had grown up together. Oftentimes, young men like to visit brothels. Shen Liangchuan frowned and replied after a while, "I know how we should film this." After saying these words, he turned around to look at the director. Visiting a brothel doesn't mean that one has to be physical. In the scenes later on, by using eye contact, we should also be able to act the scenes. Director. The director totally did not know what to say. He was intending to scold him, wanting him to get rid of this idea. But Best Actor Shin was nonetheless the top actor, so he didn't dare to scold him. In the end, he replied, "How about you try acting that scene? If that doesn't work out, we will discuss it again." Best Actor Shin then nodded. The director sighed. At the looks of it, he had to look for a substitute. At this moment, both Xiao Lian and Shi Nianyao were waiting by the side. The clothes of the brothel girls were definitely not particularly thick. And it was December now. Although this area was in the southern region, it was harsher than Beijing as the weather was cold and wet. When worn, this thin costume that was meant for summer felt especially cold. When the stage supervisor saw that the two girls were still trembling in the cold, although they were draped with their overcoats, he took a look at the time and said to them, "It will be another 10 minutes or so before filming starts. Please go to the lounge and warm yourselves up first." The heating was turned on in the lounge, making the place feel warm enough. Both Xiao Lian and Shi Nianyao nodded. As they were heading towards the lounge, they saw Xiao Yi walk out of the lounge after opening the door. As the door opened, they stared at each other in the eyes. Xiao Yi saw them walking back and forth with their down jackets draped over them. She narrowed her eyes and quickly raised her head to look at the stage supervisor. "Stage supervisor, what is happening here?" The stage supervisor smiled and replied, "So, it's almost time to film, but these two young ladies were trembling in the cold. Would you allow them to go into the room to warm themselves up first?" Xiao Yi immediately twitched her lips. "My bag is in this room. What if I lose my belongings when they are in the room? Who will be responsible for this?" The stage supervisor choked. We are at the filming set. How is it possible that you will lose your belongings here? And isn't your personal assistant always looking after your belongings for you?" Xiao Yi just smiled and stared at the stage supervisor. Although the lounge in the filming set is not officially solely for the female lead, when I joined the set, The director had it arranged for me to rest alone in this lounge. So if you have any comments, go and look for the director for confirmation. Her words caused the stage supervisor to be at a loss of words. He lowered his head and was intending to say something, when Xiao Lian stepped forward and said, "Stage supervisor, we can stay like this." As for Xiao Lian was utterly speechless. The same blood flowed through their veins, but yet, she treated her as if she was an enemy. Xiao Lian pursed her lips tightly and did not add another word regarding that hatred. In this world, if she had to rank the people she hated, Xiao Yi would definitely be second. As for the first person, Xiao Lian looked down. This place was not that far from Suzhou, but logically speaking they wouldn't bump into each other here. As she thought about this, Xiao Yi snorted coldly before heading for the director. As she passed by Xiao Lian, Xiao Yi lowered her voice and said, "Even if the room is empty, I will not allow you to go inside." Xiao Lian immediately clenched her fists and frowned. She saw Xiao Yi's lips curve upwards, with her chin slightly lifted, as she walked over haughtily. As the director was still fretting, Xiao Yi walked out together with her assistant, Ting Ting. Xiao Yi was wearing a traditional dress and had a slim body, which brought along with her a pitiful demeanor. This delighted everyone around. She smiled as she walked over. First, she nodded at the director. After that, she looked at Shen Liangchuan, lowered her head and said, "Teacher Shen, please do guide me along the way." Generally speaking, no one would reject this kind of request from a stunning beauty. The director glanced at Shen Liangchuan with a smile. Actually, the male and female lead should privately communicate more often during their free time. This would make easier for the director to capture the emotions he wanted. The director was hoping that Shen Liangchuan and Xiao Yi would be able to get along well with each other. Shen Liangchuan glanced at Xiao Yi briefly, and that was deemed as a greeting. Just as Xiao Yi was about to speak, he turned and looked at the stage supervisor. "Can we start now?" The stage supervisor nodded hurriedly. "Yes, yes." The director shouted, "Everyone, please pay attention. We will start now." Shen Liangchuan and his cousin Mo Shiqing smiled as they walked along, discussing the situation in the imperial court. They strode into the brothel. The female brothel manager immediately went forward. "Whoa, what kind of girls do you like?" Shen Liangchuan looked at Mo Shiqing. Mo Shiqing had already retrieved a silver ingot from his sleeve and threw it at the female brothel manager. "Bring your best ladies." At a young age, it was natural for one to want to do things freely without restraint. It was in the nature of youths to be Casanovas. The brothel manager immediately guided the two men up the stairs. Then she pushed open the door of a private room. At that instant, when the door was open, everyone was stunned. They saw two beauties inside. The girl in the yellow costume was pure and adorable, whereas the girl in the red costume was beautiful and lovely. These two ladies were considered extremely exquisite. As they stood there, it felt like they had just stepped out from a painting. Beautiful. This was simply too beautiful. That kind of beauty was about to overshadow the aura of the female lead. The crew workers turned at once to look at Xiao Yi. They had thought initially that as an oriental beauty, Xiao Yi was stunning after dressing up. However, at this moment, in the shadow of Qiao Lian and Shen Yao, Xiao Yi suddenly looked dull. But no matter how amazed and stunned the staff members were, that could not be compared to Shen Liangchuan and Mo Shiqing's feelings of shock. What were they seeing? Why did the two people in front of them resemble Qiao Lian and Yin Yao so much? Shen Liangchuan's gaze was fixated on Qiao Lian. The girl in the yellow costume. The girl in the yellow costume. Xiao Qiao, her champion in the game, also wore yellow. At this moment, as Qiao Lian was standing there, in an instant he envisioned her as Xiao Qiao, the champion in the game. Both Qiao Lian and Shen Yao stood there obediently. As their roles were minimal, they were not required to have precise acting skills. However, at this moment, Shen Liangchuan, in his traditional costume, was standing in front of them, and this stunned Qiao Lian. Today was indeed a coincidence. Zhou Yu, the champion in the game, usually wore white. What Shen Liangchuan was wearing today was coincidentally a white robe. His dark hair was gently fluttering, in stark contrast to his clothes, which were white. For a moment Xiao Lian felt like they had managed to transmigrate and enter the world of Lot, the computer game. It seemed like they had finally met in the game after 8 long years. Over there she was Xiao Qiao. As for him, he was still that same Zhou Yu. Time seemed to have stopped still instantly. A moment of silence. No one spoke. Mo Shiqing's voice finally pierced the quiet air. Indeed, the best in the house. Outstanding beauties. They all snapped back to the present. Shen Liangchuan narrowed his eyes, having forgotten his lines for the first time in all his acting career. Mo Shiqing, on the other hand, held back for a moment. He glanced at the stage supervisor, who signaled for them to start. Then at once he strode towards Xiao Lian. The stage supervisor had instructed that he was to embrace the one in yellow. But as he started to approach Xiao Lian, he saw that Shan Liangchuan, who had been motionless until then, went straight up to her. He grabbed her wrist and gave her a hard tug. Xiao Lian tipped and fell straight into his embrace. The stage supervisor, who was standing by the side, froze immediately and loudly whispered, "Ack! Wrong woman! Wrong woman!" In the script, the male lead liked the color red, which was the reason for the stage supervisor's arrangement. But whatever was done was done. The director hadn't shouted for a cut, so who was he to say anything? He panicked, however, and turned around. He saw the director making hand signal for the filming to continue and for all the other people present not to interrupt. Immediately he shut his mouth. Xiao Lian found this way of meeting very amusing and quite fun. Trying hard to control her laughter, she extended her hand and hit Shen Liangchuan on his chest, saying, "Hey, what's the rush?" Shen Liangchuan was stunned. Then his expression darkened. Fortunately at this point his back was to the camera and his face wasn't caught on film. He curled his lips upwards and tugged at her, so that she would fall together with him onto the seat in front of the bed. Mo Shiqing observed the look on his face and then smiling, grabbed Shi Nianyao's wrist and sat next to them. Shi Nianyao was nerve-wracked by now. Good grief, they were only here pretending to be extras. How had she ended up being in such close proximity to her male idol? And what on earth was her male idol's arm doing around her waist? Moreover, why was her male idol suddenly drawing so close? As these thoughts flashed through her mind, Mo Shiqing leaned over and whispered in her ear, "Act more natural, you're too stiff like this. How could you look like the best pleasure-giving woman in a brothel?" Shi Nianyao was flabbergasted. On the other end, Shen Liangchuan had his arms around Xiao Lian. He suddenly flipped over and pinned her on the bed. From the side of the set, the director had been signaling delightfully that the performance was perfect, especially now. He was whispering audibly, "Kiss her. Kiss her." Everyone was anxiously staring. Whether Shen Liangchuan was going to kiss her would determine if this segment of the film needed to be red-hot. However, thinking that Best Actor Shen had never agreed to kissing scenes, no one had very high hopes for success. But the next moment, they saw Best Actor Shen pressing his lips against her skin. His warm, moist lips sealed against her lips, causing her to turn bright scarlet. This rascal. The stage supervisor had said that it wouldn't be a real kiss. It was supposed to have been shot from a false perspective. And what was he doing now? Xiao Lian widened her eyes in surprise and was most inclined to push him away. But not too far away, the director was observing the scene through the lens and said, "No wonder Best Actor Shen never agrees to kissing scenes. Look at this segment, it's suggestive to the point of embarrassing, especially this kissing scene. The false perspective is too real. How is it that no matter which way I look at it, it looks like a real kiss? Everyone. It is a real kiss." And at this point, Xiao Yi's roll burst through the private room's door and charged in. Seeing the scene before her, her pupils shrank immediately. She dashed towards Xiao Lian exclaiming, "You ***re." Her eyes had an icy glint. In this movie, Xiao Yi played the role of Shen Liangchuan's fiancé. Xiao Yi's character had a crafty and unruly personality. When she discovers that Shen Liangchuan had gone to a brothel, she creates a scene, and from then on Shen Liangchuan would become a distracted fiancé. This would cause unhappiness in their marital relationship. Following this, Shen Liangchuan's official career would be fraught with difficulties. In addition to his wife's death later, he would find himself waking up to reality. He would feel like life was full of ups and downs and nothing was permanent. If he wanted success in this confusing world, he had to abandon the idea of being a hero. Hence, that would seal his fate as he gradually turned into an ambitious and ruthless character. This scene was thus a critical one. The big drama created by Qiao Yi had to be reasonable, so that viewers would sympathize with her. Qiao Yi had acceptable acting skills. After she charged into the room, she bit her lip and her eyes turned bloodshot as she glared at Xiao Lian. That look of fury and hatred in her eyes came to life and the viewers would find it realistic. But the truth of the situation was, before she had come on stage, she had heard the crew workers exclaiming, "My God! Why do I feel that Best Actor Shen and this lady in yellow are so well matched? She is so beautiful. No wonder that the male lead gets into an argument with the female lead over her. If I were the male lead, I'd pick a fight too." That's right. The actresses that the stage supervisor has found are absolutely stunning. The girl in yellow is fresh and pure, but the girl in red is not bad either. Qiao Yi was the leading actress of the movie, yet she was now being overshadowed by the appearance of these two extras. Her fury rose and those ill feelings saturated her acting. She pushed the table away forcefully, and then reached out to sweep the dishes on the tabletop onto the floor. She took a step forward and suddenly grabbed Xiao Lian, raising her hand to give her a vicious slap across her face. Crack! The sound of the slap reverberated through the set. Everyone was stunned. From the time Qiao Yi had charged in, Shen Liangchuan's character would feel guilty and instinctively put a distance between himself and the prostitute. If Qiao Yi had complied with the script, she would have then grabbed and yanked Xiao Lian's sleeve and interrogated Shen Liangchuan. "How could you like this star MP who gets onto every man there is?" But she did not even say a word, she only gave Xiao Lian a tight slap. Her movement had been too quick and sudden, leaving no time for anyone to react. The director was stunned and everyone was frozen in shock. Only Xiao Lian's face was burning in pain from the slap. The stage supervisor had not given her any warning of such a scene. Hence, without thinking at all, she knew that was Qiao Yi's personal revenge. The stage supervisor felt responsible for the two girls, as he had recruited them. Immediately, he drew in a sharp breath and said, "What's going on?" Qiao Yi then turned around and put on a worried expression, saying, "Director, I'm sorry, I got too carried away by the role. I thought my role has quite a forceful character, so surely she would do this. I couldn't help getting into the emotions of the role and this happened. But I feel that there is nothing wrong with her hitting the prostitute. She is having an emotional outburst and in addition, the slapping would inject some action into the plot, wouldn't it?" One couldn't pick a fault with her reasoning. Xiao Lian bit her lip. After so many years, Qiao Yi had indeed polished her skills. The stage supervisor was almost speechless with anger at Qiao Yi's explanation. "Teacher Qiao, if you wish to change the plot, you could have told me in advance. These are extras, not professional actors. They'll get upset if you do this." Qiao Yi looked at Xiao Lian and said with sarcasm, "Oh, in this case I'll let you take your revenge later, would that be okay?" Then she turned to the director and demanded, "How about that, director? What could they do now?" The director felt, too, that the slapping had made the plot more action-oriented. Besides, Qiao Yi had been introduced into the cast by the film producer, so he had no choice but to protect Qiao Yi at this point. Hence, he said immediately, "Okay, let's just leave it. It can't be undone. We'll just compensate the extra afterwards. Let's move on to the next segment." With that remark, he casually dismissed the whole matter. Qiao Yi narrowed her eyes at once and looked at Xiao Lian mockingly. Xiao Lian was furious. She was here to look for Shen Liangchuan, not to be a punching bag. She stood up immediately with this thought, intending to get back at her by returning the slap. But suddenly Shen Liangchuan grabbed her wrist. Xiao Lian paused for a moment, as she looked up and noticed Shen Liangchuan's enigmatic expression. She sensed something brewing behind that look. On the other side of the set, the director was already shouting, "Let's get going." They started shooting again. Qiao Yi stood in front of it. *MP, how dare you seduce him? He's my fiancé. The moment she said this, Shan Liangchuan suddenly moved forward and without a word, extended his leg and kicked Qiao Yi in her chest. The kick was forceful enough to cause Qiao Yi to stagger back a few steps before she could somewhat regain her balance. Her face turned pale. It was completely unexpected that the usually refined Shan Liangchuan would actually use physical force. Qiao Yi was stunned. In fact, everyone around the set was stunned. Even Xiao Lian widened her eyes in disbelief. Although he was mostly expressionless, cold and unapproachable, she had been with him long enough to know him quite well. He would never hit a woman. However, this situation now. The director was so shocked that he forgot to say, "Cut. What's this?" Shan Liangchuan turned around slowly. The fury that he had been trying to suppress was burning in his eyes. He said slowly, "Didn't you say that such moves would add more action to the movie? I feel the same way too. If I hit her, it would add more conflict to the future relationship of the couple. But this would change the intended nature of the character. After all, whatever it is, you can't hit a woman," the director said. Although the formidable character Shan Liangchuan was playing would turn quite vicious towards the end, in the beginning he was an ambitious youth with far-reaching aspirations. Surely, the character design would be destroyed if he hit his fiancée like this. Shan Liangchuan acknowledged this with an impassive grunt. His attitude made obvious to the director that he was actually aware of this. Then he added, "I didn't think that much about it." "Didn't think that much about it?" The director was livid. So he didn't think much about it before making changes to the script. He cleared his throat and said, "Teacher Shen, if you intend to make changes to the script in the future, please do discuss it with me in advance, so that we can avoid such situations." Shan Liangchuan looked up at Qiao Yi. "Then in that case, the next time Ms. Qiao decides by herself to make changes to the script, please do let me know in advance, so that I can avoid reacting inappropriately." Qiao Yi listened to his words, ashen-faced. She bit her lip, knowing that at this point, even if she were to stay silent, she would become a laughingstock in people's minds. She clenched her fists tightly and glared at Shan Liangchuan. Although they didn't know each other very well, he had always been quite cordial with her. But why was he behaving like this today? Still biting her lip, her eyes reddened and she put on a pitiful expression, as though she had been bullied. However, before she could even start sobbing, Qiao Lian interrupted. "Miss Qiao, I'm just an extra. Even though I took a tight slap from you, I did not say a word. As a professional actress, I do think that you should at least have that inner quality." Qiao Yi flushed when she heard Qiao Lian's words. She probably couldn't express her grievances anymore. After all, she should have that sort of professional cultivation as an actor. She was furious and gave Qiao Lian a hard glare. Before she looked towards Shan Liangchuan. Best Actor Shen had a reputation within the industry. Everyone knew that in the past, there had been an actress by the name of Yang Lingxi who had become a big joke overnight, after he asked if she had learned her acting skills from pigs. To date, she had not been considered for any roles since then. To remain viable in the industry, one had to gain Best Actor Shen's approval. Somehow she had to find a way to make him take back what he had just said about her. Qiao Yi's eye reddened involuntarily. "Teacher Shen, I was wrong, please forgive me. I was only thinking that your fiancé's role has a difficult character in the movie, so it wouldn't be at all surprising if she hit someone. That was why I did it. I really did not do this on purpose." "I know you didn't either." At this point, everyone had turned towards her to look at how pitiful she seemed. At once, everyone felt that perhaps the kick that Best Actor Shen had given her had been a little much. However, Shan Liangchuan casually said, "Miss Qiao, your character in this movie is a bold and forceful one. Not one that would cry and throw a tantrum at the drop of a hat. Look at you now. You are not even at all like the character in the script." Immediately, these words put Qiao Yi in a conundrum. She looked up, now unable to continue crying, yet not knowing how else she could react. Qiao Yi stood there in a daze while Shan Liangchuan grabbed Qiao Lian's wrist, dragging her behind him and saying, "We'll continue shooting this segment tomorrow." Then he turned and walked out. Everyone present was shocked. Ever since Best Actor Shen had launched his career, he was known within the circle to be a dedicated professional. He had never put on any airs as a celebrity, but now, the director's expression darkened, and the stage supervisor was peeved. Qiao Yi was at a complete loss. That was the end of her. She knew that she had crossed Best Actor Shen, and the consequences of crossing Best Actor Shen were. Qiao Yi didn't dare think any further. She glanced at everyone who had gathered around and distinctly felt the looks of disdain they were casting on her. Looking at the director, she started to say, "Director, I." The director waved his hand dismissively and said with a sudden change of attitude, "Go remove your makeup, we'll continue tomorrow." The tide had turned. Qiao Yi felt a big change in attitude of the cast and crew towards her.
No.
This couldn't be. She had to repair her relationship with Best Actor Shen. And the way to do this was to get that person to come in. With that person's status, surely the filming crew would give her some face. Qiao Yi picked up the cell phone. The line connected. She immediately said with a big smile, "Second brother, I've encountered some trouble filming and I was wondering if you could step in to help me?" Qiao Yi held her breath nervously after making the request, not daring to say another word. The silence on the other end of the line was imposing and oppressing. She could hardly breathe now. After a while, an almost aristocratic voice came through the line. The voice spoke unhurriedly and exuded a sort of demonic charm that was evident, despite the fact that he said only 2 words, "I'm busy." Qiao Yi panicked. She sounded as though she was ready to cry with desperation. "Second brother, I was bullied again today. Someone hit me and everyone in the filming crew laughed at me. When will you have some time?" The voice on the other end gave a sneer and said, "I never have any time." Qiao Yi bit her lip, knowing that he was going to disconnect the line any time now. Knowing how he was, she realized that if he hung up and she tried to call again, it would anger him for sure. In her panic, she quickly replied, "Second brother, what if I told you that Xiao Lian is at the filming location?" The moment she broke the news, she heard a sudden eagerness in his voice, a tension that could just barely be detected as he asked, "What did you say?" His tone told her that she had guessed right and she quickly reassured him. "It's true. She's an extra on the set. She seems to be in dire straits, but I'm not sure how long she'll be around for. When will you have time to come over here, second brother?" He was silent for a while and then, without another word, the line was disconnected as he firmly hung up. In a way, Qiao Yi felt a sudden sense of relief. But at once she clenched her fists tightly. She did not understand why everyone would get all excited and worked up whenever it came to Qiao Lian. Surely Qiao Yi didn't pale in any way when compared with Qiao Lian? She took a deep breath, turned and called her young assistant. Then she whispered a few things into the assistant's ear. The young assistant nodded and ran away to look for the stage supervisor. When he found him, the young assistant pulled him aside, saying, "The extras you hired today, pay them and let them go. Don't let them stay on with the filming set any longer." The stage supervisor pondered for a moment after this suggestion was made. He had found 2 pretty extras to match Best Actor Shen for the scene. However, having caused a din today, he felt bad for the extras. Hence he nodded in agreement. The stage supervisor proceeded to search for the 2 extras in the filming set. But, where were they? That's right, since the filming had been called off, they had completely vanished. Where was he going to find them within the huge set? Tugged by Shan Liangchuan and tottering behind him, she was led to his lounge. Once they got there, Shan Liangchuan wordlessly took out his own first aid kit and some ice from the fridge. He wrapped the ice in a towel and started to apply it on her face. Looking at his rather gloomy expression, Xiao Lian bit her lip and hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Hey, aren't you happy that I'm here?" Shan Liangchuan glared at her and ignored her question. "Why didn't you just call me? What was this nonsense about being an extra? Couldn't she have just given him a call and he would have gotten her in? And now she had to suffer this plight." Xiao Lian twitched her lips. "You've been avoiding me. Would it have worked if I called you?" Shan Liangchuan deftly switched the topic and asked, "Why did you come here?" Xiao Lian glared at him. In the past, he had been the high and mighty Shen Liangchuan and she had just been a junior reporter. When she was in his presence she had used to feel terrified. But after she knew that he was Zichuan, all of a sudden, she was no longer afraid of him. Hence Qiao Lian said with ease, "Because I missed you." She noticed that her straightforward answer had made Shen Liangqua's ears turn bright scarlet in response. Qiao Lian moved a step towards him. There was still an angry red handprint across her cheek. It stood out all the more against the fair skin of her face. Staring at the impact of the slap, his eyes darkened and he suddenly felt like the kick he had given Qiao Yi had been way too light. As he contemplated this, Qiao Lian picked up her cell phone and thrust it at him. "Here, take a picture of me. This is a historical filming set. I won't be able to find another place like this. Not even in a studio." Then she took a step back, tilted her face and struck a pose that Xiao Qiao used to display. With two hands behind her, a slight twist of her waist and an extremely radiant smile. The way she looked now was exactly like Xiao Qiao in the game. To Shen Liangchuan, this was a pose that was at once affectionate and funny. He raised the cell phone and aimed it at Qiao Lian. Click, click. He took 2 pictures. Qiao Lian ran back to him and took the cell phone from him. After glancing at the pictures, she lamented, "You've taken the pictures from such an unflattering angle. I can do a much better job." She took a glance at Shen Liangchuan and said, "Stand still. Let me take a picture of you. Put your hands behind your back. Stop being so arrogant. Put some expression, come on." The girly chattering filled the previously cold and quiet lounge. Now it was bustling with life. Shen Liangchuan suddenly smiled. Click. She captured the moment his lips turned upwards. Right at this moment, a knock on the door was heard. The lounge door opened. It was Song Cheng, who looked at Shen Liangchuan with a helpless smile on his face. "Brother Shen, I know it's bad timing for me to interrupt, but I need to tell you something important." Shen Liangchuan stopped smiling and even Qiao Lian quickly put on a serious expression. Song Cheng continued, "The director has just informed that the investors will be here shortly. Last time we missed the opportunity of dining with them, so the opportunity has come up again. We'll have dinner together tonight, and we can introduce our company." Having said this, he looked at Qiao Lian with his most regretful expression. "Brother Shen, our company has been established recently, and we need to attract funds and sponsors. Will you be able to?" Every time he was with Ms. Qiao, the usually rational man would turn quite irrational. Seeing how they couldn't bear to be apart from each other, Song Cheng was worried that Shen Liangchuan would reject the dinner party. His worries were proved unfounded when Shen Liangchuan said, "I understand." At once Song Cheng was elated and turned to exit the room, leaving them alone. An investor was coming to visit the filming set. All at once, the place was bustling with excitement. Seemed to be busy everywhere. Qiao Yi had been treated coldly moments ago, but now the director was all smiles and discussing the script with her. He casually apologized to her over the matter. Best Actor Shin didn't mean any harm with what he said. It was just a misunderstanding. Putting on a magnanimous attitude, she replied, "Best Actor Shin is a well-known person in the industry. He was just really into the role, so I don't blame him at all. I'd be happy as long as in the future he's willing to guide me and collaborate with me." The director nodded. However, the moment the director left the room, Qiao Yi's expression changed at once. Second brother had initially said that he was busy, but the moment she mentioned that Qiao Lian was here, he immediately found the time to rush over. She wondered if the stage supervisor had removed Qiao Lian from the filming set. If they ran into each other, Qiao Yi clenched her fists and summoned her assistant. "Go look for the extra right now, and once you've found her, get her out of here." The assistant nodded and left. But who would have thought that Qiao Lian was in Best Actor Shen's lounge? Whilst Qiao Lian had gone away with Shen Liangchuan, Shen Yinyao had no such luck. Best Actor Shen had suddenly halted the filming and Shen Yinyao had nowhere to go. She could only tag along with Mo Shiqing. The two of them stood in a corner outside. Shen Yinyao had taken off her down jacket during filming. Mo Shiqing, as a supporting actor, didn't have his own lounge and had to share one with a couple of minor actors. Although usually he would share one with Shen Liangchuan, he knew that today Shen Liangchuan would have taken Xiao Lian there. He didn't want to be a third wheel together with Shi Nianyao. Right now a cold wind was blowing, causing Shi Nianyao to shiver. When Mo Shiqing saw this, he took the down jacket that his assistant had given him and draped it over her shoulders. She paused when his warm aroma filled her senses as he did this. The down jacket was warm from Mo Shiqing's body heat, and all of these warmed her heart. Mo Shiqing looked at her and said in his deep and low voice, "Why are you here?" Shi Nianyao looked at him for a moment. Then, pursing her lips, she said, "I am here to attend to some business." "Oh," Mo Shiqing said. "You're here to be an extra?" Shi Nianyao was stumped. He contemplated it for a moment and finally said, "Are you in need of money?" Shi Nianyao. She grimaced and said, "I've left my job at the news agency." A look of realization crossed his face. "So you and Ms. Chow came here for work?" Shi Nianyao wondered to herself if Mo Shiqing had misunderstood something. She was about to explain the matter, when he frowned and spoke again after a brief moment of hesitation. "Then you should stay. The filming crew will need extras. I can give the stage supervisor a call and see if he might be able to give you a role with some lines. Like this your salary will be higher too." After hearing this, Shi Nianyao immediately swallowed her words and nodded. Yes, I need to make more money."
Montag Xicheng smilet.
Noticing that her nose was red from the cold, he unconsciously reached out to tap it. This little gesture slightly stunned the both of them. Embarrassed, as though just realizing what he had done, he withdrew his hand. At the same time, there seemed to be a sudden buzz among the filming crew as they scurried around. Whisper about an investor coming to visit could be heard. Tugging at Shi Nianyao, Mo Shiqing said, "I'm afraid there won't be any more filming tonight. I'll take you back to the hotel to rest." Hotel. Shi Nianyao's eyes lit up at once. Was she going to be in a room together with her male idol? As this thought entered her mind, the stage supervisor came running towards them, exclaiming, "Oh, I finally found you. Where's your friend?" At this point, the stage supervisor did not bother listening to whatever Shi Nianyao was saying, but took out 200 and placed the banknotes into her palm. "This is your pay for today, please leave quickly." Shi Nianyao turned to look at Mo Shiqing, flabbergasted. Mo Shiqing raised an eyebrow and said to the stage supervisor, "This is my friend. Can you put her on your list of extras?" Although Mo Shiqing was a supporting actor in the movie, and in the entertainment industry he was a low-profiled figure who enjoyed moderate popularity, he was Shen Liangchuan's friend. Besides, everyone had their unique own vibe. Even if he wasn't too eye-catching, he had enough presence for people to not normally say no to him. However, this time around the stage supervisor hesitated. He glanced at Shi Nianyao with a worried expression and lowered his voice, saying, "It's not that I don't wish to help. Xiao Yi instructed to turn these two extras away." He sighed after saying this. "You should know the sort of person Xiao Yi is. I can't afford to offend someone who has been appointed by an investor." At the mention of the investor, Shi Nianyao immediately frowned. Surely, such a large filming crew had more than one investor. Indeed, the production of Ambition had a few investors and Shi Nianyao's family was one of them. She opened her mouth to speak, but Mo Shiqing said at the same time, "Why is that so?" The stage supervisor paused and replied after a moment, "I'm not sure. Perhaps Xiao Yi feels that Miss Shi is too pretty." Mo Shiqing's expression darkened and his eyes turned gloomy, making him seem quite frightening. The stage supervisor immediately became respectful and said, Teacher Mo, I hope you won't make things too difficult for me. I'm only a stage supervisor. Perhaps it's best that you spoke with the director about this matter." Upon saying this, he suddenly realized that he was being overly meek with a nobody. Casting his gaze down, Mo Shiqing said, "I understand." He ultimately did not put the stage supervisor in a spot. The latter wiped his forehead and quickly slipped away. Mo Shiqing's expression was still gloomy after the stage supervisor left. He turned to look at Shi Nianyao. The look of eager anticipation in her eyes made him suddenly feel quite helpless and useless. All these years, he had just kept a low profile and earned enough to meet his own daily needs. He had never considered fame seriously, and his personal attitude had never changed just because he was an actor. Like the saying went, no desires, no demands. But in fact, today he suddenly felt as though he had an aim for the first time in his life. Emo Shiqing suddenly turned around, took Shi Nianyao's hand and pulled her along. Follow me. Shi Nianyao paused and asked, where are we going? Emo Shiqing turned to her and suddenly smiled. To look for the director. Shi Nianyao was taken aback. In a daze and not knowing what was going on, she was pulled along by Emo Shiqing and found herself standing before the director. The director smiled at once when he saw Emo Shiqing. Teacher Emo, what's up? What is the matter? Although Emo Shiqing was not one of those hot celebrities, he had a significantly loyal fandom. Without beating around the bush, he said to the director, Ms. Chow said she doesn't like this extra and wants her to leave the cast. The director was stunned for a moment. What do you mean? So does that mean if Ms. Chow says that she doesn't like me, then I'll have to leave as well? Stupefied, the director remarked. How would that be possible? Emo Shiqing narrowed his eyes and continued. I don't think I've been told. Since when does Ms. Chow have the last say on the filming crew? The director's expression soured. Teacher Emo, I think it's wrong of you to say that. How could our filming crew be like that? As the two men were speaking, someone ran up to them saying, Director, the investor's car has pulled up at our main door. The director was immediately stunned when he heard this. So soon. From the time the investor had called up to this moment, merely 2 hours had passed. Had this person traveled with a personal jet? The investor had already visited them, but at that time, Best Actor Shen had gone on leave and returned to Beijing. Normally, when an investor wanted to pay a visit, it would take them at least 5 to 6 hours to get there. Yet this time they had been much faster than usual, and the director was caught off guard. He was about to make his way to receive the guests when Emo Shiqing suddenly called out, Director! The director turned around. Emo Shiqing pointed at Shi Nianyao and persisted. What about her? Since the director was in a hurry, he immediately glossed over the matter and said, Let's keep her here first then. After saying this, he turned around and strode away in a hurry. Shi Nianyao jumped up in joy and excitedly grabbed Emo Shiqing's arm, exclaiming, I can stay. Emo Shiqing saw how excited she was and his eyes darkened. He pursed his lips and clenched his jaw. Shi Nianyao had a simple and uncomplicated personality, so perhaps she had not noticed that the director had only half-heartedly agreed. However, this had not escaped Emo Shiqing's eyes. Allowing her to stay was his way of appeasing Emo Shiqing for the moment. Eventually, he could pick on the tiniest reason as an excuse to let her go. And he, as a supporting actor, had no say in anything. Emo Shiqing cast his gaze down. Suddenly, he gave a bitter laugh. In the past, these things did not matter to him. But all of a sudden he realized, there were things that one had to fight for no matter what. If it were Shen Liangchuan dealing with this situation, wouldn't it take no more than a few words from him to keep an extra on the cast? Emo Shiqing's expression turned resolute as he thought about this. Just at this point, a worker exclaimed loudly, The investors are here, so those of you who are available please come out to welcome them. Hence, everyone put down whatever it was they were doing with the intention of heading out. Shi Nianyao could not help but marvel as she observed their attitude.
Stern Eking hell.
If she had been there in her capacity as an investor, wouldn't she have received such treatment too? That's right. How much had her brother invested on this production exactly? She made a mental note to ask him. They could increase their investment to gain benefits too. Following Emo Shiqing, they decided to leave the venue temporarily. They had not gone far, however, when they suddenly heard a rather loathsome voice say, Why are you still here? Shi Nianyao turned around and saw Qiao Yi standing nearby. She was heading to the front door. Her expression excited and full of anticipation. Second brother was here. And he hadn't taken long at all. It gave Qiao Yi a great feeling of pride. She had checked her makeup and was heading to the front door to welcome him, but she suddenly spotted that extra among the crowd. Although her attention had been completely focused on Xiao Lian back then, Shi Nianyao was also very pretty, and this was something that had not escaped Xiao Yi. But hadn't her assistant asked these extras to leave? Why was this girl still around? And if she was around, did that mean that Xiao Lian was still around too? At this thought, she immediately looked around, heaving a sigh of relief only when she did not see any sign of Xiao Lian. Then she turned to glare at Shi Nianyao. Leave the set right now. Get out immediately, do you hear me? Shi Nianyao, on the other hand, heard it but chose to ignore Xiao Yi. She curled her lips and continued to walk forward. However, Xiao Yi suddenly took a step forward and pointing a finger at Shi Nianyao, she demanded, "Where's the stage supervisor? Take this person away." While it was true that she had gotten the cold treatment from the filming crew after Shen Liangchuan's chiding, at this point everyone knew that it was because of her, Xiao Yi, that the investor had made such a hurried visit to their filming set. Hence, there were plenty of people wishing to get into her good books. Immediately, they went looking for the stage supervisor and the security officer. It didn't take long before the stage supervisor came over. "What's up?" Narrowing her eyes and crossing her arms in a defensive stance, Xiao Yi pointed at Shi Nianyao saying, "Didn't I say to ask this extra to leave the set? Why is she still here?" With a troubled expression, the stage supervisor said, "Well." Mo Shiqing took a step forward to position Shi Nianyao behind him. "The director just said that we can keep her." Xiao Yi laughed derisively. "But I'm saying now that she should leave. If you're not going to ask her to leave, then should we get the investor to come in and make a decision?" The stage supervisor immediately threw Shi Nianyao a glance. He came forward and said, "Miss Shi, perhaps could you leave for now?" In her head, Shi Nianyao rolled her eyes. Wasn't she just about to leave the venue? They were the ones who had stopped her. Was the other investor such a big shot that it required this investor to welcome him? She nodded in response to the stage supervisor's request. Seeing that she was agreeable, the stage supervisor heaved a sigh of relief. At least it had gotten them all out of a stalemate situation. Addressing Mo Shiqing, he said, "Teacher Mo, it's just for now. We'll decide our next steps when we start filming again." Indeed, there was no point in forcing each other into a deadlock, especially in this instance when Xiao Yi's position had risen so significantly as the situation developed. Hence, Mo Shiqing nodded in agreement too. As they turned to walk away, Xiao Yi said contemptuously, "He's just an insignificant supporting actor who has neither achieved fame nor popularity after all these years. He'll remain a nobody forever. Who does he think he is?" Mo Shiqing paid no attention to her at all and continued walking. However, Shi Nianyao suddenly halted. She turned around sharply and demanded, "Who were you just talking about?" Xiao Yi retorted, "I'll talk about whoever I want, why do you care?" Xiao Yi turned to Mo Shiqing and continued, "Or am I wrong? Has teacher Mo become a top celebrity? How is it that I wasn't told?" Her mockery caused the people around to parrot her, laughing. Shi Nianyao smiled icily. "It's fine if you want to make snide remarks about me, but what right have you got to talk about him like this?" She pointed at Mo Shiqing and continued, "Don't you know how skilled he is as an actor? When he started out as an actor, I wonder which recess you were hiding in." At this point, Shi Nianyao also adopted a mocking and derisive tone. "Oh, now I remember. You were a parasite and had to find a shelter under other people's roof. I guess you didn't have the time to watch TV much, so you wouldn't know." Oh, that hurt. Xiao Yi's pupils shrank at once and she strode forward. Raising a hand, she was ready to slap Shi Nianyao. "Tere mepe. How dare you say such things about me?" Shi Nianyao was not the least intimidated and even took a step forward, as though challenging Xiao Yi. Just as her hand was about to descend, she suddenly felt a strong and big hand stopping her. Turning around in surprise, she saw Mo Shiqing's firm grip on her wrist. "Miss Chow, that's quite enough," he said. Then he looked back at Shi Nianyao. She was about to tell her that they should go and not stoop to her level, when there was a flash before his eyes and the next thing he knew, crack! A sharp sound reverberated through the set. Shi Nianyao had raised her arm and, with all the strength she could muster, swung it to deliver a solid slap that turned her own palm red. *CK that. This woman had first hit her chief editor Lian and now mocked her male idol. She was completely asking for it. However, this magnificent slap also shocked everyone who witnessed it. Even Mo Shiqing couldn't have imagined that Shi Nianyao would react this quickly. Mo Shiqing had always been a rather slack person. He had seen all sorts of people during his years in the entertainment industry. Thanks to it, he had also developed a considerably resilient personality. He had an ability to ignore all sorts of sarcastic and snide remarks, hence these never really provoked any anger or reaction in him. Who he was defined his fate. He wasn't destined for great fame or popularity. He enjoyed his own passions quietly, living in the shadows. This was his life. Hence, when he saw that Xiao Yi was about to hit Shi Nianyao, his first reaction had been to protect the latter and not to retaliate. However, Shi Nianyao's response came as quite a shock to him. He had put Xiao Yi under control. Yet Shi Nianyao had nicely and smoothly followed through with a slap. This had been absolute poetry in motion. Very quickly, he snapped out of his shock and narrowed his eyes. He turned towards Xiao Yi and said, "Miss Qiao, you ought to be kind with your words." With those words, he diverted all of Xiao Yi's fury towards himself to shield Shi Nianyao, as though he had been the one who hit her. However, Shi Nianyao came out from behind the man again and wielded her fist at Xiao Yi, sneering, "This time it's just a slap. The next time I'll make sure you end up looking for your teeth among the dirt on the ground." This idiot, thought Mo Shiqing, does not know the meaning of fear. Xiao Yi had been sent by an investor, and because of this, she was the boss in the filming set now. Mo Shiqing quickly released his grip on her wrist and instead pulled Shi Nianyao behind him as he headed out of the venue. While Shi Nianyao tottered behind him, she looked back and continued, "I'll let you off this time. I'm warning you, the next time you see me, you'd better take a different route."
Montag sicheng was flabbergastet.
Xiao Yi stamped her foot with fury and shouted, "How dare you gang up against me? Mo Shiqing, you'd better believe it. A word from me and you'll be replaced. Who do you think you are?" As she shouted, someone suddenly exclaimed, "The investor is coming this way." Immediately, Xiao Yi wiped the exasperated and flustered look off and, patting her face, hurried towards the investor. That fiery red mark the stinging slap had left was good evidence. Hurriedly, Mo Shiqing dragged Shi Nianyao along as he headed out of the filming location. He was worried that Xiao Yi would return to seek revenge on Shi Nianyao. He glanced at Shi Nianyao and sighed, saying, "You can't continue to stay in this cast." Puzzled, Shi Nianyao asked, "Why?"
Montag sicheng was flabbergastet.
This girl in front of him was really naive. Putting on a fierce and malicious expression, he chided her. "Are you aware that you've just offended Xiao Yi? Even I will have a hard time in the filming crew from now on." His words stunned Shi Nianyao. She had thought that, like her, Mo Shiqing wouldn't be at disadvantageous situation. But now, it seemed that her male idol had turned his back on her. He had turned his back on her, thinking she had caused him trouble? She bit her lip and widened her eyes, hurt. Avoiding her gaze, Mo Shiqing said straight away, "I think you should go. I don't wish to see you right now." Then he turned around, ready to walk away. However, just as he was about to leave, he felt a small soft hand hold his. He paused. When he turned around, he saw Shi Nianyao staring at him, asking, "Are you afraid that Xiao Yi will seek revenge? Is that why you're asking me to go? But if I go, she will surely target all her fury on you." Her words took Mo Shiqing by surprise. This girl was very thorough in her thinking. Before he could even say another word, she smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm not afraid." After she said this, she noticed a strange expression appear on Mo Shiqing's face. She couldn't help but wonder, had slapping Xiao Yi given her male idol the impression that she was an uncouth person? She put her hands behind her back and looked at Mo Shiqing. "Well, I'm usually very gentle, actually. I don't like violence."
Montag sicheng.
Back at the filming location, Imagining herself to be a tragic beauty, Xiaoyi walked towards the investor. The people in front of her moved aside to form a clear path for her to pass. As she went around the corner, she saw him at once. He wore a black suit and walked with a strong, steady gait in his pair of highly polished leather shoes. A few more strides with his lanky legs, and he was in front of Xiaoyi. She lifted her gaze. The first thing that greeted her sight was his pair of tilted phoenix eyes that were mesmerizing in a nerve-wracking way. His features were incredibly delicate, like they had been carved with an immortal axe. His beauty was heart-stopping to say the least. After this, one would notice his lips that were perpetually turned slightly upwards. That signature smile of his would hardly disappear. Yet, although he was smiling, people could inevitably feel the iciness behind. His charm carried a sense of foreboding, and his body language possessed an undertone of boundless oppression. Unconsciously, people would turn respectful before him. Xiaoyi's eyes lit up and she called him in an anguished tone, "Second brother." Then she quickly took a step towards him, turning and tilting her head to fully expose the angry red mark on her left cheek. Her behavior made the director's heart thump. That was the end. The investor had rushed over with such urgency the minute Xiaoyi was kicked by Best Actor Shun. Of course, the director had been worried sick. And now what had happened to her face? That was it. Was the investor going to get angry now? He looked questioningly at the filming staff on the side, hoping to get a hint on what had happened. But just as he thought that the investor was going to blow his top, the man unexpectedly did not shift his gaze and looked as though he hadn't even noticed Xiaoyi. Instead, he continued to walk ahead. As he walked, his eyes swept through the staff gathered on either sides. There was an eagerness in his expression that made it look like he was searching for someone among the crowd. Completely ignoring Xiaoyi, he looked at the director instead and asked, "Is this everyone on the filming crew? What about the extras?" "The extras?" The director immediately replied, "The extras are all in a lounge at the back." Without waiting for him to finish, the investor strode away. At the speed of the light, very quickly the crowd dispersed. Xiaoyi stood on the same spot, feeling like she had just been viciously slapped another time. She curled her fingers tightly into a fist, as she felt the gaze of the surrounding people burning into her. But at the same time, anxiety was developing within her. Second brother must not meet Xiao Lian. At this very same time, in Shen Liangchuan's lounge, Song Cheng stood at the doorway hurrying him. "Brother Shen, hurry up, the investor is here." "Ah, I can see him coming over now." Just as these words were being spoken, the man accompanied by the director looked as though he had just realized something and turned sharply to look in the direction of the lounge Xiao Lian was in. When the director noticed this, he said respectfully, "That is the lounge of our male lead, Best Actor Shen. When you visited last time, he was away in Beijing and you didn't get to meet him. Would you like to meet him this time?" Upon hearing this, the investor looked away from Shen Liangchuan's lounge. Striding away again, he now continued his walk to the extras' lounge. When they arrived, he pushed open the door. His gaze fell on the small crowd in the room. No, none of them. He looked over them again, one at a time, until at last he cast his gaze down in disappointment. Had she left? He turned to look at the director and asked, "Are these all the extras on the set?" The director nodded and replied, "That's right. That's all the extras we have. They are all resting here. May I know if Mr. Liu Yu..." This investor was really behaving very strangely. The moment he arrived, he had made a beeline for the extras. What exactly was he after? Was it because Miss Chow had complained about the extras and the investor was here to seek revenge? That couldn't be right. The investor furrowed and asked again, "Are you sure they are all here and no one is missing?" Strictly speaking, the extras were not permitted to leave the set before 5 p.m. Hence, they were not off work yet. How could they have left? The director was about to nod when the stage supervisor spoke up nervously. There are two others that are not here." The investor turned around sharply and asked, "Female?" The stage supervisor nodded. "Very pretty?" The stage supervisor continued nodding. The investor was visibly stirred up by this information. He walked up to the stage supervisor and grabbed him by the collar. Where is she? Stage supervisor. The stage supervisor cleared his throat. One of them is with Teacher Mo. At once, the investor let go of his collar. Turning towards the main door, he demanded, Where is Mo Shicheng? The stage supervisor almost broke down at this question. Was the investor looking for the woman because she had slapped Xiao Yi? Observing the reaction of investor now, it seemed that not even Mr. Mo himself would be spared. The stage supervisor was still in a daze when the director gave him a light poke. Snapping back to the present, he realized the investor was staring at him. He quickly said, I just saw them. It seems like they went that way. Lead the way. At that command, the stage supervisor nodded and took the lead. The moment they walked through the main doorway, they ran into Qiaoyi. She grabbed the investor's sleeve and said, Second brother, you have to avenge me. Look at my face. This is the work of Mo Shicheng and that extra. Mo Shicheng and Shi Nianyao had just stepped out of the filming location and were about to leave. His cell phone suddenly started ringing. Picking up the line, he heard the stage supervisor's voice saying, Teacher Mo, where are you? The investor would like to see you and the extra. Mo Shicheng immediately narrowed his eyes. Oh no. The investor was here to avenge Qiaoyi. What were they going to do now? He looked towards Shi Nianyao. Without another word, he quickly let her out. Puzzled by his actions, Shi Nianyao asked, What's wrong? Mo Shicheng shook his head and reassured her. Nothing's wrong. But after a few steps, a voice called out from behind. Teacher Mo, you can't leave. The investor wishes to see the both of you. Mo Shicheng's pupils shrank immediately. Even more puzzled now, Shi Nianyao asked, Why would the investor want to see us? The approaching staff. What else could be the matter? You had just slapped Miss Qiaoyi, and now her boyfriend was here to avenge her. At this point, the security officer immediately blocked their path and advised, Teacher Mo, miss, the both of you can't leave just yet. Please come with me. With a deep frown, Mo Shicheng threw Shi Nianyao a glance. After a moment he said, Fine. They'd meet with the investor then. Whether it be the dragon's pond or the tiger's lair, he'd protect her. Mo Shicheng and Shi Nianyao stood before the doorway that led to the room where the investor was waiting. Qiaoyi was sitting in that same room, weeping quietly. The director stood next to her, apologizing profusely. It's embarrassing that such a thing happened on the set. That extra was indeed too arrogant. When they get here, I'll make sure they give you a proper apology. Qiaoyi looked at the man sitting on the chair. His lips were slightly turned upwards as always. It must have been for the revenge that he had summoned Mo Shicheng and Shi Nianyao, right? She had always thought that she didn't have a place in his heart. Never had she expected that, in reality, he still cared for her. This thought put Qiaoyi in a great mood. She glanced at the director and sighed. In a soft and refined voice she said, Director, not that I wish to go on and on about this matter, but being slapped in the presence of so many people is really embarrassing for me. The director nodded to show he understood. That's right. The consequences of this matter are indeed quite nasty. I will deal with it rigorously. Qiaoyi nodded. Shortly afterwards there was a knock on the door. As the door was swung open, the investor immediately shifted his whole attention to the doorway. A refined gentleman appeared. His movements were courteous albeit slightly hesitant. It was Mo Shicheng. The investor's pupils shrank. This wasn't who he expected to see. He looked beyond Mo Shicheng to see if there was anyone else. Before he could say a word, Qiaoyi frowned and asked, Where is that woman? Mo Shicheng looked at Qiaoyi and hung his head after a moment. Miss Qiao, what happened today has nothing to do with her. She hit me. How has that got nothing to do with her? He stared at her and continued, You may hold me responsible for whatever happened. His gaze shifted to the director and finally fell on the man sitting on the chair. As a norm, any minor actors would be awed and quite fearful when they were in the presence of the investor. However, in this particular instance, Mo Shicheng was being very much himself and displayed no signs of nervousness nor reverence towards the man. There was a pregnant silence in the room. Both men emanated a strong presence, even though no words had been exchanged yet. After a moment, the man spoke unhurriedly. "What's your relationship with her?" Mo Shicheng lowered his gaze after hearing the question. He replied, "She is my girlfriend." Everyone in the room widened their eyes at his answer. Even the director was stunned. Qiao Yi did not expect this answer and was taken aback. Then she recovered and said, "Isn't this just great? It's no wonder you ganged up against me. You low-down and despicable couple." The investor's expression darkened when he heard Mo Shicheng's words. There was a dangerous look in his eyes as they flashed sharply and bore right through Mo Shicheng. That perpetual smile widened as he repeated Mo Shicheng's remark. "She's your girlfriend?" "That's right." Mo Shicheng was straight to the point. Even if it had started out as fake news, he had decided that now it was real. The investor stood up immediately. He exuded an aura much like a bloodthirsty beast out for a kill. "Where is she?" Qiao Yi was exasperated at this point and persisted. "You dare to gang up against me, you're courting death. Second brother, you must avenge me." Mo Shicheng cast his gaze down and replied, "Mr. Liu, this is a matter between us, it has nothing to do with her." "How could it have nothing to do with her? She was his Qiao Lian. Without his permission, who would dare claim to be Qiao Lian's boyfriend?" The investor's expression had turned terribly unpleasant, and no one in the room dared to utter a word. The director, now at a complete loss, and was quite sure his own end was near. Mo Shicheng had hit Qiao Yi and made the investor very angry. At this point, the room door was swung open again, and this time Shi Nianyao came charging in. "I'll be responsible for my own actions. This matter has got nothing to do with him." Everyone in the room was stunned for a moment when they saw Shi Nianyao bursting in like this. Mo Shicheng moved to stand directly in front of her, as though shielding her, and asked in a low voice, "What are you doing here?" Shi Nianyao held her head high and said indignantly, "I was the one who hit her, why should I put you on the spot? They can come at me if they dare."
Montag Xicheng was speechless.
Shi Nianyao even looked at Qiao Yi and brandished then a fist at her. What was the big deal about being the investor's woman? Shi Nianyao herself was an investor. Right now she was just waiting to see who would dare attack her idol. He was her idol and she had him covered. Shi Nianyao glared fiercely at the man sitting on the chair. To her surprise, his angry expression suddenly melted away. His gaze shifted back and forth between Shi Nianyao and Mo Shicheng a few times, before he finally said to Mo Shicheng, "The girlfriend you were talking about is her?" He had unconsciously relaxed his tone. As long as it wasn't his Qiao Lian, everything was good. Qiao Yi, however, immediately nodded and said, "It's her. Second brother, you have to teach her a lesson." Shi Nianyao laughed derisively and sneered, "If you're so capable, then fight me personally. Getting a man to help you because you can't do it yourself. What are you good for?" Everyone watched dumbfounded. Mo Shicheng held Shi Nianyao back and looked at the investor. "Mr. Liu, so what are you planning to do now?" Saying these words was like staking everything he had. The worst that could happen was that he would lose his supporting role in this movie. Everyone now turned simultaneously to look at the investor. After all, Mo Shicheng was the supporting actor in this cast, and was considered a veteran celebrity. The director was in a dilemma too. Should he plead on behalf of this actor? Qiao Yi, on the other hand, widened her eyes with delight and urged him, "Second brother, punish him." Thus, it would make her status in the filming crew clear to everyone and reinforce that she, Qiao Yi, had the last say. However, just as everyone was holding their breaths and expecting an angry outburst from the investor, they suddenly heard a barely audible laughter coming from him instead. Laughter? Were they hearing correctly? They turned to look at the investor. The investor stood up and walked out of the room, amused. Everyone in the room looked at each other in dismay. What was going on? What should they do now? Qiao Yi was the only person who heard the investor mumble as he was walking out, "Good that it's not her. Good that it's not her." Qiao Yi's face turned pale as she realized that he wasn't upset because of her. Xin Liangchuan had gone out. As she was alone in the lounge and bored at this point, Xiao Lian overheard an exchange between some people walking past the door. They were talking about what had just happened between Shinianyao and Xiao Yi. Both that extra and Mo Shiqing have been asked to go and meet the investor. Who knows what will happen? Xiao Lian's pupils shrank at once when she heard this. That was the end. Shinianyao was going to get into trouble. Without thinking twice, she opened the lounge door and approached a passerby, asking, "Where are Mo Shiqing and the rest?" "Which room?" Slightly surprised, the crew member pointed at a lounge situated not too far away. Xiao Lian hurried in that direction. As she broke into a run, she saw the door to that lounge suddenly open. Almost immediately, a familiar, tall and large figure walked out of the lounge. The moment she saw him, Xiao Lian's muscles stiffened. She stood frozen and rooted to the ground as though she had been struck by a lightning bolt. How could she have forgotten? Who else could possibly be Xiao Yi's backing here apart from her great second brother? Lu Zinan. How unexpected that they met here. At that moment, it seemed like the man had also turned to look in her direction. The moment their eyes met, Lu Nans felt as if something struck his heart, causing his pupils to shrink. He stood paralyzed and frozen on the spot. It had been 8 years. But nothing about the girl standing in front of him seemed to have changed, apart from a sharper, more distinct figure. No, that wasn't quite true. Something had changed. She had lost weight. Some of the baby fat that used to fill her face had now disappeared. Her frail frame looked as if it would float away with a strong wind. How much had she suffered in these last years? As Lu Nan stood there, he felt an overwhelming urge to run up to her and pull her into his embrace. But he was also fearful. Fearful that the scene before his eyes was but an illusion. After all, the person in front of him was in a traditional yellow costume. Perhaps it was only his imagination. But the next moment, he saw the girl turn around sharply, trying to escape. His reaction was almost a reflex. He took a step forward and placed his hand on her shoulder. "Xiao Lian. Xiao Lian." That devilishly charming voice had not lost one bit of appeal. Unfortunately for her at that moment, it was like the voice of the Grim Reaper himself. She shivered involuntarily and then slowly turned around. Forcing a slight smile, she greeted him. "Second brother." That soft and sweet way of addressing him, "second brother," had the ability to reach the depths of Lu Nan's soul. All these years, how many people had addressed him the same way? It was when their group of second-generation young heirs and heiresses came together. He was ranked second, so second brother had become his nickname. But it was her way of addressing second brother that stood out among everyone else's. That tone she used, the turn of her tongue that produced that sound. Every time she called him, she sounded like a spoilt child. And that hadn't changed. The perpetual smile on Lu Nan's face faded as he looked at her now. "Where have you been all these years?" He had searched for her for a long time without success. The world was huge and he had no idea where else to look. As Xiao Lian cast her gaze down, he caught a flash of complex emotions in her eyes. There was a mix of grievance, anger, and even bitterness. However, all these did not translate into her expression as she simply said, "I visited different places. Why are you here?" Lu Nans narrowed his eyes at her reply and demanded in an overbearing manner, "Xiao Lian, don't you try to evade my question. Tell me, where have you been the last 8 years? What about Xiao Yi and his leg?" Xiao Lian responded to his questions with a half smile and said, "Second brother, I don't think we are close enough for you to ask me about my private life." Her words stunned him. He narrowed his eyes even more. Right at this point, Xiao Yi ran out. Second brother, you haven't avenged me." She stopped short when she saw Xiao Lian. She turned sharply, gave her assistant a fierce stare and then walked up to Xiao Lian. "Oh, Xiao Lian, what a coincidence." After these words, she extended her hand in an attempt to grab Lu Nan's arm and make a point about him being hers. But immediately, Lu Nan swept her hand away. Instead, he took a step forward and suddenly reached out for Xiao Lian's chin, forcing her to tilt her head. His pupils shrank immediately when he noticed the red mark that hadn't quite disappeared. Your face, who hit you? His ruthless interrogation caused Qiao Yi to shiver in fear. She bit her lip and looked at Qiao Lian. With a sarcastic laugh, Qiao Lian remarked, "Second brother, what an amusing question. Are you here to give vent to your woman's anger?" Lu Nans paused at her words. "What do you mean?" Pointing to Qiao Yi, Qiao Lian gave a cold laugh and said, "She slapped my right cheek. Are you here to slap my left cheek?" Lu Nan's pupils shrank as his expression turned sharp and piercing. He looked at her face and pursed his lips for a moment before he asked, "You're saying that she hit you?" Smiling sarcastically, Qiao Lian said, "You're here to get even for her, so don't pretend you don't know anything." Lu Nans narrowed his eyes. He took a sudden step forward and reached out to grab her wrist. "Qiao Lian, I'm here to look for you." "Look for her?" Qiao Lian's pupils shrank. Then Lu Nans turned around and looked at Qiao Yi. Startled, Qiao Yi widened her eyes and gulped fearfully. "Second brother, don't listen to her nonsense." Lu Nans took a step forward and pressed up against her with a cold and menacing smile. "I'll just ask you one question. Did you hit her?" Qiao Yi wanted to shake her head and deny her deed, however, staring at his icy expression, the words would not come. She finally opened her mouth to speak. "Yes, but it was because she provoked me first." Crack! Before she could finish what she was saying, the slap came down mercilessly. How could one compare a man's strength with a woman's? Qiao Yi stumbled a few steps back from the impact before she regained her balance. But that side of her face had turned numb. Biting her lip, she called out, "Second brother." But she hung her head when her gaze met with his ambiguous half-smile. After hitting Qiao Yi, Lu Nans turned back to Qiao Lian and said, "Now can we talk normally?" Qiao Lian's pupils shrank. From a young age, second brother had been a cruel person. After all these years, his vicious streak was still very much the same. Even though it was Qiao Yi who he had slapped, Qiao Lian could almost feel the pain just listening to it happen. She gulped and took a step back. Then, without saying another word, she turned around and started running away. This man was too terrifying. He was terrifying to the extent that she didn't even wish to speak with him. She didn't wish to get into conflict with him. As soon as she started running, Lu Nans took a few steps forward and it didn't take much for him to catch her. "Qiao Lian, why do you run when you see me?" Qiao Lian was so nervous that her teeth were chattering now. She found herself trembling. This man sent shivers down her spine. She looked at Lu Nans with trepidation. But no words came. Narrowing his eyes, Lu Nans glanced at the traditional costume she was wearing. "You like acting?" Before she could answer, he continued, "I can make you the female lead in this film. It would only take a quick word from me." Upon hearing this, Qiao Yi turned and looked at them, shocked. Qiao Lian taking over the female lead role? Then what about her? Qiao Yi clenched her fists tightly and bit her lip. Qiao Lian, however, wanted to push him away. She struggled with all her might to try and break free of his grip. "Let me go, Lu Nans, let me go. Come with me." She jumped in fright when she heard his words. Before she could utter another word, a large hand suddenly grabbed her waist and lifted her up. Then Lu Nans strode away. Qiao Lian's pupils shrank in fear as a sense of hopelessness began to overtake her. At this critical point, she desperately called out, "Zichuan! Help!" Her sharp and crystal-clear voice rang through the set and fell on Shen Liangchuan's ears. Shen Liangchuan was walking around the set with Song Chang, in the hope of locating the investor for a chat. When he heard that abrupt call for help, his pupils shrank at once. That was Xiao Qiao's voice. Immediately, he lengthened his strides and hurried towards the exit. He arrived just in time to see Qiao Lian being shoved into a car. And the next moment, the car began to drive away. In the urgency of that moment, Shen Liangchuan ran towards the departing car. However, the car soon took off at a high speed and disappeared at the entrance of the filming location. Without speaking or wasting another second, Shen Liangchuan opened the door of the filming crew's vehicle and pushed the driver off his seat. He got in and immediately drove after the other car. "Ah! Best actor Shen Yu, The angry driver who had been pushed onto the ground yelled at the car. Lu Nan's had his own personal chauffeur. Lu Nan's had carried Qiao Lian into the car. As they got into the back seat, she was enveloped by his masculine breath, causing her to shake in fear. She started to retreat into a corner of the back seat and reached out to open the car door. But it was locked and it wouldn't open, no matter how much she wrestled with it. The only thing she could do was lie against the door and keep as much distance as possible between herself and Lu Nan's. She bit her lip. Second brother. Lu Nan sneered. Who were you just calling? Who was she calling? Immediately she bit her lip. His lips turned up slowly in a slight smile. All these years, this had been the only visible warning sign of his anger. That half-smile was too dangerous, too fake. Qiao Lian gulped. Second brother Why are you calling me second brother again? Didn't you just call me Lu Nan's? He lunged forward with these words, almost pinning her entirely under his own body. His face was now only a hair's breadth away from hers. His breath was hot against her face when he spoke. Unable to tolerate it, Qiao Lian turned away. But his large hand forced her head back in position. Look at me. Qiao Lian was forced to stare straight into his alluring phoenix eyes. The smell of his breath was both familiar and strange at the same time. Her eyes reddened as she pleaded. Second brother, let me go. Let you go? Why should I? Qiao Lian, you're such a child. You ran away 8 years ago and left without a word. Now tell me, where have you been all this time? Before Qiao Lian could speak, he smiled menacingly and added, Tell me the truth and maybe, just maybe, I'll let you go. Qiao Lian knew this man too well. From a young age, he would make his own decisions without consulting anyone, and people found him terrifying. He would use all means to attain whatever he desired and would always get what he wanted in the end. Just like 8 years ago. Qiao Lian cast her gaze down. I took Qiaoyi overseas to study. Where? Qiao Lian evaded his question and continued. Things are good now, and Qiaoyi's legs are recovering well. Lu Nan's paused and said with a hint of gladness in his voice, That's good then. Qiao Lian looked up at him again. Second brother, I just want to leave the past behind. I don't wish to go back to the life I led before. Will you let me go, please? After her plea, Lu Nan's expression emanated an aura of danger as he replied. Qiao Lian, you're mine. What makes you think I'd let you go? After he said these words, he lowered his head and kissed Qiao Lian by force. In her panic, she gathered all the strength she had. With an upward motion, she swung her head and smashed it viciously against his. Getting hit triggered the man's aggression, and he restrained her by locking her head down against the car seat. Just as he was about to lower his head again for another kiss, something crashed suddenly into the car as it pulled to a complete stop. The sudden halt threw both Qiao Lian and Lu Nan's forward in the car. She felt her body being lifted in the air, and knew it was going to hurt once she came back down. Just as she thought that her head was going to crash, she heard a muffled sound. When she was finally able to lift her head to look, she found that Lu Nan's had used his own chest as a barrier to shield her from the impact. The next moment, she heard someone knocking on the car window. She turned around sharply and saw Shen Liangchuan through the window. He stood there with a severe expression on his face. His appearance was like a godsend, a savior. Qiao Lian immediately plastered herself against the window and shouted, Shen Liangchuan, I'm here. Her action aggravated Lu Nan's, however. With an upward turn of his lips, he looked at her and sneered. Why? Who's this barbarian? Barbarian? Qiao Lian bit her lip, pushed him aside suddenly and forced the chauffeur to wind down the car window. As the window rolled down, Shen Liangchuan's handsome but impassive face came into view. That moment, Shen Liangchuan had changed out of his historical costume to meet with the investor. Hence, he was wearing a black suit, which made him look stunningly smart and eminent. Yet his icy and lofty demeanor made him all at once distant and otherworldly. Inside the car, Lu Nan's hair was sleeked back, and his alluring and delicately chiseled face, while exuding a demonic charm, also made him look rather sinister. One icily aloof, the other sinisterly charming. As their eyes met, sparks of fury flew. Holding Qiao Lian down with a tight grip around her shoulder, Lu Nan's looked at Shen Liangchuan. Mr. Shen, how may I help you? Shen Liangchuan was a nationally known best actor. His face was a familiar all over China. It wasn't surprising that Lu Nan's knew who he was. Shen Liangchuan cast his gaze down with little expression on his face. Let her go. Lu Nan's raised an eyebrow and remarked. Why? Mr. Shen, do you have a habit of minding other people's business? Shen Liangchuan's gaze shifted to the man's arm that was placed around his wife's shoulder. If looks could kill, by now that arm would have already been pierced by countless arrows. But it wasn't what it seemed. The way he had his arm around her, one could think that he was taking advantage of her. Furthermore, one could even think that he was trying to restrain her. If Shen Liangchuan made any move, Lu Nan's might just harm Qiao Lian. The man's gaze shifted between Shen Liangchuan and Qiao Lian a few times. He asked after pausing for a moment. And what is your relationship? Shen Liangchuan was about to say something when Qiao Lian quickly interrupted. There's no relationship between us. Shen Liangchuan held his tongue the moment she made this remark. Lu Nan's narrowed his eyes and paused. After a moment he said unhurriedly. Well, so how may I help you, Mr. Shen? Shen Liangchuan glanced at Qiao Lian again, and this time she bit her lip and said, Second brother, we should go. At her words, Lu Nan's gave a cold half-smile. He raised his hand and lightly patted her head, saying, Good girl. The car window rolled back up. Steadily, the chauffeur started the car engine. Through the window, Qiao Lian could see Shen Liangchuan's determined expression as he stood there, watching them depart. She bit her lip. Her emotions were giving way to despair, hopelessness and at the same time anxiety. Suzhou was but a short distance from where they were, and it was Lu Nan's territory. If Shen Liangchuan got into a conflict with him, there would be no easy way out. As these thoughts were running through her mind, the chauffeur spoke. Mr. Lu, that car is trailing us. As soon as the chauffeur said this, Lu Nan's looked into the rear-view mirror. The car was indeed trailing them at moderate distance behind. Lu Nan's looked at Qiao Lian and asked suspiciously, What's your relationship with him? Biting her lip, she said, We don't have anything to do with each other. Then why is he trailing us? Looking down, Qiao Lian said, Wouldn't anyone else do the same if they saw me being kidnapped? Lu Nan sneered at her reply. He leaned towards her and clamped both sides of her chin with his hand. Qiao Lian, you know what I can do. So if anything happens later, you know how to play your cards, right? Qiao Lian's pupils shrank upon hearing his words. She nodded after a pause. Qiao Lian was now taken to a villa not far from Hengdian. She had stopped struggling and got out of the car after Lu Nan's. The chauffeur ran to the main gate and took a look immediately after they arrived. He looked back at Lu Nan's. Mr. Lu, that car has driven away. Lu Nan's nodded. Following this, he tugged Qiao Lian behind him as they entered the house. The villa had been delicately and exquisitely constructed. There were only 2 housekeepers working for the household. As they entered, the housekeepers came up to them. Lu Nan's took off his suit jacket and casually flung it onto the sofa next to him. In 8 years he had come a long way, from being an evil youth, to a truly powerful and influential figure in society. Loosening his tie, he glanced at Qiao Lian, who was at the same time looking at him with cautious alertness. Go on, tell me. After tragedy struck your family, why didn't you come and ask for my help, but instead ran away? Were you avoiding me? Qiao Lian bit her lip. When Qiao Lian kept silent, Lu Nan's got up in a huff. With his tall and imposing frame towering over her, he sneered. Don't think that I won't find out if you don't speak. Since you've appeared on set, I'll be able to track down almost anything. Her pupils shrank as she protested. Lu Nan's cell phone started ringing before she could finish speaking. Raising an eyebrow, he picked up the line. Then he made a menacing snort. A police report? He sure thinks highly of himself. Let him come at me then. Qiao Lian froze as she listened. Who had called the police? Lu Nan's broke into a smile as this question flashed through her mind. Isn't this a joke? The great Best Actor Shun has made a police report saying that I've captured his woman. He took a step towards Qiao Lian and asked, "You are his woman?" Pressured by his intimidating and forceful behavior, Qiao Lian found herself unable to speak a word. Seeing the viciousness in Lu Nan's eyes, she shuddered involuntarily. It had been through his own sheer hard work that Shun Liangchuan had gotten where he was in life. A famous actor, no matter how many resources he had, would not be able to come up against Lu Nan's. Hence, she didn't want to get Shun Liangchuan involved. Qiao Lian bit her lip and said, "No, I'm not." "Good." Lu Nan smiled. "So when the policemen arrive, you know what to say." Qiao Lian clenched her fists tightly with his words. Meanwhile, after filing a report, Shun Liangchuan arrived at Lu Nan's villa with the police officers. Under normal circumstances, the police wouldn't bother with such complaints. However, in this instance, things were different because the person making the report was Shun Liangchuan. Shun Liangchuan's Weibo page had countless fans, and he had incredibly strong interpersonal skills. But right now, he wasn't stepping into the villa. What was he waiting for? Shortly afterwards, a car pulled up at a high speed. The door opened and Song Cheng came out, holding something in his hand and passing it over to Shun Liangchuan. "Brother Shen, why do you need your marriage certificate all of a sudden?" When Song Cheng saw the people before him, he frowned, puzzled. A sense of foreboding grew within him. He gulped as he glanced at the two police officers standing behind Shun Liangchuan. Without a word, Shun Liangchuan took the marriage certificate from him and walked towards the villa with the police officers. Shun Liangchuan hit the doorbell. Very quickly, one of the housekeepers came, opened the door and ushered Shun Liangchuan and the police officers into the house. Upon entering the living room, he saw Qiao Lian sitting on the sofa, still in her costume from the set. He was relieved to see her, but frowned deeply nevertheless. Lu Nan's too was sitting on the sofa. He had a leg crossed over the other. He looked at them with a calm and unruffled expression. That smile, both evil and charming at once, hung on his face effortlessly. "To what do I owe the honor of your visit, Mr. Shen? How may I help you?" His eyes shifted to rest on the two police officers. The two police officers immediately laughed and said, "How are you, Mr. Lu?" Lu Nance nodded at them before turning to Shun Liangchuan rather abruptly. His stare was openly unwelcoming, but he didn't give an order to kick him out. At the same time, however, Shun Liangchuan was not looking at him, and instead had his attention focused on the woman next to him. He didn't have to look to know that Qiao Lian was also looking back at Shun Liangchuan. Lu Nan suddenly felt an extreme urge. He extended his arm in a quick motion, in an attempt to draw Qiao Lian into his embrace. But, of course, they were no longer in the confined space of a car. The moment he extended his arm, Qiao Lian jumped up at once. At the same time, Shun Liangchuan reached out with his hand, grabbed Qiao Lian's arm and pulled her into his embrace. Only now, when in contact, Shun Liangchuan realized that, although Qiao Lian looked calm on the surface, her body was actually trembling. It told him how frightened she was. Instantly, he glared sharply at Lu Nance as he held Qiao Lian against himself. As Lu Nance looked at them, his devilishly charming eyes flashed dangerously, as though he had a bloodthirsty intent to kill. The smile spread wider across his face. Shun Liangchuan finally said, "I'm here for my woman." Lu Nance chortled at his words and sneered. "Your woman, you said? That's interesting. In all of Jiangnan, who doesn't know that she, Qiao Lian, was mine the minute she entered this world?" Shun Liangchuan's pupils shrank. Lu Nance continued, "So is there anything else I can help you with? If not, take your hand off my woman and leave my property." His tone was exceedingly aggressive as he specifically emphasized on the words "my woman." The police officers both took a step forward at this point and looked at Shun Liangchuan, saying, "Best actor Shun, why not?" Shun Liangchuan did not wait for them to finish. "Since this is the case, I'll take my leave." After these words, he turned around with his hand wrapped around Qiao Lian and started to walk towards the door. Lu Nance got up from his seat immediately. "Stop right there." Although Shun Liangchuan simply ignored this order, Both police officers, fiercely glared at by Lu Nan's, hurried over to the door to stop the couple. Best Actor Shen Liangchuan halted and said, "What other pieces of wisdom do you wish to share with us, Mr. Lu?" Lu Nan stared at him for a moment before he suddenly laughed. "Mr. Shen here claims that Xiao Lian is his woman, yet I insist that she's mine. Why don't we ask her whose woman she is?" As these words were spoken, every pair of eyes simultaneously fell on Xiao Lian. Feeling everyone's gaze burning on her now, she was able to gather her courage and lift her head slowly. She had been terrified when she was being abducted by Lu Nan's. However, the more frightened she was, the more rational she became. When Shen Liangchuan had caught up with them, she knew that he, alone and without backup, would not have been able to save her. Besides, the car doors were all locked. If Lu Nan's had wanted to have his way, it wouldn't have been beyond him to ignore Shen Liangchuan and make a clean escape. Under those circumstances, she had had no choice but to deny any relationship in order to protect Shen Liangchuan. Similarly, Shen Liangchuan had compromised to keep her safe in the meantime. Later on, back at Lu Nan's villa, when Lu Nan's had asked Xiao Lian if she was Shen Liangchuan's woman, they would have never come to this point if she had admitted it. Given Lu Nan's personality, she knew that only if she acted terrified and unwilling to involve him, would he allow Shen Liangchuan in with the police officers. She knew that he would have wanted her to shame Shen Liangchuan. It was because she understood his personality that she had played along. However, the moment Shen Liangchuan stepped into the villa, she knew too. Whether she liked it or not, she had already gotten him involved. And since this was the case, Xiao Lian looked at Shen Liangchuan and their eyes met. In that moment, it was as though a silent conversation had taken place. The next moment, Xiao Lian lifted her gaze and said steadily, "Yes." Lu Nan's pupils shrank immediately with her response. He took a step towards her and demanded, "What did you say?" His imposing manner caused Xiao Lian to jump. But quickly, she felt the hand around her waist tighten. That hand was like the most invincible force in the world to her, so it charged her up with courage. At once, Xiao Lian felt the indecisiveness and fear leave her as she found a sense of determination and refusal to compromise. "I said I am Shen Liangchuan's woman. Lu Nan's, you and I have nothing to do with each other." At once, Lu Nan's eyes were ablaze with fury. He gave a scornful laugh and said in a helpless tone, "Xiao Lian, stop fooling around and come over here. Come home with me." Xiao Lian instead leaned her body against Shen Liangchuan. Her back was straight as a ruler. Steadfastly, she stood by Shen Liangchuan. Lu Nan's tone turned gloomy as he said again, "Xiao Lian, are you coming over? You know what I can do." Then he glanced at the two police officers. Immediately, the officers moved to position themselves behind Shen Liangchuan and Xiao Lian. One of them looked at Shen Liangchuan and said, "Best Actor Shen, we came over here to look into this matter for you. But you can't just take someone away from Mr. Lu without any explanation or good reason. Take someone away from Mr. Lu." Xiao Lian started to panic. "I have nothing to do with this man, don't make false statements." Lu Nan said unhurriedly, "Xiao Lian, how could we have nothing to do with each other? Up till the age of 18 you followed me around, everyone knows that." Xiao Lian clenched her jaw. "At that time we were all sworn brothers. There were 6 of us." Lu Nan's raised an eyebrow. "Oh, so you do admit we have a relationship?" Now his aggressive behavior was becoming more obvious. "So if you are unable to show any proof of your relationship, no one will leave this villa today." Positioning his body in such a way to shield Xiao Lian from Lu Nan's fierce and cruel expression, Shen Liangchuan said, "I never knew that Mr. Lu has a thing for other people's wives." Lu Nan's froze for a moment when he heard these words. He didn't understand what she was saying. But other people's wife? His eyes swept over Xiao Lian and Shen Liangchuan and he frowned deeply. "What did you say?" Shen Liangchuan's long and slender fingers reached into his pockets to grab their marriage certificate. Then he said with certainty, "She is my wife." With these words, the room became silent instantaneously. The police officers were astonished. Everyone knew that Shen Liangchuan had a wife. Little did Lu Nans know that Qiao Lian was actually his wife. Qiao Lian was married? How on earth had she gotten married? Lu Nans immediately stretched his hand, attempting to snatch the marriage certificate. However, after Shen Liangchuan showed it to the police officer, he immediately placed it in his pocket. Shortly after, he spoke plainly, but his tone brought along an assertiveness that people would dare not defy. So I am here to take my wife away. Who has any comments? Who has any comments? He indeed had every right to do so. Both of the police officers were completely speechless. After Shen Liangchuan finished speaking, he did not bother about anything else, grabbed Qiao Lian and headed outside. Stop! Lu Nan stepped forward and stretched out his hand, in an attempt to snatch her away. Shen Liangchuan pushed Qiao Lian aside and immediately kicked Lu Nans. Lu Nans was not jealous. He turned around and then headed straight for Qiao Lian. Shen Liangchuan kicked and turned around, followed by another punch towards the back of his head. Lu Nans heard some movements and subconsciously tried to avoid it. In the blink of an eye, the two men had exchanged blows for 3 to 4 rounds. Their skills were on par with each other. But Lu Nans wanted to snatch someone away, and that was already considered tough. Furthermore, Qiao Lian herself knew some moves too. When Shen Liangchuan managed to force Lu Nans to retreat for the 9th time, Qiao Lian had already dashed out of the room. Shen Liangchuan followed her closely. Both of them ran straight for Song Cheng's car, which was parked outside. Stop! Do not let them go! Lu Nans yelled with exasperation. Sadly, he had been in a rush to look for Qiao Lian, and he hadn't brought along any bodyguards with him. At this moment there was no one assisting him in this villa, so Qiao Lian and Shen Liangchuan got into the car smoothly. When the car drove away, Lu Nans was still thinking of taking her away, but that was impossible now. He was so livid that he clenched his fists, and there was no sign of any smile on his face anymore. Those devilishly charming eyes of his were staring directly at the car that had gone far away by now. After a while he laughed coldly. Shen Liangchuan, you are only an actor. Qiao Lian, I will make you come back to me obediently. Qiao Lian only felt relieved after she got into the car. At that moment, she then realized that her limbs had turned weak and her legs were like jelly. She leaned on Shen Liangchuan's body until she finally calmed down. Then she turned around to look at Shen Liangchuan's manly chin. However, his gaze on her was a gentle one. Qiao Lian bit her lip and said, Shen Liangchuan, I am sorry. She had been hiding from him, not because she was afraid or terribly frightened, but because she had not prepared herself for this. The issues from 8 years ago, she would need to sort them out clearly one by one. Lu Nans was indeed a powerful man. Even someone with great power would not be able to defeat a local villain. Leaving aside the fact that Shen Liangchuan was only a famous actor, even if Shen Liangchuan had indeed been someone who was powerful and mighty, in Jiangnan he would not be a match for Lu Nans. She had not expected that an abrupt meeting like this would actually drag Shen Liangchuan into the hatred and grievances between Lu Nans and her. Lu Nan's attitude towards her might be slightly more lenient, but towards Shen Liangchuan, Qiao Lian shuddered and dared not keep thinking. But Shen Liangchuan quickly grabbed her wrist when she was apologizing to him. Qiao Lian, you are my wife. Qiao Lian was a little stunned. She raised her head and looked into his eyes, which were deeply filled with emotions. 8 years ago, when your family fell apart and you were homeless, I was not there for you. Now I want to shoulder every burden together with you. These words filled Qiao Lian's eyes to the brim with tears.